Boom. The leading purple mecha released missiles all over its body, and after firing its laser cannon, it slashed over with its high-energy particle light blade. The laser cannon is too fast to dodge. Yi Yang opened the energy shield to dissolve the laser beam, then dodged and leaped to avoid the loading missile. Gravity field. He waved his hand. Directly suppressed by the gravity field. The purple mecha instantly withstood tens of meters of pressure. However, the mecha was small in size and extremely powerful, so it would not fall like an ordinary airplane. In a daze, it stabilized its figure again. But, just in this trance, Yi Yang has already reached him. Not good. Yi Yang's instantaneous burst speed was many times faster than that of a generation of mechas. The opponent didn't even have time to open the protective shield, and was quickly passed by Yi Yang, holding a light blade knife, and slashed him directly. A ray of light remained on the chest of the purple mecha, and then he cut it into two parts. The photon incision was smooth and neat, the flesh and blood were charred, and no blood spilled out at all. He lost power and fell into two parts. I was stunned instantly. The speed was too fast, leaving in afterimage in midair. No one could see clearly what was happening. It wasn't until it fell into the sky that I realized that the purple mecha on my side had been instantly killed in just one encounter. This shocking feeling made them feel unreal. As expected, shouldn't it be Yi Yang who was set on fire in an instant? Thoughts flashed through. Above the sky, Yi Yang had instantly approached the mecha behind him. Arrogant. Although they cursed angrily, all the follow-up mechas deployed their energy shields. Obviously, Yi Yang's instantaneous purple mecha and terrifying burst speed made them feel deep fear. Do you think you can save your life by opening the energy shield? Yi Yang sneered, and the high-energy particle beams around him instantly rioted. Be careful, he wants to use that trick. The people below shouted wildly, trying to alert their own mechas above, but unfortunately, they could not be heard above. The high-energy particles rioted, and even electronic communications were directly interfered with and collapsed. Because of the energy disorder, thunder surged in the sky and electricity was naturally generated. Siege him. Everyone obviously felt that Yi Yang's move was not easy, and they all gathered around him, preparing to shoot him down before he finished accumulating power. Boom boom boom. Pung. Various attacks landed on Yi Yang's energy shield, causing waves. Although the energy shield of Liang No. 3 is extremely powerful, but faced with the siege of this mecha attack, there were still more than a dozen, and there was some pressure. Before, only missile-level firepower could threaten him, but the missiles were very large, making it difficult to hit him too many at the same time. The pressure on his energy shield at the same time was not that great. But now, although these mechas have different models, they are products of the same era, after all. Yi Yang looked at the report of the mecha AI. Now, the energy his energy shield withstands is extremely large, reaching 49% of the upper limit. Another 1% would reach half of the endurance limit. So thrilling. Yi Yang looked at the many mechas in the distance and thought deeply. In other words, if there were 20 or 31st and 2nd generation mechas attacking them, he would not be able to resist head-on. If that happens, it's basically impossible to release this ultimate move. It seems that we are still not invincible after all. Yi Yang sighed. If his thoughts were known to the Kiwanis Club members, they would probably burst into tears. Why do you want to be invincible? Although much remains of pre-civilizations survive. But tens of thousands of years have passed. Even if the metal used to make the mecha was very strong, it cannot withstand the erosion of such a long period of time. Even if special preservation techniques were used in the storage rooms, today most of them are simply unusable. They dismantled other mechas and put several of them together to build a new one. For such a long time, there were so many dozen fights, and all the capabilities of the Kiwanis Club were used. I don't know how much it cost. This is the limit of their current capabilities. Even if you kill them, you won't be able to get more out of them, even if it's just one fight. Boom. The lightning around him became more and more violent. Energy is gathering. It was frightening to watch. Is this the god of thunder? Oh my god, it's so shocking. In the distance, the American people watching the battle couldn't recognize it and exclaimed, "It's just a pity that none of them can say shit." The energy Yi Yang gathered this time was not comparable to what he had just now. The pattern of the pulse wave ultimate is the same, but the higher the energy level used, the greater the damage range and damage capability. Finally, at some point, all the energy exploded instantly with Yi Yang as the center. The entire sky seemed to be covered. Terrifying pulses, wrapped in countless thunderbolts, struck in all directions. Boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, it seemed that the creation energy exploded again. The entire sky, with Yi Yang as the center, within a radius of 2 kilometers, was covered with thunder. At this moment, it was much brighter than during the day. Everyone on the ground couldn't help but cover their eyes. When the strong stimulation finally dissipated, people dared to open their eyes, and they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. In the sky, all the energy shields were broken, and only the energy shield of Yi Yang, the core, was still protecting him. The 3 mechas closest to him were actually directly shattered by the shock and pulse just now. The fragments fell like a rain of fire all over the sky. Beautiful and shocking. Yi Yang looked at the screen. The pulse just now directly consumed 18% of the energy of Liang number 3. He did not delay any more and attacked directly. What he had just hit was an information gap. If these mechas were scattered, they would not have achieved the effect just now. But these mechas were too impatient and wanted to kill him instantly. They gathered together, which just gave him the best attack position. If he could not kill a few more mechas in this wave, it would be troublesome for these mechas to rebuild the energy shields later. Without saying a word, he rushed out with a cold look in his eyes. The particle blade in his hand directly pierced into the body of the dark green mecha closest to him. After all, this upgraded mecha posed the greatest threat to him. Now that they had no energy shield, he had to kill them first. Swish. The sharpness and cutting ability of the 3rd generation energy blade were several times stronger than the previous 2 generations. It was as smooth as a kitchen knife cutting tofu. It directly stabbed the opponent to the bone. However, a sudden change occurred. In Yi Yang's perception, the guy whose heart was stabbed by him was not dead. First update. Sheep? TSK, TSK, TSK. The knife stabbed into the heart, and the mecha just trembled, and then swung the knife again and slashed back at him. Yi Yang retreated instantly. His instant burst of energy was so fast that the other party didn't touch him. He rushed directly in front of a purple mecha behind him and slashed it with the photon blade, splitting it into 2 pieces from the middle. However, Yi Yang had doubts in his heart, so he made a stab and cut open his mask. His eyes narrowed. I saw the true appearance of the operators inside these mechas. It's an experimental subject. He felt a little surprised in his heart. In recent days, many experimental laboratories that are the source of destruction have been discovered across the United States. However, these experimental subjects were all failures. He doesn't have his own mind, but he won't die unless he suffers huge damage. His vitality is extremely tenacious. Even if he loses half his head, he can still continue to fight. But these mecha warriors fighting him at this time obviously have their own will. This means that not all experimental subjects fail. There is still some success rate. These successful products were directly contributed to the Kiwanis Club to serve as their super soldiers. The experiments of pre-civilizations have achieved some progress and perfection in modern times. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. This felt like an inexplicable inheritance. However, it is not just a good inheritance. Now that we have found the problem, then it's time to hunt. Yi Yang moved. He is very familiar with the performance of Liang 1 and 2. He had a rough idea of when the energy shield would be restored. He directly attacked the dark green mecha that he had just stabbed through the heart. He fought with his sword twice, and a sonic boom sounded in the sky. However, his strength, speed, and skills are superior to those of his opponent. The third sword was to cut it in half. Cut. Yi Yang waved his arm directly and cut it into 8 pieces. In this way, even with the vitality of the black-eyed experimental subjects, it is completely impossible to survive. At the same time, the other 2 dark green mechas had restored their energy shields. The other purple mechas also fled in all directions as if running for their lives. It is difficult to kill them one by one. It is really difficult to deal with more than a dozen of these mechas and annihilate them all. Yi Yang sighed. However, he stopped delaying and chased after him directly. In just 10 seconds, 3 purple mechas were chopped down into the sky again. At this time, 13 mechas came to surround Yi Yang. 8 have fallen. Don't fight with him anymore. You can't defeat him. Get back quickly. Just run back as many fights as you can. Retreat. The effects of the ion pulse were finally over. The Kiwanis instructions finally reached the ears of the remaining mecha. Finally, let us evacuate. Although these people were transformed, they all retained their consciousness. And the actual situation is different from what Yi Yang imagined. The body is transformed from a homeless man, but the will is imported from the dark warriors of the Kiwanis Club so that the body can master a large amount of knowledge and combat skills in a short period of time. After all, even if the homeless man has mastered a powerful body, he still doesn't know how to use it. Run. They had long been defeated by Yi Yang. Yi Yang is really scary. If you get too close to him, you will be affected by the pulse. It will be shattered directly. Even the energy shield is completely useless. There is no protection at all. After losing the energy shield, with Yi Yang's terrifying fighting skills, even if they were the strongest warriors trained by the source of destruction in close combat, they would not be able to defeat them at all. Not to mention, Yi Yang's speed and strength surpassed them several times. He is simply a super monster. If they were to fight to the death, none of them would be able to escape today. The many mechas that were amnesty all began to escape in all directions. Run away now. Yi Yang's eyes were cold and sharp. There are now 5 mechas left, 2 green and 3 purple. The purple ones should be able to take down 2 more, and the green ones can take out 1. But the second generation threat is much greater than the first generation one. He thought for a moment and then chased a stream of green light. He was killed right now. The source of destruction below and the American people watching the battle were dumbfounded. Especially the members of the Fountain of Destruction are completely unacceptable. How much they paid to form this encirclement and delay time. After this battle, the source of destruction was almost completely destroyed. As a result, the Kiwanis Club actually abandoned them and ran away. Although they were cursing, they were not blind and could see the fighting process just now. Yi Yang slaughtered their mechas more easily than an eagle catching chickens. It was simply a massacre. Not even a minute after they met, 8 of them were destroyed. There are only 13 in total. I originally thought it was a situation of wolves fighting tigers, but I didn't expect that in the end, it was tigers fighting among sheep. They were all desperate, and many began to doubt their purpose here. It seems everything is a foregone conclusion. As long as the fighting spirit is lost, disintegration is natural. The team quickly disintegrated, and many people wanted to evacuate quickly. The huge position was in chaos. However, the outer position had completely collapsed at this time. The Hurricane and the American forward team had arrived. The Shou sisters separated into 2 sides, and Zhu, who brought Lu Qianqian, had completely destroyed the outer evacuation point. Shou Qingxian, who had a relatively high single combat power, rushed directly to the sea and sank all the opponent's transport boats and sea support gunboats. It was difficult to escape if you wanted to retreat. The trend of the collapse of the source of destruction was set, and it was difficult to reverse. In the sky, Yi Yang's gravity field directly trapped the green mecha in front, causing its speed to drop sharply. After catching up, it was a bombardment. Even though the protective shield of the second generation mecha was much stronger than the first generation. But under the bombardment of Yi Yang's various black technologies that surpassed the second generation technology. In less than a minute, the protective shield of the second generation was blasted, and the two directly entered a close combat. Die. The one who can control this dark green mecha is the best among the best, even among the dark warriors of Tongji society. In the Middle Ages, he could at least be called a swordsman in Europe. This was the first time that Yi Yang saw a supermaster of Western swordsmanship who really fought for life and death. His level was definitely not lower than Shou Qingxian, and it was his first time fighting with Western swordsmanship. He had no experience, and within 3 or 5 moves, he did not kill the opponent. Second update. Dang. 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 The swords of both sides collided in midair. A bright light burst out. In the sky, it was like 2 streams of light, interlacing and striking each other. The people below were stunned. This scene, for ordinary people, was no different from a battle between gods. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the dark green stream of light was obviously at a disadvantage. In a few seconds, the two exchanged more than a dozen moves. The opponent's second-generation mecha left many broken marks. There was no damage on Yi Yang's mecha. How is this possible? The sword master of Tongji society felt incredible. He was one of the strongest 8 warriors in Tongji society. In the past 1 or 2,000 years, Tongji society had the means to preserve consciousness at the earliest time. But it could not keep consciousness forever, and the cost was very high. So, only those who made the greatest contribution or had the strongest force in the history of Tongji society had the opportunity to preserve their will, and their will had been in a dormant state. Until recently, the Mecha was bestowed by the Prophet, and the legendary 8 warriors were awakened one by one. Abandoning the original body, the will entered this nearly immortal combat experiment. Originally, I thought I could be invincible, at least in a one-on-one situation, unless I met one of the other 8 swordsmen. He is a super warrior who has survived from hundreds of years ago. He has mastered the strongest fighting skills, controls a terrible body born for fighting, and controls the most advanced mecha left by the previous civilization. Who else can fight? Even after he heard about Yi Yang's existence, he sneered and thought it was ridiculous. He is just an ordinary person living in a peaceful era. No matter how strong he is, how can he compare with him, the ultimate warrior, the ancient swordsman who exists for fighting and fighting all his life? It was not until he really faced Yi Yang today that he knew how terrible Yi Yang was. Strength and speed completely crushed him. Skills are only higher than his. The reason why he can survive for more than 10 moves is that the other party is not familiar with his ancient swordsmanship that has been lost for hundreds of years. But he knew that he was doomed to fail, and he probably couldn't even survive 20 moves. Before he died, he sent all of Yi Yang's combat data and mecha data back to Tongji society. This is precious information. Warn the organization that Yi Yang's body is stronger than the so-called black-eyed berserker's body, and it is many levels stronger. He is absolutely invincible in the world. In a one-on-one situation, no one can kill him. The only chance is that the remaining 7 sword masters control the strongest mecha and attack him by surprise. Maybe there is a chance of success. After holding on until all the information was sent back to Tongji Society headquarters, he finally couldn't resist Yi Yang's increasingly fierce sword moves. Swish! After a powerful upward strike, there was a gap in front of his chest. Yi Yang's other lightsaber directly penetrated the chest of the green mecha, and a fierce downward slash split it in half from the middle. A 360-degree turn of the lightsaber cut like a spiral, ending all the vitality of the mecha. Yi Yang looked at the Tongji sword master falling down. After dealing with so many enemies, it was the first time that he felt some minor troubles in the battle. I felt a determination that did not belong to this era in his attack. The Shou sisters, who came later, also watched the whole battle from a distance and commented on the opponent's attack methods. They used to be considered as the existence of roaming the international battlefield and had seen all kinds of monsters and demons. It should be said that they were well informed, but this person made them feel unfamiliar. Yes, indeed. Yi Yang nodded. He had also communicated with many opponents. Modern fighting and ancient sword masters really gave people different feelings. Information about him can only be revealed when Tongji is broken in the future. The Shou sisters nodded. The most important thing now is to get rid of all these people as soon as possible. Yi Yang looked at the team of the source of destruction below with a cold look. These people began to collapse and run away. The helicopter formation that had not yet supported them in the distance also began to flee in all directions. Obviously, Tongji's decision to let the mecha retreat was the last straw that broke the camel's back for the source of destruction. Even their master had run away, and they were still here as sandbags. Isn't that a big brain disease? Hurricane and the armed forces of the United States have arrived, let them deal with it. The Shou sisters laughed and said, and I suggest that the people of Hurricane should also be withdrawn to the periphery. Yiyang thought about it and felt that what Shou Qingxian said made sense. After all, the deal between him and the Shadow Emperor was that he would find out the information about the source of destruction, and the other party would cooperate with him to complete the hard work. In this decisive battle, he definitely played a decisive role. If the United States were to deal with just those dozen mechas, it would probably make them scalp numb and suffer heavy losses. The rest of the finishing work should indeed be done by the United States. Let Hurricane input the information of the captured prisoners into the quantum computing model and find the location of the headquarters of the source of destruction as soon as possible. Yiyang said repeatedly. The headquarters of the source of destruction is definitely a treasure trove. After destroying the black source and the corruption source, we gained benefits that we couldn't get by clearing out ordinary giants. Wealth is only one of them. There are also many information, armaments, asset groups. They are all very valuable. These highlights must be first come first served. Even if the United States asks him for dividends from these core benefits, he will not give them. However, some information can be shared. After all, the Tongji society wants to destroy the current civilized rules, and the United States is naturally in the target. Let the United States know the purpose of the Tongji society and make it a powerful ally. Yiyang did not participate in the mopping up battle of the sea, land, and air. He only ordered the people of Hurricane to disperse on the periphery to avoid letting some rats run away and harming ordinary people. And he himself came directly to the headquarters of the source of destruction. The headquarters of the source of destruction is under a lake in the United States. It is called the Ghost Lake by the local people, just like the Bermuda Triangle. No matter what kind of living person or machine enters this lake, it will disappear or malfunction inexplicably, so no one dares to explore it at all. In the desert of the West, this oasis lake suddenly appeared, which is quite a contrasting beauty. Yiyang looked at the headquarters of the source of destruction in front of him. The entrance passage has been opened. Because the siege against him this time was a last-ditch effort, the headquarters did not leave much strength at all. With the help of the Shou sisters, Hurricane easily took down the headquarters fortress under the desolate western lake. Yiyang came to the general meeting room and met the president of the source of destruction. The familiar mask and black robe. He sat at the top, but he had no breath of life. On the table in front of him, there was a bloody letter left, which was obviously left for Yiyang. First update. Squeak. Yiyang looked at the already dead president of the source of destruction sitting in front of him and opened the envelope. The beginning was a typical spiritual victory method. Although you have already hit my lair, although you have destroyed my army, although you have killed my forces, I have transferred all the information and funds in advance. You can't get anything. I am still better than you. Yiyang curled his lips, just a little regretful. After all, with his current economic scale, he really looked down on all the assets of a mere source of destruction. After all, it was only 400 to 500 billion Chinese yuan at most, and it was not an indispensable big money. If you don't get it, you don't get it. He continued to read, and the other party actually began to list the assets of the source of destruction. I guess he wanted to increase his regret. This is also a wonderful person, with a very strange behavior logic. After that, it was the usual sneaky rhetoric. And then wanted to reverse brainwash Yiyang and then blame him. Nothing new. If it was the first time To deal with the headquarters of the source organization, Yi Yang might be shocked, but he had already searched two of the source organization's nests, and he was really tired of hearing these old talk. For example, do you know what you are doing? Do you know that you have destroyed the true future of mankind? You devil! You have no idea how great Tongji is. And so on. There is really no creativity. Yi Yang turned to the end, but did not see any specific practical information. Just throw him into the lake, too. Feed the fish. Yi Yang said directly. If it was an opponent he respected, he would naturally bury him well. Just like Yu Wenjie. But this guy, he wrote a letter to disgust him before he died, and he couldn't let the other party die peacefully. But from the description of the assets he left behind, the source of destruction is indeed the largest source organization I have ever come into contact with. Yi Yang muttered. All the assets of the black source put together are not as much as half of the source of destruction. The military strength is even more incomparable. Back in the Pacific Ocean, if the outdated fleet of black source was pulled out to fight against the modern navy that source of destruction deployed in the decisive battle, it would probably not last more than a day and would be completely destroyed. They are both source organizations, but obviously their positioning and focus are different. Yi Yang muttered. Black source is probably mainly responsible for disgusting people, while the fallen source in Europe is mainly responsible for making money. The remittances to the 9 giants are all sent from the fallen source. This source of destruction is mainly engaged in destroying the world and military power. Obviously, their military power is the strongest, and they also have disaster-level projects such as the Yellowstone super volcano earthquake generator that are enough to threaten superpowers. Now, there are only the greedy source in Australia and the wrathful source in Africa. Yi Yang patted the table in front of him. The 5 major source organizations have been a disaster to the world for hundreds of years. All continents have been affected by them, and human society has suffered greatly. Now, most of them have finally been destroyed. It can be called a great achievement of historical level. After a while, a member of Hurricane reported to him. The armaments of the source of destruction were defeated too quickly, and a lot of funds and gold were not transferred out in time. At least most of them are still near the bunker. They can all be recovered within 3 days, and it is estimated that more than $400 billion of gold, cash and funds can be obtained. Yi Yang was speechless. If this news came earlier, maybe he would not rush to let his men drag the president of the source of destruction out to feed the fish. He would definitely spit in his face and send him away. The president of the source of destruction probably never thought that the front line would collapse so quickly until his death. More than a dozen mechas failed to surround and kill Yi Yang, but instead let Yi Yang be surrounded alone. Everything happened too quickly. The letter that made him mock Yi Yang also became a joke. A week passed quickly. Cleaning, clearing, recovering funds, cleaning up the wreckage, comforting family members, and other things have all been completed. The first wave of sneak attacks by the source of destruction caused the United States to suffer a lot of losses, and they were grimacing in pain. Yi Yang couldn't help laughing. He wanted to share the profits with him 50-50 every day, and he rushed to do everything, but in the end he still tasted the viciousness of the source of destruction. Now the enemy has been destroyed. Yi Yang is also preparing to return home. Before leaving, he plans to take Lu Chantian to visit New York. New York is located on the Atlantic coast. It is the largest city and the largest port in the United States, The New York metropolitan area is one of the largest metropolitan areas in the world. It is called New York and London together with London, England, and Shenzhen, China. As a metropolis, it is one of the best in the world. Standing in Times Square in New York, Yi Yang looked at the crowds and bustling streets around him. There were big billboards and high-rise buildings all around, which are one of the landmark buildings in New York. This is also the hub of the Broadway Theater District. Some people call it the crossroads of the world, and it is also one of the centers of the world's entertainment industry. From time to time, you can see internationally renowned actors and superstars appearing here. Various celebrities and tourists who come here to visit are active here. Oh my God, Yi Yang, isn't that you? Lu Qianqian looked at the largest billboard in the center of the square. It was known as the most influential billboard in the world. In terms of physical advertising space, the status of that central billboard was the pinnacle. Many celebrities were proud to be on the cover of their big screen. But today, the big screen was printed with Yi Yang's handsome photo. It said below, "Welcome the man of the times, Yi Yang, to New York." Yi Yang was speechless. This was too high profile. But this was also a way for the United States to show goodwill to him, and he would naturally not refuse. Although they paid a great price to get rid of the source of destruction this time. But without the hidden dangers of Yellowstone Mountain, and completely destroying this cancer, it is obvious that the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Many top stars in New York are waiting for Yi Yang's arrival here. The area near the square is particularly lively today. Many people are waiting for Yi Yang to appear, and the eagerness and expectation in their eyes cannot be concealed. It has to be admitted that whether Yi Yang is intentional or unintentional, in the hearts of the public, he has gradually gone from being a giant in China to a hero of the human race. Second update. After seeing Yi Yang's arrival, many American nobles came forward and held a grand welcome ceremony. But they also knew that Yi Yang was here to play with his girlfriend, so naturally they couldn't keep disturbing him. As one of the world's leading megacities, New York is naturally a paradise for wealthy people. The mansions are like clouds. There is no shortage of top-notch luxury houses. If you look for them casually, you won't find too many worth hundreds of millions of Chinese coins. In the end, Yumomo selected him an apartment mansion in Central Park, which is a prime location in New York. He bought an entire building here, with a garden and luxurious decorations. It only cost Yi Yang $300 million. The price is similar to that of Xinhuang Mansion. I have to say, it is still very cost-effective. Yi Yang stood on the top of the building, looking at the surrounding urban area, feeling a little comfortable. Now that a Wellspring organization has just been destroyed, it's a good time to go out and celebrate. But today he no longer wants to play outside. Just play at your own home. Anyway, this building is big enough, so you can travel here for a while. A $300 million mansion, with all the accompanying areas, can basically reach the level of driving a navigation system at home if this is your first time here. From the beginning of the design of this mansion, it was obvious that its target group had been well positioned. Those who could afford the super mansion on this land were at least super rich. Basically, these people had their own little fun and hobbies. Therefore, this apartment building has 2 entire floors dedicated to entertainment. The first floor focuses on static, where you can play esports to compete for hand speed, play billiards to compete for accuracy, and steam to compete for heat. Another level is focused on dynamics, with access to the smooth flow of the indoor swimming pool and a huge activity room. Yiyang thought about it and decided to play a small game developed by the maid tonight. /hide and seek. When you grow up, you will naturally be different from the hide and seek you played when you were a child. If you lose, there will be a punishment. There's no point in just us. Call the maids too. Yiyang smiled. Many luxury homes usually come with their own maid team. If there is no equipment before, the property here will be recommended to the owner, just like Momo and Yiyang recommended the housekeeping talent network. This night, there was also laughter in the apartment building. The cool version of hide and seek has existed since ancient times and has a long history. As early as the Yin and Shang dynasties, Emperor Yu Huang developed this entertainment project. Yiyang can be said to have felt the fun of the ancient emperor. When you get tired of playing hide and seek, it's natural to take a break to recharge your batteries. In this way, I spent my first night in New York. The next day, Yiyang took Lu Qianqian and the Shou sisters to experience life in New York. Enjoy a super luxurious feast with dozens or millions of meals. The attractions here are very suitable for photographers to come and travel, and there are not many things to do. Lu Qianqian complained. The more famous attractions, such as the Cooper Hewitt Museum, Bow Bridge, World Trade Center Station, Dumbo District, Statue of Liberty, Empire State Building, Times Square, etc. The architectural design is indeed more interesting, but they are all the landscape is okay for taking photos as a souvenir. If you want to have any interesting experience here, it will be difficult of course. There are also many zoological and botanical gardens and various museums. For example, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, known as one of the 4 major art museums in the world, has many exhibits, millions of exhibits, and 19 exhibition halls. Although the history of the United States is not long, there are many exhibits. Why so much, you ask? The reason is of course everyone knows. I also visited Wall Street and Holy Trinity Church, and felt the strong commercial atmosphere here. Like the Magic City, this place is positioned as a commercial and financial metropolis. What makes people feel the most is the expensive food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and the prosperity of a super city. But these are really not new to Yiyang. For example, in the so-called top restaurants in the world, a meal costs tens of thousands of dollars, and they are world-renowned. The feasts he has eaten have more salt than the chefs here. There is no need to make a special trip here just for these. After taking a cruise around Manhattan, the group walked to Chinatown. Yiyang also made a personal video for this purpose, titled, "What is it like for a Chinese to travel to the United States and eat Chinese food in Chinatown?" With his traffic, the video naturally became popular very quickly. Yi Shenhao is traveling again. I'm envious. It's a pity that I feel lonely after traveling. Ha ha ha. How is the Chinese food in Chinatown? Which one is better than the one in China? This is my dream day. After I become famous, I can take my girls around the world to travel and experience life. It is simply wonderful. Fans left extremely enthusiastic messages. Yiyang laughed. It tastes pretty good, just like pizza. The Chinese food here in the United States has been improved after adapting to the eating habits here in the United States. Different countries have different cultures, and everyone likes to eat different things. Many dishes that are relatively unpopular at home have become very popular abroad. For example, fried noodles with rice, fried dumplings with tomatoes and scrambled eggs, strawberries with mapo tofu, and so on. What seems like a meal from hell in China is surprisingly popular abroad. It's probably the same feeling as Italians can't understand why Italian pizza with pineapple is so popular in China. In the evening, it happened to be the most famous annual Shangqing Music Festival in New York, and Yi Yang took the girls to participate. The scene of the music festival was very exciting, so everyone didn't care so much. When Yi Yang showed up, the audience screamed. For a moment, I didn't know whether it was a music festival for bands or Yi Yang's personal fan meeting. The atmosphere on the scene reached a peak. This was an open-air concert, and the entire venue was nearly 100,000 people. It can be said that it was packed with people. When the organizer saw this scene, he also had a plan in mind and repeatedly invited Yi Yang to perform on stage. After Yi Yang became famous, a lot of his public information also became popular on the internet. People in the music circle certainly remembered that he could play musical instruments. Yi Yang couldn't stand the other party's enthusiasm, and finally went on stage to play a few songs. The bands were impressed. Only those in the industry could tell the level. They were all shocked. Although they knew Yi Yang could play instruments before, they never thought that Yi Yang was a world-class master. These musicians looked at Yi Yang with admiration. The live broadcast of this music festival directly set off a frenzy on the internet. The number of people in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded the number of people on the scene, and various gifts floated on the screen. Shangqing Music Festival ushered in the peak moment since its debut. First update. The organizer of Shangqing Music Festival was so happy that his mouth was full of flowers. Even if all these gifts were given to Yi Yang, it would be equivalent to a world-class advertisement. World-class advertisement, how expensive? It is not something that a small character like the organizer of a music festival can imagine. Even if he put all his hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth on the line, it would not be enough. Yi Yang didn't care much about these things. He came out to travel for fun. His identity and traffic were there. There was no point in deliberately disguising himself. He just let it go. After stepping off the stage, Lu Qianqian said with starry eyes, "Those guys treat you like a god. I didn't expect you to be proficient in so many instruments." Yi Yang laughed. "It's just a small skill, not worth mentioning. Being proficient in all kinds of instruments is a skill he acquired relatively early. He can play all kinds of instruments in the world to the highest level of human beings. Even if those world's leading figures in the field of musical instruments come out of the long river of history again, they can't play as exquisitely as he does. These bands naturally admire him very much." After the music festival, Yi Yang spent another week of wonderful vacation with Lu Qianqian in New York. Then, he sent her back to Wharton School of Business. "We'll see each other again soon." Yi Yang kissed Lu Qianqian's forehead and said with a smile, "Well." Lu Qianqian held Yi Yang's hand. After a long time of tenderness, the two separated. Yi Yang flew back to China in the F-1000. The first thing to do was to inspect and see how the three major plans were implemented. It would have taken 3 or 4 years to complete the task, but with the high-tech production lines provided by you, the boss, the deadline has been greatly shortened. The responsible persons were all delighted. Apart from anything else, just a quantum computer alone would save a lot of time. This kind of advanced and epic making scientific and technological problem would involve a lot of astronomical calculations. According to the calculation speed of traditional computers, many problems would not be solved even if it took a month. But this kind of problem, under the quantum computer, is almost a matter of seconds. Before, the construction period line was waiting for the results of the algorithm department. But now the algorithm department is urging the construction period line to work faster. Perhaps, in a few months, we can make a lot of achievements. Even now, we have achieved remarkable results. The responsible people rushed to report, and it was obvious that everyone had good news. This plan has brought together all the top giants in the world. Each giant has invested trillions, and the scale of all assets involved in these three plans is as high as tens of trillions of US dollars. The total assets of the world added together are about more than 300 trillion Chinese yuan, which means that now, 1/10 of the relevant assets of human society are operating for this matter. This is the largest project in human history, no one else. Even the second-ranked one is far from comparable to the three major plans, and it is simply not in the same dimension. After all, no one had the ability to mobilize all the giants in the world to do this before. In this world, the existence of controlling huge assets, except for Tongji society, has all been mobilized by Yang. This is a magnificent feat that exceeds the imagination of all human beings in history. Although the technological level of human beings is not high now, the power that can be erupted as a whole is extremely terrifying. It's just that the internal friction is too serious. Countless forces are fighting for each other, and it's rare to reach multi-party cooperation on a certain thing. No one can gather all the forces into one rope. If human society tries its best to do one thing, it will be very terrifying. And now, Yang has done it initially. In the past few months, countless satellites of the Star Umbrella project have rushed into space. Around the Earth, the prototype of the Star Umbrella has gradually emerged. It can definitely be completed before the end of the year. Thousands of deep-sea bases of the Qianlong project have also been built at the same time. Regardless of cost, regardless of price, dozens of giants, each giant produces deep-sea aircraft carriers like dumplings, and began to build the deep sea like locusts. With the control of deep-sea technology and the increase of deep-sea bases, human exploration of marine resources has become easier. Many unimaginable secrets and resources are excavated every day. Every day, related things rush to the headlines. What super underwater oil field was discovered somewhere on the seabed of the Pacific Ocean, and the oil reserves are expected to be many times more than those in the Middle East. According to the previous level of technology, even if it is discovered, it cannot be collected. But now it can be collected at will, because Yang has built nuclear fusion energy fields all over the world. You only need to buy patents from him and make some small profits to use the energy of nuclear fusion. In comparison, traditional energy such as oil is no longer so attractive. Nuclear fusion is equivalent to unlimited energy. As long as there is water, it can generate infinite energy. Although there is a lack of fresh water on the earth, seawater is the most, which can be said to be inexhaustible. All countries are using nuclear fusion energy to upgrade their industries. The efficiency of making things has been greatly improved. But making things requires raw materials. There are only so many resources on the land on the earth, and everyone is scrambling for resources. However, the seabed is an area that most countries have never explored. There are too many hidden and undeveloped resources. These few months can be called a carnival in the human world. Since the third technological explosion, mankind has not entered this bonus period for many years. All industries have begun to explode, and during the bonus period, everyone is getting rich. One after another. The myth of getting rich quickly reappears. The human society, which had originally fallen into stability and class lock, is once again full of unknowns. The age of discovery has begun. Jiangjing shared the deep-sea technology chain with the world. Everyone rushed to the sea with the dream of getting rich. As long as they promise and help. With the construction of deep-sea bases, they can freely explore and develop the ocean. The total wealth of human society has continued to soar in the past few months. Precious metals and antiques on the seabed, the excavation of ancient civilization ruins on the seabed, the appearance of unidentified spacecraft, the remains of prehistoric creatures. Too many legends and discoveries have emerged explosively. Various explosive events occur every day. Humanity has once again fallen into an era of carnival. All walks of life have money, wages naturally rise, and the quality of life of everyone is visibly rising. Although ocean exploration is in a period of wild growth, it has also caused countless troubles and negative things. But it is undeniable that in just half a year, human society has made crazy progress. The total amount of human wealth has soared from 300 trillion to nearly 400 trillion. How crazy is this? The accumulation of thousands of years, with the expansion of deep-sea maps to everyone, has increased the overall wealth of mankind by 1/3 in just half a year. Second update. Jiangjing looked at all this and felt quite emotional. How pitiful the human beings were before, trapped on land and fighting openly and secretly. If they could unite as one early on, they could improve their technology and various strengths with human beings as a whole. If you conquer the ocean early, there will be no ridiculous problems like resource shortages. However, the world itself is ridiculous. Simple truths are the hardest to realize, just like you understand the importance of studying hard, but you will never really study hard without a reason. The madness of the times continues. The sudden leap brought about by this technological explosion will take many years to digest the dividends of the times. Because of these fundamental technologies that made them rich. Deep Sea Technology Company. It was provided by Jiangjing. In the past 6 months, Jiangjing has directly become the god in everyone's heart. Especially those who take this opportunity to make a fortune are grateful for his gift. His face value has skyrocketed during this period of time. Every time, the face value increases by tens of millions. Making them rich will gain more face value than saving their lives. Jiangjing was speechless and smiled helplessly. This proves that in today's world, many people value money more than their own lives. There is a big reshuffle everywhere. Ordinary people who were either depressed or content with the status quo finally see a way to get rich. Naturally, everything will not be as usual. After all, carnival always comes with song and blood. Without Jiangjing's participation, this change in the times would have been divided among the many giants who already occupied the world's greatest interests. But he has realized that if humans want to go to the stars in the future, they must adapt to seeing themselves as a whole. Therefore, he tried his best to provide everyone with a fair opportunity to share the marine technology chain technology with the world, and to provide entrepreneurial funds or exploration funds to ordinary people who agreed to participate in the construction of marine bases. The few months have gone by in the blink of an eye, and the end of the year has quickly come to an end. Yang received exciting news. The Star Umbrella project is coming to an end. The rocket carrying the last 3 Umbrella project satellites will be launched from the Linquan Launch Center in China at noon today. The person in charge of the project invited him to attend the ceremony to witness the completion of the last link of this grand plan, soon. Yang came to Linquan Launch Center. Look at the silo in front of you. The rocket inside is loaded with the last 3 satellites. After they are launched, they can complete the umbrella plan. This is the first time in human history that an overall project in outer space has been successful. Witnessing this moment was not only Yang and the staff, but also the international audience regarding this relationship. Although they don't know the specific content of the Star Umbrella project, they all know that it is a huge project with great significance. 3, 2, 1, take off. As the rocket took off, there was also a craze in the live broadcast room. The rocket took off and the last 3 parachutes returned to their positions. Nowadays, all recyclable rockets are used, so no resources are wasted. In the outer space of the Earth, 108,000 satellites bloom like giant spherical umbrellas. 10 Luenio space carriers float in it as the base point. Now, there are only 4 core basic points missing. Once completed, it will be a perfect star umbrella. I think everyone is also looking forward to what is needed to fill these last 4 basic points. After all, not even the Luan space carrier is stationed in them. Yang stood up. Everyone is waiting for what happens next. They are also looking forward to it. Could it be that Yang is going to use his ultimate move again? The space carrier is amazing enough. Could it be that he has something even more outrageous? What kind of existence does that have to be? Yang paused for a moment, and then solemnly announced, I now officially announce to the world that China's Nanchunman plan has been successful. Ouch. There really is a Nanchunman plan. When I saw the Luan bird taking off, I knew that the Nanchunman plan must exist. Yes, there is actually a Nanchunman plan. It's really exciting. Moreover, it has been officially announced as a success. Doesn't that mean that we now have a battle fortress? Where? How big? At least bigger than a Luan bird, right? I think so too. China is so powerful, isn't it? The Luan bird space carrier has just been launched, and now even the space fortress is coming out. It's so shocking. Everyone on the internet is lamenting, but the monarchs of various countries cannot sit still. After all, if there is a Luan bird, they will have to chase it for who knows how many years if this so-called space fortress goes to heaven. Doesn't that mean that there is really no chance of them turning around in the future? Doesn't that mean that China will firmly establish its position as the absolute #1 powerhouse in the future? They were all trembling. After all, strong power is scary, and too much power makes people powerless. Finally, this day has come. Originally, they had a hunch. After all, China's recent development was too rapid, as if it suddenly came into contact with an alien civilization and was helped by its technology. Technology has exploded. Nuclear fusion, quantum fusion, etc., are constantly appearing. Now, we have finally come to the end. They cannot raise the ambition to catch up, and can only feel the moment of powerlessness. Headquarters of the Kiwanis Club. Everyone felt tremendous pressure. The concept of a space fortress is much more powerful than an aerospace aircraft carrier. Doesn't this mean that Yang really has the power to overwhelm the world? Even if they use all their cards, they may not be able to intimidate him anymore. He must be stopped. Promote all public opinion and use all energy to prevent them from taking off. The Kiwanis Club passed down the order, and all the forces affected by them in the world responded. Kiwanis Club somewhere. The prophet's light and shadow sat alone in the dark dungeon. No one is approaching here, only his dark shadow exists. There are closed spaces on all sides, devoid of life and fresh air for thousands of years. The light and shadow that single-handedly created the Kiwanis Club raised its head and looked at the message on the big screen. In front of him, his eyes deepening. Yi Yang. He sighed. Even the glorious pre-civilizations did not achieve this step. On the eve of the destruction of previous civilizations, no so-called space fortress was built, only some minimal interstellar spacecraft. With low speed. He knew very well that the time it would take for that kind of spacecraft to fly out of the solar system would be measured in years, so the possibility of successful immigration was too low. At least the trip to Mars now seems to have been a complete failure. First update. Even Mars, which has the greatest hope, has failed, let alone finding a colonized planet in the vast space. He muttered to himself. This sentence echoed in the empty sealed space. How sad. He may be the only will left in the world by the previous civilization. He is the remnant soul of the last era, wandering alone in this era, trying to ignite the flame of the last era. It's a pity that it seems that everything is not going well. He looked at the high-spirited young man on the screen. This Yi Yang was beyond his understanding. He was just an experimental subject successfully transformed by the previous civilization, sealed in the basement, looking forward to reigniting the torch of civilization after the Great Selection. But the Great Selection is so cruel and terrible. Among all the sealed wills, only he miraculously woke up after countless tens of thousands of years. Perhaps there were others who woke up before, but if there were, it was obvious that they all failed. Only after he woke up, a new round of civilization evolution began again. He saw the human beings today. The Tongji Society he founded developed 5 major source organizations, constantly weaving his huge plan. A plan that can subvert the world. In order to deal with the Great Selection, the former civilization proposed many coping methods, mobilized the most energy, and the one with the greatest hope was the ultimate heart of wisdom. As long as it is found, everything can be changed. He murmured. He has also come up with his own plans over the years, but most of his energy has been spent on finding the ultimate heart of wisdom. More than 2,000 years of hard work. He has mastered the terrorist forces in every corner of the world, but he has not found it. Perhaps the road to the ultimate heart of wisdom has also failed, and the heart of wisdom has never been built. Or perhaps the ultimate heart of wisdom chose him. He looked at the young man on the screen and didn't understand at all. Ultimate heart of wisdom is the greatest creation of the former civilization, and it is the greatest vitality under the Great Selection, against the rules of the universe. Why didn't they choose him, but chose a human being from another civilization? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The most urgent task is to do everything possible to stop the launch of the Nantianmen Space Fortress. Once this thing goes up, many of their trump cards over the years will be useless. They were strangled before they even started. This is impossible for him to accept. Yi Yang's announcement was too sudden. Tongji Society was creating public opinion, but it would take a long time for public opinion to take shape. They could only Expose the African source of anger that is closest to China and launch all kinetic weapons to the Jiuzhou industrial base. And sent mechas to go there. Now Yiyang is at the Lingquan launch base. If they fight for time difference, they have a chance to shoot down the space fortress before it takes off. The final game has begun. The news of the launch of kinetic weapons and the launch of Tongji Society's mechas soon spread to the world network and was spread wildly by everyone. Tongji Society is about to break up. In the final battle of the source of destruction in the United States, they have no scruples. Their existence has almost been completely exposed. The United States, China, and other countries have already stated their positions in this war, and other countries have naturally made clear their attitudes towards Tongji Society. So now they are too lazy to pretend anymore. The monarchs of various countries are watching secretly with mixed feelings. Although they don't like Tongji Society, in their opinion, Tongji Society is just a rat in the gutter and can't endanger their ultimate interests at all. But once Yiyang Space Fortress really goes to the sky, they will live forever under Yiyang's shadow. This is something they absolutely don't want to accept. So they all look forward to the power of Tongji Society to shoot down Yiyang Space Fortress. All the giants think so too. After all, the star umbrella is now in place, with new magnetic flux technology, and the magnetic force is 10 times stronger than before. At least it can ensure that tens of millions of humans survive. For them, this is enough. They don't want to see the space fortress suppress and encrypt the protective network. It doesn't make any difference to them to save tens of millions of people. After weighing the pros and cons, they hope that Yiyang will lose. Most of the giants are looking forward to it. However, such expectations obviously have no practical effect. All high-energy missiles and long-range kinetic weapons were intercepted by the Chinese interception system. In this vast land, no weapon can cross thousands of kilometers without being shot down. If the target is on the edge, there may be some possibility. Mecha is our ultimate expectation, and the others are just a trick. Now, only Mecha can effectively strike the target. Tongji Society and many giants and monarchs are paying attention. The mecha flew very fast and soon arrived at the location of Jiuzhou military industry. They are the first people in the world to see the true appearance of the space fortress, except for Jiuzhou military industry and relevant persons in charge. Is this the Chinese space fortress? This is too big, right? These dark warriors of Tongji Society were all stunned. In front of them, the behemoth made of Liang alloy had a chassis of 4 kilometers and a height of more than 1 kilometer. It was a terrifying metal mountain floating above the plains. This shocking feeling made everyone dumbfounded and shocked by the miracle. You know, the highest point of the Himalayas is only 8 or 9 kilometers. Imagine a behemoth with a chassis length of half the height of the Himalayas and a height of more than 1,000 meters. A real fortress. Counting the height superimposed area, the unfolded area is much larger than some towns. This. Everyone was dumbfounded when looking at the scene in front of them. Before they could attack, the whole space fortress shook, as if infinite and terrifying energy was stimulated. A huge field expanded from its body, instantly enveloped these mechas. Originally, the advent of the space fortress would take at least 3 to 5 years. But the golden age of navigation during this period brought too many resources and wealth. Yuan birds were made like dumplings. In addition, Yi Yang's face value skyrocketed, and he exchanged for a lot of new black technologies, which increased the research and development speed exponentially. This incredibly large existence was created in front of him. Anti-gravity field, gravity superposition field, designated field. Field energy technology. 3 major technologies are superimposed. Instantly, the billions of dense gravity-bearing force that was lifted into the air was superimposed on the mecha team that came. Instantly, these shadow warriors felt the terrifying pressure of being crushed. Second update. How could this happen? The Tongji Association's mecha warriors who came here all felt a sense of despair. The offensive power of the Nanchaman fortress is obviously much stronger than they imagined. Yes, a divine weapon that can guard a piece of space, how weak can it be? They underestimated the name of the space fortress. However, they also knew that the Tongji Association had no other choice. After all, the mecha is already the Tongji Association's greatest combat power now. There is no combat power stronger than the mecha, and it is necessary to prevent the Nanchaman from taking off. So, this scene is almost inevitable. They no longer have any other ideas. Because their bodies have been completely crushed into meat patties by this terrifying pressure. Although the material of the mecha on them is very strong, it has been too long after all. So many tens of thousands of years have passed. Plus this terrifying gravity. It is impossible to defend at all. However, by the time they understood this, it was too late. The mechas were instantly crushed into metal pancakes, and their bodies were shattered into countless pieces, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Bang, bang, bang. All the mechas that escaped that day were destroyed in this terrifying gravity field. In an instant, such a powerful mecha team, including 2 second-generation mechas, it was destroyed under the terrifying Nanchaman space fortress. This scene, under Yi Yang's instruction, it was directly broadcast to the world. At this moment, everyone's scalp exploded. After all, these are not a few ordinary people, but super mechas. When Yi Yang first showed the Liang mecha to the world, the sense of oppression was still fresh in his memory. Everyone knew that this would be a terrifying weapon that would dominate the world in the future. At least it could rule the world for decades like an aircraft carrier. But, in just 1 year, everything changed. Facts have proved that even a super mecha that can fight against an aircraft carrier fleet is just a trivial bug in front of the Nanchaman space fortress. The team was wiped out in an instant. This is too strong. Did you see any attack? It felt like the space fortress shook all over, the air vibrated, and then these mechas were crushed into discus and blood mist. It was like an elephant shook its body casually, and it killed a few mice on its body. Is it so exaggerated? If it weren't for such a powerful force, it really couldn't sit on the 4 star eyes of the star umbrella. Speaking of this, the star umbrella has 4 star eyes. Someone reacted and said, in horror, Mr. Yi said that today the star umbrella will be fully perfected, doesn't that mean? When they realized what this meant, everyone widened their eyes and couldn't believe what they thought. Yi Yang smiled slightly and said lightly, yes, just as you imagined, we not only built the south gate of heaven, but also built the other 3 gates at the same time. The ultimate of this project is actually called the Heavenly Palace Plan. Chinese legend. Mythical. Heavenly Palace. The 4 gates of heaven are not just the south gate of heaven. At the same time, in the other 3 places in the world, There are also 3 super space fortresses rising from the ground. And the places where they rise are the bunkers, before the black source, the source of destruction, and the source of corruption. Yi Yang actually used these 3 bunkers to conceal the truth and secretly built 3 space fortresses, really leaving no way for people to live. Such a terrifying thing, one is enough to make people breathless, and there are 4 of them. It really sits in the 4 directions of space, and no one can shake its position. Not bad. It's really terrible. There are actually 4. There are all kinds of exclamations in the world. Everyone was stunned. The members of the Tongji Society were so angry that they smashed the table. This Yi Yang is simply killing people and destroying their hearts. This is the biggest humiliation for us. They all roared. After all, the 3 source bunkers cost them countless resources and energy to build, but now they have become a means for Yi Yang to cover up the truth and directly build 3 space fortresses. Yi Yang shook his head. He never thought about covering up the truth. It was just to build these 4 space fortresses, which was more convenient when they were launched to guard the star eyes. Who made you so slow to react that you only know now that I built space fortresses in these fortresses? He rolled his eyes in his heart. These guys are really too good at imagining. Soon, the 4 fortresses soared into the sky and came directly into space, guarding the 4-star eyes in the synchronous orbit just above the equator. 108,000 satellites, 10 Luan bird space motherships, and 4 space fortresses. Together, they formed a perfect star umbrella. The completion of the star umbrella plan will be equivalent to about 1/10 of the geomagnetic effect. Even if the geomagnetic field disappears completely, at least some safe zones can be created to ensure that at least 100 million people survive. Everyone was relieved when they saw the completion of the star umbrella project. At least, mankind will not be completely destroyed by geomagnetic reversal. This is absolutely certain. In recent months, various disasters have occurred more and more frequently around the world, and the end of the world has been foreshadowed. The phenomenon of geomagnetic retreat has become more and more obvious. Many places have experienced large-scale power outages at the city or even regional level due to small outbreaks of solar storms. There have been countless discussions among the people. Various speculations have come one after another, and many people have guessed some facts. The pressure on the monarchs of various countries is very high. After all, these discussions are putting pressure on them to explain what has happened in recent months. They are all thinking about whether to tell the truth. Now that they have the star umbrella, at least they can guarantee that mankind will not be completely destroyed in the geomagnetic reversal. They also have some confidence, and even if they confront the people of the world, they have something to say. Yi Yang is full of accomplishment. This is the first time in human history that the overall transformation of the Earth's space has been carried out. The headquarters of the Tongji Society. It was gloomy. All the members of parliament were silent. Failed very quickly. How could he be so strong? The final weapon given by the prophet also seemed so fragile in front of that space fortress. It has to be said that everyone felt a sense of powerlessness. I think we can't beat him by playing dirty tricks, so why not just have a final showdown with him? What can we use to fight? We don't even have a mecha anymore. Just when the counselors were gloomy, a light and shadow slowly appeared. First update. The prophet The prophet has not appeared many times in the history of Tongji society. Sometimes he may appear only once every 10 or 20 years. He only appears when Tongji society is in the most danger and needs guidance the most. And every time he solves the problem just right. So, they were all excited about the appearance of the prophet last time. They believed that the Mecca given by the prophet would definitely be able to deal with Yi Yang, but now it seems that the prophet has failed for the first time in a long history. This has shaken their belief in the divinity of the prophet, which is fatal. However, the only straw they can grasp now is the prophet. To be able to sit in this position, they have already completely betrayed the current civilization and done too many things that cannot be turned back. In addition to believing that the prophet can deal with everything, they have nothing else to do. I officially announce that the work of Tongji society has entered the final stage. The prophet looked at all the members of parliament, sitting on the high seat in the center, and said, in a flat voice, "The final stage." All the members of parliament were excited. Finally, they don't have to hide anymore. Are we finally entering the final showdown? But prophet, we don't have any weapons that can compete with Yi Yang now. Yes. If we tear our faces apart now, we can't fight him. All the members said repeatedly. We already have it, don't we? The prophet said lightly, his eyes swept over the members and disappeared. Prophet. All the members felt a little confused. Already have it. This sentence is a bit too ambiguous. They all frowned. Just when they were about to raise doubts. Boom. The sound of the stone wall opening reached everyone's ears. The members looked at the place where the sound came from in doubt. There was a stone door there. The stone door slowly opened, raising dust, as if it had not been opened for thousands of years. Everyone looked at the figure emitting cold air, in doubt. They opened their mouths in disbelief. Even if the Mecca team was completely destroyed, these counselors did not have such difficulty controlling their expressions, but now, they all stood up, their eyes were full of unbelievable shock. Not light and shadow, but a real person. He stood there. The whole body was shrouded in a black and gold robe, with blood-colored lines crisscrossing on it, even crawling onto his face. But that face was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart since joining the Kiwanis Club. He is the prophet. The prophet's body. The prophet scanned the venue, looked at the shocked counselors, nodded slowly, and said in a low and powerful voice, "I am the prophet Elixis, returning in the final stage with my true body to guide you, my children." Relying on the freezing technology, he can choose to regain consciousness every once in a while. So, it seems that he has existed for 2,000 years, but in fact, the time he was conscious in these 2,000 years added up to less than 30 years. When he was sealed, he was 30 years old. Now, his consciousness has aged only to the extent of 60 years. And his body has been frozen and sealed, and has never produced ice. Except for the first 10 years when Tongji Club was established, his body has never aged. So his body still maintains the vitality of youth and strength. Now, the second true body has been born. He can no longer seal himself. Of course, there is no need to seal himself. The cause of Tongji Club has come to the final stage, and success or failure depends on this. If he succeeds, he will complete the mission of the prophet and restart the former civilization. If he fails, there is no point in sealing it anymore. Because he means that perhaps this round of civilization has completely failed, or that Yi Yang has led this round of civilization to break through the civilization limiter of great selection. That kind of ending seems to be good. He does not dislike that kind of ending. The premise is that after he fails, he is the last remaining soul of the former civilization. In addition to rekindling the fire of the former civilization, the biggest wish left is to witness that a civilization can pass the great selection. His eyes were kind and ambitious. This contradiction was perfectly combined in him. Everyone who saw him felt a sense of strangeness, that kind of eyes, which were definitely not possessed by humans. At least, it was so different from all the eyes they had seen in their lives. Alexis slowly walked to the main seat and sat down. All the counselors looked at him with fiery eyes. This is true. This person walked out of myths, walked out of history books, and walked out of the mist of Freemasonry. A face that runs through 2,000 years of history. An intelligent creature that has existed for more than 2,000 years. Don't panic, everyone. Next, I will tell you something, and also give you some guidance. I think the first thing we should do is to evacuate the members of the source of anger in Africa. A counselor suggested. The prophet glanced at him and said, no, not only should we not evacuate, but we should also completely integrate into the local community. Many members of parliament were stunned for a moment, and then they all realized it and immediately went down to notify them. Africa. Yi Yang looked at the Hurricane Ace agents in front of him. The 8 agents were all wearing upgraded versions of the Sun 2 mecha. Everything has been exponentially growing in the past few months, and it is a period of wild growth. Even 3 space fortresses have been built in succession, not to mention the mature and light product of the Sun 2, which costs only a few billion. Now the Hurricane Ace agents have been fully equipped. As for the Sun 3, it has not been rebuilt. After all, the cost of one aircraft is 80 billion, and the cost-effectiveness of rebuilding is not high. We have already located all the launch bases of the source of anger in Africa. We immediately used the airspace aircraft carrier to strike the ground and instantly destroyed all the weapon bases. Through the construction of the quantum information model of the base, we have found out all the bases of the source of anger and cleared them out. All this happened within one day. Even if Tongji Association has responded as quickly as possible, it is still not as fast as the 3-dimensional attack of Luanio aircraft carrier and Tianmen fortress. The launch base in Africa has just been exposed, and Luanio's attack has arrived. Evacuate? Not possible. Second update. Today's goal is to remove all the bases of the source of rage. Yi Yang announced. Many of the bases of Wrath Source have begun to evacuate and have merged into the surrounding tribes or countries, making them completely invisible. Africa is very chaotic, and many places are still very backward, with no internet or roads. In such a vast and primitive land, it is difficult to find a group of rats that are deliberately avoiding it. This kind of constant escape is coupled with the chaotic real environment. Even the predictions made by the big data model cannot be accurate. With every hour that passes, the presumed success rate drops dramatically. They must capture as many members of the Fountain of Fury as possible before the success rate is completely reduced. The ordinary members of Hurricane have all cast their nets into the African land. Yi Yang led the Ace agents to the headquarters of the Source of Rage. There is no one here. Even the MPs are running away. This is the first time he has seen a source running away so resolutely and cleanly. A true source of Africa's fury. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. Originally, we planned to let a few ace agents become familiar with the performance of the mecha and engage in actual combat. As a result, without wasting a shot or a bullet, they directly occupied the bunker where the anger originated. It's only been 1 day since the incident, right? This is running too fast. Except for some documents that were burned, most of the funds remained in the accounts and had no time to be transferred. Gold, jewelry, and cash were all taken away by their members. But those wearing gold and silver are easier to catch. Yi Yang is not worried. Well, boss, counting all the funds and assets, there are only $50 billion. Shou Qingxian said. Dumbfounded. Yi Yang shrugged, which was expected. Africa is indeed relatively poor, and there is little to gain. The black source was previously located in Asia, with a capital of $300 billion. Previously, Black Source was the poorest among the several source organizations, but now it seems that Wrathful Source has refreshed Black Source's record. Kicked him off the poorest list and replaced him. They are also willing to give up. They have basically abandoned all weapons and funds, as if they have given up everything. Xiao Xiaozhu muttered, I don't think it will be that simple. They must be planning something. Yi Yang sneered, what else could it be? This is preparing to preserve our vitality and start to tear ourselves apart to ensure our right to speak. If he estimates well. In the next wave, Kiwanis will spread doomsday theories and create chaos. If all their people die, who will help them spread it? The internet cannot cover the land of Africa. On this land, leaving a living force is the best choice. Well, I think the boss's guess is reasonable. A group of ace bodyguards also felt that Yi Yang's statement should be the truth. Now 4 of the 5 major sources have been destroyed. Although most of the members of the Fountain of Fury survived, the structure had been shattered, and the funds and weapons had been confiscated, making it difficult to reunite. They were basically in a dying state, with only their mouths left to move. The Kiwanis Club has nothing left to do. There is no other choice but to break up and start the final stage of the decisive battle. The hidden power of the Kiwanis Association is too deep and too strong. If they had tried their best to deal with me from the beginning, I might not be able to survive until now. Yi Yang teased. It's a pity that there is no if. Now all that's left is Australia's source of greed. Yi Yang ordered, after the Chinese New Year, I will devote all my strength to Australia. I must break off his last finger. Yes. The person in charge of the hurricane looked serious. Yi Yang smiled, and now, let's go home and have a good new year. Nowadays, China is rising strongly, and its culture has naturally had a profound impact. This year, the Chinese Spring Festival has begun to take the world by storm. All countries have begun to celebrate the Chinese Spring Festival. Just like many young people in China like to celebrate Christmas. On New Year's Eve, Yi Yang plans to go back to Ye's hometown with his parents and sister. He looked at Ye's old village vaguely visible in the distance and felt a little emotional. After wandering around the world for the past year, it was his hometown, and this was the first time he came back this year. Previously, he invested in building a top-grade hospital in his hometown. After that, my hometown began to develop rapidly. As his fame grew, Huaxia Jiuzhou University was built, and his investment in Ji Province began to bear fruit. The economy of Ji Province has long been different from what it used to be. His hometown was also prosperous at this time. The village of the Yi family has become a super modern village, with various luxury cars, villas, and top schools from primary school to high school. Calling it a village is a bit wrong. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it a high-end town. The land first-class cabin was speeding on the newly built wide road in Yetsuan. Shou was driving in front. Yi Yang and his parents were chatting in the back. Everyone in the Yi family gathered at the entrance of the village, and everyone in the town came out to watch from a distance. For no other reason than because, today, Yi Yang, the pillar of mankind, who emerged from the Yi family, the proud and illustrious giant of the Yi family, who stands at the pinnacle of mankind, returned to his hometown. The elders in the village are looking forward to it. The children have bright eyes, looking forward to this brother of the same race who lives in legends and hot searches. "I'm coming," someone said. In the distance, the land first-class cabin galloped and stopped at the entrance of the village. Yi Yang got out of the car with his parents and sister. Su Shirley and Yi Shanting were a little embarrassed when they looked at the relatives greeting them in front. "Grandpa, why did you come out with me? You are over 90 years old, so you still have to pay attention to rest and recuperation." Yi Yang stepped forward and supported the leader of the old man. "You have cured all my illnesses. You have been here for a year and a half and you are finally coming back. Can I come to the entrance of the village to have a look?" Grandpa smiled extremely happily. He has lived in the village for more than 90 years. The Yi family has now soared into the sky. They can even see those nephews and nephews who went to other places in the early years come back to celebrate the new year. It is all thanks to Yi Yang. How can you not be happy? In the early years, the economy of Jilin province turned from its peak to decline, and the northeast became lonely. Even some family members can only go south to find opportunities to make money. But now everything has changed. Even Yi Village has become a model village famous throughout China. Many nephews and nephews who went south have also come back to find jobs, and they can get together with these old people during the new year. For young people, if they have a choice, who would be willing to leave their hometown? For the elderly, when they get old, during the Chinese New Year, don't they just want to have a family full of children and grandchildren and enjoy family happiness? Because of Yi Yang's existence, everything has really changed too much. All these things made the old people in the village sigh with emotion, and they felt extremely grateful for Yi Yang, the younger generation. "Cousin Yi Yang, I see you on TV and hot search lists every day. You are much more handsome in person than on TV." The little boy with a tough head said crisply. "Is it?" Yi Yang smiled and patted the little boy on the head. Seeing the changes in his hometown, he felt very emotional. First update. Cultivate oneself, manage the family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. It is the lifelong belief of the ancient gentleman. It is also the romance in the hearts of Chinese men. Anyone who sees his hometown become glorious because of himself and returns home in glory will feel happy and excited from the depths of his blood. Even though he has become a pillar of mankind now, he is still not immune to the customs. "Let's go to the village first," the great-grandfather said. He has the highest seniority in the village, and everyone cheered and responded. All kinds of firecrackers rang. Instantly, there was a strong New Year atmosphere. Yi Yang was surrounded by stars and sat in the middle. He had experienced many big scenes, so this was naturally nothing. However, being surrounded by relatives and family members in the middle is always different from being surrounded by outsiders outside. Soon, all kinds of delicacies were passed up. However, Yang found that in addition to fine wines, there were still a few traditional rural dishes on each table. This is to remind our family members not to forget their roots. The great grandfather knocked on the leaf cigarette and said in a deep voice, "It's a good thing to take off, but we must always be down to earth. Alas, I am really afraid that Yang, you have helped us family members live a good life, but these people in the family can't teach children well. If there are a few playboys in the future, then they will hurt your reputation in turn. Wouldn't that be repaying kindness with enmity? This kind of thing can happen in other families, but it is absolutely not allowed to happen in our Yi family." Yi Yang nodded, and the great-grandfather was also well-intentioned. He rose very quickly, and the Yi family followed him, and their wealth soared very quickly. When people have money, their mentality will inevitably change. Even if you just got the system, there will be all kinds of fluctuations. But he himself has a very bottom line, otherwise there are too many things he can do after he has money. There are only things you can't think of, and there are no things that don't exist in this world. If you can still be a person after getting rich, you have surpassed the character of many people. After all, everyone has a dark side of psychology. This is also the reason why many wealthy people like to show off and why the second generation of rich people like to go out and slap others in the face. He doesn't want to see this happen to his younger generation, but he hasn't heard of such a thing happening in the past 2 years. Now it seems that it was the great-grandfather who taught him well. He saved him a lot of trouble. Yi Shou looked at Yi Yang, who was surrounded in the center, and smiled self-deprecatingly in his heart. Thinking about the great-grandfather's birthday, he, as the best of the younger generation, was thinking about competing with Yi Yang to see whose gift was more valuable. Who would have thought that Yi Yang turned out to be a world-class top crocodile? Thinking about his own thoughts at that time, he couldn't help laughing. Not to mention him at that time, even if the son of the Shadow Emperor of the United States. No, the Shadow Emperor came in person, he couldn't compare with him. However, he had long been relieved about this matter. There is no comparison at all, so naturally, there is no desire to compare. At night, everyone sang and danced, and there were bursts of firecrackers outside. A large plate of celery and pork, sauerkraut and pork dumplings with beer peanuts, dipped in soy sauce and minced garlic. More delicious than delicious food. Smiles were on everyone's face. Tonight was the happiest New Year that Yi Yang had had in all these years. As for the Spring Festival Gala, the old man and the old lady didn't like to watch it, so they just turned on the TV and put it next to them to listen. "Hey, it's New Year's Day, let's go back with you. Right?" Shou Qingxian and Shou Shaozhu drank a lot of beer and looked drunk. "Boss, why don't we be promoted to boss's wife directly? Anyway, we are orphans and don't have our own home to go back to during the New Year, don't you think?" Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You two are drunk, go to bed quickly." "I'm not drunk," Shou Qingxian burped, 3 more bowls. "I'll accompany you to the end." "I won't sleep until the boss is drunk, I'm the boss's little baby," Shou Shaozhu also said repeatedly. When have they ever had such a lively and New Year's Day before? Today, they were also a little upset by the atmosphere, otherwise, with their bodyguard instincts, they would not be drunk. "I want a home," Shou Qingxian started a tune. "Oh, you're singing. Out of tune. You sang the wrong lyrics. Shou took over the breath and sang freely, I want a home, a place that doesn't need to be gorgeous. When I'm tired, I'll think of it, I want a home. A place that doesn't need to be big. When I'm frightened, I won't be afraid. Who doesn't want a home? But some people don't have it. Yi Yang hugged the two girls and listened to them singing. The two girls sang very enthusiastically at the beginning, but they began to snore and fell asleep in the end. He put the two on the bed, covered them with a quilt, and looked deep. Now that the end of the world is approaching, and the Tongji society is still in chaos, he will definitely not choose to set the tone for family affairs. At this time, stretched. Oh, I'm drunk, it's good to be drunk. As soon as he went out, he bumped into his sister. Oh brother, Yi Shaozi laughed, are both sisters asleep? Yeah. Yi Yang looked at her strangely, you haven't slept yet. I don't want to sleep. Yi Shaozi smiled, the little brothers and sisters are so cute, it's like rubbing their faces for fun. Yi Yang silently nodded Yi Shaozi's forehead, okay, you have to get up tomorrow morning to pay New Year's greetings to your uncles, so go get some rest early. Oh. Yi Shaozi pouted, you stinky old man, just be careful. Well. Yi Yang was lying on the bed, looking at the moon outside the window. He was very happy tonight. Although there is no too extravagant glitz, and there are no beauties like clouds, this kind of simple beauty often goes straight to the soul. If the Kiwanis Club wants to destroy all of this, it will have to destroy you first. Yi Yang's eyes were cold and sharp. In order to protect the beauty of myself, and to protect the beauty of all families, even if the sun explodes, he still has to give humanity a glimmer of hope. The big screening. I want to see what you are like, he said silently. No matter how disgusting the Kiwanis Club is, it is still a civil strife among human beings, and everything is understandable. But the great screening is the unknown, and most frightening. It's definitely more than just a magnetic pole flip. Yi Yang thought, no matter what, he had made all preparations as much as possible. Besides, after this New Year, it should be time to officially fight the Kiwanis Club. Second update. New Year's Day. Yi Yang and Yi Shaozi walked through the streets and began to pay New Year greetings. Although he has a high status, the seniority cannot be messed up. He can't let his uncle come to pay New Year's greetings to him, right? He just walked around. Then I received a call from Hurricane. Boss, it's begun. New. Yi Yang nodded, and after saying goodbye to his parents and sister, he prepared to return to the Magic City. Leaving so early? Su surely looked at her son with some reluctance. Xiaoyang must have something big going on. We need to prioritize our family, our country, and our world. Yi Xianting patted Su Shirley on the back and said, well, don't work too late at work, and pay attention to your health. Su Shirley instructed. The Shou sisters on the side chuckled, too hasty. What kind of work can tire out the Hulk? Soon, everyone returned to the Magic City. The public opinion organizations and hurricanes under Yi Yang's name are already busy. Early this morning, various posts and evidence about the end of the world were forwarded on the internet. What experts have revealed, secret conversations among members of Congress are circulating, secret data from scientific laboratories. All kinds of news make everyone feel frightened. The geomagnetic reversal. The solar storm is coming, are we going to be destroyed? It's really scary. I asked you why there are always large-scale power outages in cities recently. It turns out it's because of this. In addition, various disasters have recently occurred intensively. There have been rumors on the internet for a long time. It is said that the end of the world is coming. It is indeed the case. Could it be someone with ulterior motives, causing chaos? It's possible that the world has been destroyed at every turn in recent years. In fact, it's just to make us panic. And then hoard supplies and dump their backlog of goods. Even if the end of the world is really the end of the world, it's just like the story of crying wolf. Everyone thinks it's the end of the world. Fake. I don't think it's fake. This time is obviously different from the previous situation. These data are real experimental data. There are also many very influential people who have come out to support this statement. And in the past year or two, various natural disasters have indeed suddenly increased. Various disasters have come one after another, including earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis and typhoons, wildfires and regional super high temperatures, abnormal snowstorms, frequent solar storms leading to large-scale power outages. It's terrifying to think about it. I have to believe it. These rumors also say that the recent vigorous development of space technology is just so that when the end of the world comes, those with power and money can escape in spaceships and leave us to die. We were so stupid before. It's so stupid to compliment others. Your statement is a bit nonsense. I don't believe it anyway. I still believe Mr. Yi. I believe in Mr. Yi. But I don't believe in those other financial giants and those capital giants. Who knows what they are thinking? That's right, that's right. There are various opinions on the internet. The discussion is extremely fierce, and forums and apps from all parties are hotly searched. After all, this is something that no country wants to see. Exposing the end of the world in advance will inevitably lead to world chaos and human unrest. But once something spreads, it becomes difficult to suppress it. Too many people know this news. The Kiwanis Club is also using huge power behind the scenes to propagandize, and their lurking members in Australia and Africa are coming out to speak out and spread this kind of rhetoric. I can't hold it down at all. Moreover, the more suppressed it is, the angrier and more unacceptable the people discussing it become. At the end of the day, basically everyone knew about it. Various unstable factors have begun to emerge. $0 shopping activities have begun to increase significantly in Europe and the United States. Supplies in supermarkets have been sold out in an instant. Many people began to buy tools and wanted to build underground shelters for themselves. Some excited people smashed their computers while at work, and then rushed to the street, drinking beer and cursing. Damn, I'm so tired. I'm going to die before I can make some money and enjoy life. This is not fair. The number of consumers in discos, bars, and other places has increased significantly. Various criminal activities are also occurring one after another. As China has the best security, most people are still in the stage of talking, and the influence of the Tongji Association cannot penetrate, so it is basically relatively safe. It would not have been so fast in the first place, but the Tongji Association's various operations and propaganda behind the scenes accelerated this chaotic process at an extremely fast pace. Their powers hidden in each layer began to work together. Now all continents are in chaos. Many mentally fragile people have jumped directly from the building because of this. What should we do? Nowadays, suppression is obviously unrealistic. There are some things that cannot be suppressed. But in the end, it is not up to them to decide whether to announce the truth now. They must ask Yi Yang. Well, I already understand the situation. Yi Yang nodded. Based on his original idea, he would announce this idea on the day when Nanchunman takes off and completes the star umbrella, because that is the most suitable time to announce it. Everyone's confidence in technology is unprecedentedly high, and he announced 2 other plans to tell everyone that he has the ability to save mankind from the apocalyptic disaster. The turmoil caused at that time must be minimal. However, other giants and monarchs of various countries disagreed with his opinion. In this matter, the consequences really need to be borne by everyone, so Yi Yang did not force it. Projects that allow everyone to make money together can be done without the consent of others. However, he will not force things that will cause everyone to suffer losses based on his own opinion. This is not in line with his principles. Their timidity has led to the Tongji Association taking the lead now. Yi Yang frowned. Now there is no choice but to admit it. But it seems that the Tongji Association forced them to announce this matter. If the Tongji Association does not force them, then they may not announce this matter on the day of the end of the world. This is fatal. Soon, a top meeting of the human world was held. All the giants and monarchs gathered together. I think we can delay it a little longer. Yes, the later we admit this kind of thing, the less trouble we need to deal with. Some giants still said they didn't think about saving humanity at the beginning, so now they are guilty. Moreover, the situation in their region is completely different from that in China. China has an inherent advantage in facing major disasters. Its cohesion and execution are recognized as the best in the world, and no other country can compare. In addition, the control system of the star umbrella satellite is in Yi Yang's place. Therefore, Yi Yang has the confidence to announce it, while these giants and monarchs are full of concerns and stare at each other. First update. I have made up my mind. This meeting is to tell you China's decision, not to wait for your vote. Yi Yang said calmly, and I advise you that now is the best time to admit it. If you delay it any longer, the trouble will only get bigger and bigger. After that, he exited the video conference. This Yi Yang. Too crazy. Just as he was about to say something that once was catchy to teach young people, a giant shut up. They are no longer on the same level as him. To put it at best, they are willing to hold a meeting with you to tell you about the decision and prepare you. Even if they give you face, are you still saying that they are crazy? No one here has this qualification. That has long been an existence that stands above the historical legends. Even if they are the giants of the world, they can only look up to them. It's a pity that all this happened so fast, and it only took a few years together. It was difficult for them to accept psychologically for a while. I think what Mr. Yi said makes sense. We will also start announcing this matter. I advise you to prepare early. The leaders of the Baylor Consortium and other Yi Yang's consortiums are all Liandao. The big guys present all rolled their eyes. Good guys, you think. We are fools, you are Yi Yang's pawns. Of course I will follow Yi Yang's footsteps. Does it make any difference whether you show up or not? Just as these people were complaining, a voice came. I think so. too. I agree with Mr. Ye's statement and will announce the data and truth simultaneously with him. You should make Your own plans for the future. The appearance of this voice shocked the entire audience. Everyone looked over. It was Doyle Mason, the Shadow Emperor of the United States. Unlike Yi Yang, this one is a veteran in the giant world. Before Yi Yang appeared, he was one of the top few in the world. Moreover, it has been decades since some of the new family owners present who took over the consortium have grown up listening to the legend of Doyle Mason. Now even this guy has taken a stand. That basically represents the attitudes of the 9 Shadow Emperors of the United States at the same time. TSK, things are so unpredictable. The former enemy and the top person in the world can only obey now. There is a strange way behind the small country that controls the yin and yang. I just made the choice that best suits our interests. Mr. Yi and I have always been in a cooperative relationship, but it's you. You can enter this meeting only because of the blessing of being our dog. If you don't want to hang out, now, I don't care if someone else manages it for me. Doyle Mason glanced at the speaker and exited the video conference without waiting for his response. Even in a top-level meeting, status has its own status. Yi Yang is now the center of attention and has the most say. But Doyle and the Shadow Emperors of America are still at the same level as him after all. If they work together, they still have the ability to overturn the table. Just like the 2 countries back then, although you are stronger than me, your right to speak is at the same level. As for those minor characters who had to be let in just to make up the numbers, their power was completely incomparable to that of the most transcendent figures. Even if they were humiliated in person, they could only endure it. Snort. The master behind the small country was gnashing his teeth. Now the world is about to change. Who is whose father? In a few days, we might all die together. It's really hard for me to show off my words before I die. Okay. Just go ahead and worry about it. We are a transcendent international consortium family that is free from the restrictions of one place and one corner. We have no control over your affairs. Maybe then we can do some marketing. Saying that we have devoted our entire fortune and invested trillions of dollars in the great cause of saving mankind. And we can also feel that countless ordinary people can make another huge sum of money. The child family member stood up, smiled slightly, and left the video conference. You were not forced by Mr. Yi. If Mr. Yi hadn't forced you, you would have followed the European super rocket to the moon base to avoid disaster. Some people are angry. But it is clear that the trend is now set. They had to prepare early. Yi Yang came to Jiuzhou Military Industry Headquarters. This place has been designated as the headquarters for responding to events related to geomagnetic reversal. Many big guys have already arrived. Seeing Yi Yang arriving, everyone was in awe. The situation is urgent now. To make a long story short, Yi Yang said, I have seen the response plan this time and there are basically no major problems. But now we have to hurry up and make preliminary preparations as soon as possible to pave the way for the official announcement. Everything must be completed within 5 days. Yes. Admiral Yi. Everyone present was solemn. Dong Anbang looked at Yi Yang's surprised look, solemnly handed Yi Yang a small box, and only said, special period. With Yi Yang's achievements and status now, titles, labels, and the like have no meaning anymore, just like before Naruto saved Konoha, his identity has always been a genin, but no one will treat him as a genin. In matters related to geomagnetic reversal, he has the highest authority. Whether he has this title or not, everyone knows Yi Yang's identity. This time the situation was urgent, so naturally there was no medal ceremony. After Yi Yang put away the military medals and medals brought by Dong Anbang, he began to discuss the specific operational measures. In the following days, everyone felt something different. Those who initially thought that the doomsday rumors were just nonsense also began to get nervous. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Although there were occasional riots and chaos, the impact was not great. According to internal information, there will be a big announcement tomorrow. Wait, everything will have an explanation. Well, 6 days after the meeting, a press conference was held. Yi Yang sat in front of the screen. This live broadcast was watched by countless people around the world. As a top human being who truly transcended geographical restrictions and a recognized super boss in the world, holding a press conference at this moment would naturally attract the attention of most people. Mr. Yi, you are finally on air. Is the end of the world true? Yes, I feel that everyone around me has gone crazy these days. It's so scary. The audience asked their inner questions eagerly. I think everyone is looking forward to watching this live broadcast. Yi Yang said seriously, I won't keep you in suspense. I will tell you a clear result first. The end of the world does not exist. Second update. That's what I said. That's right, how can the end of the world come so soon? It's just a rumor. I feel relieved now. Seeing how true it is on the internet, I believe it. That's right. Kiwanis headquarters. Many congressmen grinned in anticipation, but after Yi Yang spoke, they couldn't laugh anymore. What does Yi Yang mean? I thought he was a smart guy, but I didn't expect him to be anything more than that. That's right. He's just suppressing it for a little longer. It can't change the facts. Many giants and monarchs were also confused. What was going on? Didn't they say that the truth was going to be announced at the meeting a few days ago? They were all ready to wait for Yi Yang to announce and then follow up. What's going on? Netizens were relieved. Yi Yang still looked serious, however, the geomagnetic reversal is indeed real, and it is different from all known disasters in human history. It will be a global impact, and the consequences will be really serious. This. Netizens who just laughed out loud can no longer laugh. But I can tell you responsibly that the geomagnetic reversal definitely does not mean the end of the world, and it is far from the point where it will bring the end of the world to us. Yi Yang said calmly, we knew about this as early as a year or two ago, and the data circulating on the internet is basically true. We originally wanted to publish these data. But now some people with ulterior motives have helped us handle this matter. Here, I would like to say thank you to them. I see. In other words, is this an extremely serious natural disaster? That's right, it's not as scary as what is advertised on the internet. Human society is now somewhat established. How can it be doomed? At will? Well, this statement is very reliable. Mr. Yi is still reliable, I believe him. Yes, me too. I couldn't suppress it anymore. I had to admit it under pressure. I followed the process listed in the online post. I think this further proves the credibility of these words. It's the end of the world. I don't care. That's right. If it's as easy as Yi Yang said, wouldn't it look like I'm stupid for believing in the end of the world? In the live broadcast room, there were different opinions, and everyone was expressing their own opinions. Yi Yang was not in a hurry to explain, but scanned the barrage. Kiwanis Club. What a Cunning Yi Yang, but it's a pity that we already thought that he would weaken the crisis and carry out crisis public relations when we were good at chess. Haha, his plan has been written in the rumors for a long time and many people will still believe us. Statement. That's right, he didn't have the courage to speak out about it first. By the time we speak out about it first, we would have fallen into absolute passivity. Haha. Look how round he is. Yi Yang smiled slightly. You just saw that others guessed that we would do crisis public relations. But doing crisis public relations is a fixed process. Whether he predicted it or not, it would happen. I don't know what is the inevitable connection between the prediction that I will propose that the geomagnetic reversal does not mean the destruction of the world and we cannot prevent the geomagnetic reversal. Then tell me, what ability do you have to solve the geomagnetic reversal? That is, this is a global disaster, and humans are powerless to stop it. When the Earth's magnetic field disappears and a solar storm rushes in, all human circuit systems will be damaged. Oceans and water resources will be evaporated by the ruthless storm, and trees and plants will not be able to survive. Animals will also become extinct. What will humans do to survive? Oh, I have forgotten, who is Mr. Yi? He is one of the best in the world. He holds huge amounts of money and enjoys the most advanced technology of mankind. How could such a small thing affect Mr. Yi? What's the threat? When the time comes, build an underground castle, find a few maids to hide in, prepare food and water, and hide for 10 or 8 years. The geomagnetic flip should be over. Maybe you can still smoke cigars underground in the bunker. That's right. Various trolls have begun to set the pace. Of course, this is also the mentality of many ordinary people today. In the face of a catastrophic disaster, who knows whom? Of course those with money and power will save themselves. Ordinary people like them would probably die miserably. People do not suffer from scarcity, but from inequality. If everyone dies together, most people actually think it's okay. But if the rich and powerful people live but they die, then there will be an imbalance in the heart. Yi Yang smiled slightly. His live broadcast is open to the whole world. I don't think so, at least not for us. Well, many disasters in the past have proven everything. Yes. We must have rescue measures already in place. Although Chinese netizens were panicked, they generally remained rational. This is a sense of trust that has been accumulated through many tests in the past. Although it may be difficult for everyone during the disaster, life will definitely be well protected. This time is different from the past. It is a world-destroying disaster. If you can guarantee your own survival, it will be great. Can you also guarantee the survival of others? What a dream. Anyway, I don't believe those big shots would be so kind. That's right, he must have lied to us, haha. Some foreign friends expressed deep doubts. Seeing that the two sides were about to start a fight, Yi Yang spoke again and said in a deep voice, we have already noticed the weakening of the geomagnetic intensity. In the past 2 years, we have been planning for the world. As long as you occasionally pay attention to world news, you should be able to notice this. Now, I am going to tell you that I am sure this disaster will not lead to the fundamental reason for the destruction of the world. It is also the source of confidence for mankind today. Yi Yang waved his hand. On the giant screen behind him, a real-time space map was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. This. So many satellites. Star Umbrella Project. When he looked at the hundreds of Thousands of satellites surrounding the Earth, and the huge space fortress suppressing them. A sense of security arose in many people's hearts. Many people must be wondering why the Star Umbrella project was built. Some people initially said it was because they wanted to see space. But I will officially declare today that it was established as a defense mechanism for the upcoming geomagnetic reversal. The star parallel linkage mechanism can form a planetary-level magnetic network, which can completely weaken the power of solar storms. Yi Yang said in a deep voice. First update. Can it block solar storms? I've said it before, this Star Umbrella project is definitely a big move. Sure enough. They have been planning for a long time. Well, they didn't inform us before, were they afraid of causing some confusion? But I think we should also have the right to know. If you don't tell us about this kind of thing, it will violate our right to know. That's right. Is it okay upstairs? You've been making the most noise these days, how can I let you know in advance? It's so powerful. The greatest project in human history. It will definitely be recorded in human history and will be passed down through the ages. When Yi Yang talked about the purpose and significance of the Star Umbrella project, everyone was excited, and the haze in their hearts for these days was swept away. Is it that their worries are unnecessary? The pillars of humanity have already started thinking about and solving these problems, and they really don't know what they are worried about. Soon, different voices appeared among the reporters at the venue. Haha, don't be fooled by this liar. He is lying. We got there. Core data. With the current maximum power of the Star Umbrella, it is not enough to completely withstand the solar storm. In the end, most of the human beings will still be extinct. Its reduction intensity can only protect a few 100 million humans at most, which is less than 1/10 of our current level. That's right, you are stupid. And still help others count money here. Little do you know that you have never been on their survival list. Haha, that's right. How can you prove that Mr. Ye's Star Umbrella cannot completely withstand the solar storm? Really just rely on your mouth. Where is the evidence? Hurry up and take it out, don't talk nonsense. There are obviously some diehard fans of Yi Yang among the reporters at the scene, and they responded angrily. Yi Yang smiled slightly and pressed his hand. Don't be angry, everyone, what they said is indeed the truth. The Star Umbrella alone cannot perfectly shield the solar storm. Even the reporters planted by the Tongji Club were dumbfounded. You just admitted it. Don't you quickly defend yourself? I can't do it at all. The scene and the comments were quiet. Yi Yang could admit this so easily, there must be a backup plan behind him. Anyone who is not too stupid can see this. Yi Yang waved his hand again. The screen behind him changed again. This time it became the deep sea. In the deep sea, there were colorful lights and huge deep-sea aircraft carriers roared past. Various engineering submarines were crisscrossing the seabed, and a huge deep-sea base stood, like a high platform with the upper half cut off. It was like a sword guard that had not yet been connected to the sword body. Many people were busy in it. In the past 6 months, I think everyone is no stranger to this kind of seabed base. Yi Yang said lightly. Yes. I am one of the seabed pioneers. In the past 6 months, I have seen many such seabed bases. Speaking of the Great Voyage, talking about seabed development. Everyone's eyes were either excited or soft. If it weren't for Yi Yang, there would be no such golden age. In just 6 months, the wealth of human society has skyrocketed and accumulated, and everything is beyond the cognition of ordinary people. There are many people who have become billionaires because of the development of the seabed. And it did not cause inflation, because the increased wealth value is not a virtual financial interest rate, but the real resources, gold, and antiques, developed from the seabed, which have real value in themselves. This man, through selfless sharing, can be foreseen to make everyone in the world live a good life in the next few years. Change all the cognition and pattern that have been in memory. Everything is because of this man. Many of those who watch the live broadcast, including the reporters sitting here, have directly or indirectly received the favor of Yi Yang. Yi Yang is the benefactor of the entire human civilization today. If it were not for the threat of world destruction and life, they would never have any collective doubts about Yi Yang. After all, with the military force that Yi Yang now controls, it is a humble statement to suppress the world. Why share the marine technology chain with them? Just develop it all by yourself, enjoy the terrifying asset scale worth tens of trillions, and become the first god of wealth in ancient, modern, and future. Isn't it good? Based on this point, except for the destruction of the world, no civilian who has benefited from the great navigation bonus will have any doubts about Yi Yang. Unfortunately, what they are facing now is indeed the destruction of the world. What do you want to say by mentioning these submarine bases? You are not saying that these are also your layout. That's a bit too much. That's several reporters planted by Tongji Club questioned repeatedly. Congratulations, you all answered the questions. Yi Yang smiled faintly and looked at the reporters. These reporters all had a bad premonition. Could it be that these submarine bases were really Yi Yang's plan, and he also had a way to prove that this plan was aimed at geomagnetic reversal? No way. No way. They were dumbfounded again, not knowing what to say. These submarine bases were originally built to enhance the magnetic field on the surface of the Earth. The submarine mothership was also born because of this pressure. Yi Yang said in a deep voice with sharp eyes, as for the age of discovery, it is just to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm and let the whole people participate in the plan to save themselves before the truth of the geomagnetic reversal is announced. You can't save mankind by yourself. Only mankind can save mankind. His words were so powerful that everyone's back trembled. Yes. This is a crisis that will sweep the world in the future. They don't think about how to unite to save themselves, but they give up on themselves every day. And fear for no reason. It's really a bit shameful. Of course, there is another advantage to doing this. It can conceal the truth. Yi Yang sneered and glanced at the reporters sent by Tongji Club, which made them feel cold all over. Of the 3 major plans, only the star umbrella was announced to the world. The Qianlong plan was only circulated internally by a few people, and only the top bosses knew the truth. The grassroots below basically only know that it is of great significance. With the advent of the Golden Age and the Age of Discovery, naturally everyone will think that this is a crazy move to dig for gold in the seabed. We will name this plan the Qianlong Plan. Yi Yang glanced at the whole audience. 10,000 dragons enter the sea, quiet and dormant. When natural disasters come, they dominate the rise and fall. This is the Qianlong Plan. In the next year, 10,081 submarine bases will be built in the deep seas around the world. Second update. Golden Age. Listening to this grand narrative and the grand blueprint for the future, everyone was excited. What a big deal. Although the star umbrella is also magnificent, it is floating in space and they can't see it at all. However, these deep-sea bases are completely accessible and visible to them. And they have more or less participated in the construction of the seabed base when they were deep-sea explorers. They really participated in the great cause of saving mankind with their own hands. Many people were excited. This is so cool. I just went there to make money, but I didn't expect to participate in saving mankind. Being an underwater pioneer is the greatest thing I have ever done in my life. I can't imagine. Why do you make me want to cry? Many people were excited, sweeping away the previous contradictions and uneasiness. This Jiangjing. In Tongji Club, everyone gnashed their teeth, and their eyes burst into an infinite fierceness. He can resolve this. This guy is so amazing. What's amazing is not these few words now, but his careful layout in the past 2 years, which really fooled us. Even with our intelligence level, we can't get any core information. This move is a bit too hidden. It's so frustrating. I thought we could suppress Jiangjing after taking the initiative, but I didn't expect that this kid is so tricky. He was invincible a long time ago. This is the most brilliant person. There is a famous doctor in China named BNK who said that the most advanced medical skills are those that can solve all problems before a person gets sick. Otherwise, once the disease occurs, even if the terminal illness is cured, it can't be regarded as a medical saint. Okay, don't boost the enemy's morale and destroy your own prestige. Which side are you on? The parliamentarians were all sighing. It's really that Jiangjing has left a huge psychological shadow on them. If the prophet's true body hadn't appeared, they would have collapsed long ago. Prophet Alexis frowned and looked at the live broadcast screen projected in front of him, his expression calm. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that was worthy of his emotion. Of course, I just said it with my mouth, and it is naturally difficult for everyone to believe that it can change the strength of the Earth's magnetic field. Jiangjing waved his hand, and the picture on the big screen changed again. Then I will show it on the spot. Can you still show it? It's okay, Yi Shenhao. We believe in you. We are willing to go through danger with you. After all, this is our only hope. Everyone said it again and again. On the screen, 4 submarine aircraft carriers slowly appeared. Each aircraft carrier is a huge 500 meters, and the 4 aircraft carriers slowly sink in a square formation. The sense of pressure can be imagined. However, in this picture, the most shocking thing is not these 4 submarine aircraft carriers, but the existence carried by the 4 aircraft carriers. It is a huge building like a long sword. At a glance, compared with the submarine aircraft carrier, it is at least more than 1,000 meters in level. It was a steel long sword. Due to its exaggerated size, the back of the sword was tens of meters thick. It was magnificent. It gave people a sense of shock at the fusion of science fiction and fantasy. The steel longsword slowly fell into the deep sea as the 4 huge aircraft carriers landed. The base below had already been prepared. The base opened, and various mechanical changes formed an extremely deep and extremely large groove. As the 4 deep-sea aircraft carriers sank, the steel giant sword also slowly fell into the steel groove of the base. It fit perfectly, as if they were born as one. It was a terrifying steel sword that soared from the bottom of the sea, proudly and shockingly. The hilt was buried in The seabed, with only the sword guard and the blade rising from the ground. Buzz buzz buzz, after docking. The light on the steel giant sword began to operate, and huge energy was instantly injected into it. The patterns of the giant sword lit up from low to high. Finally, the whole sword body hummed and tinnitus, and the red sword patterns around it flashed, with brilliant light, shining brightly on the seabed in all directions. Then, the camera moved to the inside of the base, and many people did some tests, which were extremely professional magnetic coefficient calculations. The audience didn't understand, and the final conclusion was that it was very useful. The effect was amazing. Originally, I planned to announce the geomagnetic reversal after the construction of the Qianlong project was completed, but obviously, some people with ulterior motives did not want to see this scene. Yi Yang's eyes were firm, and he said loudly, "So, everyone, don't panic, and devote yourself to this era of great change. Geomagnetic reversal is not our end, but just a test. Human beings will not be destroyed in the disaster, but will be reborn from nirvana." This time, the whole audience burst into applause, and everyone stood up, feeling a kind of blood and passion. A picture of a great era unfolded in front of them. Life is not easy, and I have encountered this era, which is sad and fortunate. The sad thing is the crisis. Fortunately, crisis is also an opportunity, and there are also people like Yi Yang who are beyond imagination and dominate the general trend. It is too easy for such a top-notch person to avoid disaster by himself. But he chose to stand up and save everyone. Then what else can they say as ordinary people? Just do it. Since this day, the number of applicants for underwater pioneers has increased day by day. Many young people are full of passion. Doing this profession can not only pan for gold, but also participate in saving mankind. It is simply a job in the dream of young people. There are also old uncles who are passionate and regain their youthful dreams. There are even old uncles who want to talk about their youthful enthusiasm, but because of concerns that these people's bodies may not be able to withstand long-term deep-sea operations, they did not give him tools for committing crimes. Oh no, exploration tools. We obviously did these things to harm him, but it turned out to be his help and helped him complete a wave of motivational speeches. I really admire this old man. The Tongji Club headquarters was once an embarrassment. Today's press conference was really beyond their expectations. Originally, they thought that Yi Yang could suppress the chaos, but he turned out to be a bright spot. Created a trend of human self-rescue. The atmosphere was low. The follow-up plan that was originally prepared was directly turned into a blank sheet of paper. This Yi Yang is really terrible. Alexis smiled slightly and just said, "Go find the core information of the Qianlong project." Oh my, that's right. The prophet's reminder is so right. Can the Qianlong project completely fill such a large indicator that Xingsan can't complete? We are too deeply affected by Yi Yang's shadow and actually forgot about this. Alexis didn't listen to these nagging. His eyes looked into the distance, and I don't know what he was thinking. First update. In addition, our trump card should also be revealed to the world. Alexis said softly. Yes. As long as our trump card begins to be used, we can continue the plan we made before. More and more people will support us. This is just his temporary victory. That's right. All the congressmen nodded and regained their confidence in their hearts. After Yi Yang's speech, many people joined the team of underwater pioneers. However, there were also some people who had extremely deep doubts about the current civilization, so they did not believe Yi Yang's words and were gradually developed into believers by Tongji society. During this period, Tongji society also developed rapidly. Although Yi Yang and the various countries have been arresting and governing, the large number of believers has become a general trend. If you use iron-blooded means to deal with them, you will lose more resources. For example, many minority groups such as women's boxing, Western white leftists, and the Virgin Mary organization clearly put forward many anti-intellectual statements, but when this group of people grows to a large enough number and occupies a percentage of the total population of human society, this wrong statement becomes the common interest of many people of the same kind. Once a collective and interest chain is formed, it cannot be suppressed by iron-blooded means. After all, they only represent a group and have different views on the world. The number of Tongji believers is growing at an explosive rate. Countries are worried and only dare to arrest those who cause huge losses. Ordinary people will not move at all, otherwise their prisons will not be enough even if they have 10 times more. The head of Hurricane reported. Yi Yang nodded. Recently, even China has not been so peaceful. It is conceivable how rampant Tongji societies are in other parts of the world now. But there is also good news. With your speech that day, the number of registered underwater pioneers in the world has increased several times to 1.5 billion. But our manufacturing capacity is limited, and we can't send out so many ships and equipment. The head of Hurricane didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although each country has a black technology chain shared factory, the patent belongs to Yi Yang's Jiuzhou Ocean Company. The right to issue qualifications, set conditions, and all the right to speak are in Yi Yang's hands. Relax some review conditions, let each country build a technology chain to build factories. Don't use their old ideas, make sure to make money before building. No matter the cost. Yi Yang sighed, it should be a simple truth. It's a time of life and death, and you still want to make money? Do what you can first, and do everything you can to survive first. But when all this happened in reality, it's not what I imagined at all. This 3-year-old child understands the truth, but it seems that most people in the world don't understand it. Everyone still thinks about their own petty profits. It caused a lot of trouble. Even in many cases, the troubles caused by the dark nature of human beings are far greater than the troubles caused by Tongji. After all, Yi Yang is only one person, plus Hurricane and his direct employees who can be fully controlled. There are only tens or millions of people. But this is an unprecedented event of self-help for human society. There are more than 1 billion people involved. Even if they are willing to clean up, they can't handle all the things happening in the human society of 510 million square kilometers and 700 million or 800 million individuals. After all, there are only 24 hours a day, and there are still many important things to deal with. It's really difficult. Yi Yang rubbed his eyebrows. He hasn't slept for a long time. If it weren't for the body transformed by the Gamma Super Gene potion, any normal human in his position would have died of overwork 10 times. Boss, even if your body is fine, your spirit still needs rest. Yumomo advised. Well, Yi Yang nodded. If he followed his original temperament, he would kill all those who used dark means. But now he found that from the perspective of human society, the bad guys are indeed endless. The geomagnetic reversal will come in 1 year at the fastest. And 3 years at the slowest. At least 1 or 2 years is definitely not enough. Even after the killing The people who come up later will still have an evil side in their hearts. When they are ordinary people, they are not able to show it. When they have enough ability, it is hard to guarantee that they will not burst out. Those who can stick to their original intentions are rare. We can only do our best. Now, we are racing against time with the god of death. We don't have so much energy to waste internal energy. If there are great evils, we will find out and punish them severely. This is the limit of what we can do. If humans can still survive after the big selection, we must settle this account with them. Yi Yang's eyes are cold. Sitting in this position, in this special time, in just a few months, he has seen too much, which has caused some subtle changes in his mentality. Some of the original good plans were not destroyed by Tongji association in the end, but by his own people. There are not only corrupt officials and profiteers here. There are also brainless ordinary people and various self-righteous groups. Recently, the Extreme Environmental Protection Association has started to sue you for destroying the marine ecological environment. Yumomo was speechless. The key is that the court in Europe has accepted this lawsuit. Although they dare not summon you, the impact of this incident is very bad. Many extreme environmentalists have begun to lurk in the pioneer team and destroy our underwater base. Members of the Tongji Society are relatively easy to guard against, but this kind of people are omnipresent and have no historical criminal history, so it is extremely difficult to identify them. Yi Yang paused and looked into the distance. Maybe what I thought before was not correct. He glanced at Yumomo. Starting today, expand the Jincheng law firm again, and immediately send people to countersue the relevant organizations, convict this group of people of crimes against humanity, and impose the highest punishment. Also, record all the names that prevent the development of the three major plans. When the geomagnetic field flips, leave them a blank area, and let them find a way to face the solar storm themselves. Yes. Yumomo's eyes lit up. She has been disgusted by these people for a long time, but she has too many concerns and has never fought back. But now they are becoming more and more aggressive, and even begin to threaten the implementation of the three major plans. So we have to let them suffer. Second update. Yi Yang knocked on the table. His focus must be on ensuring the demands of China first. Moreover, he does want to deal with foreign affairs, but after all, others are in charge. Although he has a high status, he is intimidating. But deterrence is ultimately a deterrent, not a legal right to rule. Therefore, before, he tried his best to ignore all kinds of weird organizations and all kinds of disgusting operations on him. But now the safety of the Qianlong project has been implicated. I can't bear it any longer. His only worry is that his tough tactics will cause a backlash, causing more people to join in hating him. Although it has little impact on him, it does delay the process of mankind's self-rescue. On the third day, after clearing all kinds of internal resistance, Yumomo reported the results of the battle to Yi Yang. Is it the same rebound as expected? Yi Yang asked. Yu silently pondered for a moment and then said, it's completely different. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Is the rebound too serious? That's not completely different, right? How many people want to accuse him? Umo smiled. We just destroyed a few organizations, and other associations, and the like have stopped talking at all. It seems that they just want to do business. They used to scold the big guys to get traffic, but the big guys are too lazy. I ignored them, but this time I went too far. After killing a few of my colleagues, I was so frightened that I didn't even dare to say anything. Yi Yang was speechless, his feelings were a bunch of weaklings. He screams happily when nothing happens, but if someone punches him a little, they won't dare to open their mouths. If I had known better, I would have beaten them up. But we haven't let go of those arrogant ones before. We have dealt with them all. When the time comes, let them go to the open space to deal with the solar storm, right? Yumomo snorted. By the way, there are a lot of votes on this matter on the European internet. How is the result? Yi Yang felt that they probably didn't like what he did. They are probably condemning me, right? Wrong again. Yumomo said, I am also surprised. After killing those extreme associations, the speeches on the internet have become extremely normal and rational. Boss, you can see for yourself. Yi Yang took the tablet and browsed the other party's forum. Well done. I've long been unhappy with those extreme associations, but if I said something bad about them before, I would suffer inexplicable online violence, which made us afraid to speak. These extreme associations are backed by funds. How can we ordinary people defeat them? Ha 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 ha, so damn good, pop the champagne. Everyone is celebrating. These damn extreme associations are finally coming to an end. How wonderful. The guy who deceived the public with his lies and harmed the younger generation, it's great to destroy him. Over the years, the direction of public opinion has been led by these extreme remarks, and the voices of ordinary people cannot be heard at all. Now the internet feels much more refreshing. As expected of Yi Shenhao, he is simply a benefactor of mankind. That's right, that's right. Have you noticed that by the time you catch the extreme comments videos that are popular on the internet, they have already become popular? And the hot comments have been prepared, and they are all about extreme female boxing and extreme animal protection, environmental protection, extreme virgin comments. A normal person's rational comment would get no likes at all. I also discovered it. I once wondered if it was me who was strange. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This comment section was something he had never thought of. It was completely beyond his understanding of the internet. But then he also thought of the theory of the silent majority. What you see with your eyes may not necessarily be the truth. In fact, 80% of people surfing the internet do not comment or like. Everything you see together is usually the opinion of a few people. In short, it is completely different from what Yi Yang expected. It seems that the response to this wave of attacks on various extreme association forces was unexpectedly good. This was something he had never thought of before. That's fine. As long as these people don't act like monsters, our ears will be quieter. Yi Yang nodded. However, although these extreme associations have ceased, the Kiwanis Club has recently come up with new methods, which deserve our attention. Umo kept saying. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What new method? Yumomo put some information materials in front of him. They control many disaster-making devices. For example, earthquake generators, etc. These instruments are all laid out in advance, and the layout time is very long, at least hundreds of years. The technological chain used by these disaster generators is different from ours. For example, comparison with the earthquake generators previously excavated from the Yellowstone volcano has proven that these disaster-causing devices use technology from pre-civilizations. These disaster generators have various difficult triggering conditions. Most of them are one-time, but such a long time is enough for them to arrange them. Recently, they have been activating these disaster generators in sequence, and sending their members out to spread prophecies before triggering the generators, and each time they can accurately predict the time, place, and extent of the disaster. They used this to confuse people's hearts and established the prophetic cult. Today, there are more than 100 million believers around the world. This is still an incomplete statistics. After all countries are suppressing the development of this sect. There may be more than 500 million people who have secretly joined the religion. You said silently. It's a good idea. Yi Yang nodded. Recently, various natural disasters have occurred frequently, including natural phenomena caused by the impending Great Selection and man-made disasters caused by the disaster generator, controlled by the Kiwanis Club. Natural disasters and man-made disasters are mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish. Moreover, the other party actually gained worship by predicting the disasters he created. It's like a thief shouting to catch a thief, and he calls himself a model of hero. Have you announced the truth about the disaster generator? Yi Yang asked. Yumomo couldn't laugh or cry. It's useless for you to tell the truth to people who can believe this kind of retarded prophecy. They have already preset the answer in their hearts. Just like he thinks water is poisonous, if you tell him that water is harmless, I will never believe you. Yi Yang nodded. Some people are destined to be unable to be saved. He just tried his best. He never thought of saving all mankind. When resources were insufficient, he would definitely save those who had the awareness to save themselves first. As long as they don't sabotage their own progress in saving the majority of the population. These followers of the prophetic cult began to spontaneously organize and build factories and ships to attack undersea bases. Yumomo seemed to see Yi Yang's thoughts and added. First update. Yi Yang rubbed his brow. I'm really worried about what's going to happen. These are not just a few people. Hundreds of millions of believers are building ships and wreaking havoc. This is no joke. Those who believe in such prophecies are all fools, but that does not mean that these fools are all poor. Because in today's world, many rich people are also fools. The dividends of the times, the solidification of classes, and the inheritance of assets. Some people are born to be both fools and rich people, and some people inexplicably become flying pigs when they stand in the wind. They are originally stupid and have no ability, but they are rich. Although most of the first generation of rich people relied on their own brains, objectively speaking, some of the rich people in this world are indeed pure idiots. That's why the other party has the ability to build factories and ships. It's impossible to guard against it. If we send permanent military forces to garrison these undersea bases, the construction speed will be greatly slowed down. After all, we only have so many deep-sea aircraft carriers. The cost of building a deep-sea combat ship is comparable to that of building one for suicide destruction. Civilian ships are too big. UMO kept saying. That still has to be stationed. The undersea base cannot be lost. Yi Yang shook his head. There was no good way to deal with this situation. You are not afraid of competing against smart people, but you are afraid of competing against a large number of idiots. These people are willing to do everything they can just to make you sick. Their purpose is neither their own interests nor the interests of others. They are simply stupid and out of human nature. Pure evil. The key is that these guys are still gathered together. Just hire killers to do this kind of dirty work. Just drop the missiles when you find the den. Don't leave anyone alive. There is nothing to talk about with this kind of person, and it doesn't make sense. Yi Yang said directly. Okay. You nodded. Silently. Although a decisive killing order was issued, Yi Yang knew that there were too many followers of the Prophet's sect, scattered in various places, and it was impossible to blow them all up. He stretched out. In the past month, he had arranged all his work. Everything is on track and maintained in a stable state. The destruction caused by the Kiwanis conspiracy was also part of the stable state, and there was not much he could do about it. He also planned to take a short vacation for himself. After sleeping for a day, I took the girls for a good day of fun. Let the mood completely relax. If the sky falls, you still have to live. Yi Yang, another photo has been trending on the internet. Qin Kellen said in surprise that it was the intermission time between her and Yi Yang's fitness. She was scrolling through her phone and saw a hot news item. It was a photo. In his photo, a towering giant pillar rose into the sky. Extremely shocking. The pillar is at least 1,000 meters high and 50 meters in diameter. It stands in the mountains and points to the sky. Yi Yang nodded. He must have received the news about this kind of thing a long time ago and was not surprised. That pillar is the final plan, the unit tool of Qing Tian plan. Like the iron sword in the undersea city, it is used to build a magnetic network on the ground. The later this kind of plan is delayed, the better. After all, they still have the rival Kiwanis Club. Priority has always been given to building pillars in remote mountains and old forests where few people have visited. But now that the pillars in these places have been built and are starting to be built towards the edge of the city, it is inevitable that they will be seen and photographed. The photo caused a stir online. Many people marvel at this majestic creation. As time goes by, more and more pillars of Babel are photographed and circulated on the internet. This is probably no accident. We have already photographed more than a dozen of them, and the speed is getting faster and faster. It is estimated that there will be several such pillars near every city in the future. What kind of big move is this? Can you explain it to me? I don't know, but it should be similar to an undersea base, right? Shocking news. Someone broke the news that the heavenly pillar is not just the 1,000 meters above the ground we see. The part actually buried underground is even more incredible. Is it an underground base? I don't know, maybe it's a shelter prepared for us? If that's the case, that's really good. Mr. Yi really likes to work hard on big things. He is not like some people in the past. The thunder is loud and the rain is small. And the big talk is small. Full sense of security. Many netizens are having heated discussions after the Qianlong project and the Star Umbrella project were announced on the same day. Yi Yang's prestige and credibility among the public have become extremely high. Everyone's mentality has become relatively optimistic and easier. Think on the bright side. However, there cannot be only one voice in the world. Stop dreaming. Is there any point in being impressed here? You don't know what these pillars are for, and you blow them here. You can blow on anything. It's really uncomfortable to watch. If you don't like it, just keep your mouth shut. Just look at it and we'll be happy. It'll make you look smarter every day. Yi Yang is the only one who has the ability to save the world now. You are still living in this world, or you can save the world and we will praise you. Otherwise, don't just spray. Shit here without working. That's right. Just make a high profile here. Just brag. I don't believe how many bases he can build in 2 years. How many people can he protect? That's right, it's a shelter for the superiors. Why are you ordinary people celebrating here? Haha, it's so funny. You're sold out and you're still counting money for them. You're not seen in the construction of the submarine base, but you come out to pretend to be sober. When we praise you young a little, you don't contribute to the self-help of mankind, but you want others to invite you to live in the underground city. What's owed to you is still due to you. Don't be a bitch. On the internet, all kinds of verbal battles broke out. Obviously, there are indeed enough believers in the prophet church. Before, many of these people were so poor that they couldn't afford to buy mobile phones or surf the internet, but now the wealthy prophet church members have provided financial support. There are more and more discordant voices on the internet. Should we take this opportunity to directly announce the sky-building plan? Yumomo asked. Yi Yang thought for a while and shook his head. Wait a little longer, Tongji Club still has a card that hasn't been played. After they play it, it will be the best time to announce it. Yumomo nodded. Yi Yang looked into the distance, his eyes calm. The experiences during this period made his heart as deep as the sea. As long as he didn't want to, no one and nothing could move him. Second update, P.S. The main plot of this book is expected to be completed at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. I hope that all brothers and sisters who have gifts will vote. After the completion, I will upload a few extra chapters. From time to time, the new book has been saved, and it will be promoted in the extra chapters. A few days later, a piece of news went viral online. The biggest scam in history. Undersea bases can only guarantee the survival of 1/10 of humanity. Yi Yang, is he the greatest hero or the greatest liar in human history? The Qianlong plan, the biggest scam. Stop working for this liar for free. Humans, wake up. Are you still listening to this biggest rumor? All kinds of eye-catching headlines are everywhere on the internet, and they are extremely popular. Fires around the world. Even limiting traffic cannot prevent its explosive traffic. After all, there are now hundreds of millions of followers of the prophetic cult. Even if they are organized and support each other, a video can explode. In all aspects of data, the heat comes with it. Is what is said here true or false? Although I don't want to believe it, there is enough internal information and information in it, and it doesn't look like it's fake. It's true. I think the evidence is too detailed. Even if it is fake, it would be difficult to make it so true. Is Yi Shenhao really deceiving us? He is really just building an undersea base for the Chinese people. Are we just his free workers? We were all fooled. This liar. It's so hateful. I want to kill him. The military power they hold in their hands is too strong. You are afraid that you will be smashed to pieces before you can even get in front of them, and you will even kill them. What you said is so funny. Yes, then what should we do? The only way now is for us to stop working directly. After all, the world is going to be destroyed, and there is no plan to save us. What are we doing for them in vain? Let them build it themselves. That's right. I'm so angry. If this is true, I will use my ship to attack those undersea bases. If you have lied to me for so long, no. One can think of it. There was a lot of anger on the internet, and various discussions arose one after another. For a time, it can be said that the crowd was furious. Headquarters. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. It took them so long to get the data. This efficiency is not very high. Yes, he himself wanted the Tongji Association to get the data of the Qianlong project, but if it was too easy for the other party to get it, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. After doing a little bit of core confidentiality and exposing some intentional flaws, it took the other party only a month to obtain this data. Okay, the plan works. Let's start with the next step. Yi Yang started broadcasting directly. Yi Shenhao, is it really what is said on the internet? I don't believe it. I just believe you. You are not such a person. Yes. Yi Yang. You liar. I'm going to tie a bomb and blow you up. Your lies have been exposed and you still come out to cheat. It's really ridiculous, and you come out to confuse people with your lies again. Do you want to trick everyone into continuing to be used by you? Yi Yang smiled and said directly, I can responsibly tell everyone that the data on the internet is wrong, and I will publish the real internal core data to the outside world. Have we been deceived by rumors again? I have long told you not to follow the trend. Mr. Ye's credibility was not established in the past few days. In the past few years, no one should give him a thumbs up for what he has done internationally. You are too easily led away. I don't believe it. He must have temporarily created a false data to deceive us. Oh, you don't believe the core data given by the public data, but you believe the data from unknown sources. Is your brain okay? Just go and eat plums. The debate started again in the live broadcast room. Yi Yang looked calmly and continued, however, there is one thing these people with ulterior motives are right about. That is, the Qianlong project plus the Star Umbrella project cannot protect all mankind. It can only save about 2 billion people, but these rumors say that it can only protect 1/10 of the people on Earth, which is a fallacy. 2 billion? Doesn't that mean that 3/4 of the people in the world cannot enter the shelter? What is the difference between that and what is said in this rumor? You refuted the rumor and clarified the loneliness. That's right. This is simply too scary, I'm really convinced. Looking at Mr. Ye's attitude, it's obvious that he has something to say. Are you too hasty to complain? Either you are brainless, or you are one of those people with ulterior motives. That's right, who are the people in this comment section? Haha, those of you who are talking to Yi Yang are the ones with no mental illness, right? Only 2 billion people will enter this refuge by then. If Chinese people are given priority, they will directly occupy 3/4 of the quota, leaving 6 billion people to grab the 500 million quota. Who can enter? And who cannot? At that time, we will be abandoned outside Todi. Do you understand or not? There was another riot in the live broadcast room. But all this was within Yi Yang's plan, and he was not moved at all. Just smiled slightly. Don't get excited, everyone. Although the Star Umbrella plus the Qianlong project can only save 2 billion people, I didn't say that these are the only 2 plans I prepared. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. In the live broadcast room, everyone who came to cause trouble, believed Yi Yang or did not believe Yi Yang, was silent. This wave is truly an unexpected operation. At the Tongji Club, Headquarters, all the counselors stood up while watching the live broadcast. Is he hiding something again? How many hands does he have? Is he one level higher than us this time? Is his body actually a 1,000-layer cake? Layer after layer, it's impossible to dismantle it completely. No way, no way. Is this still a human? It's the Optimus Prime's found these days. That's really his backup. Hiss. Many counselors who reacted were pale. This time, Yi Yang was several levels higher than them. For the first time, the prophet's face showed some subtle changes. If it was a normal fight, no one would be able to withstand his 3 axes, because he woke up 2,000 years ago. And it can be said that he had experienced the entire human civilization and had a thorough understanding of human nature. If it weren't for Yi Yang, he could easily meet his requirements. The problem now is not that his methods are not powerful enough, but that this opponent really seems to be cheating. With the current level of human civilization, how could it be possible to support the implementation of such 3 grand plans at the same time? Moreover, it can be kept secret to the level that Tongji will not find out at all. This is beyond his understanding of human beings. He is now increasingly suspicious that the heart of ultimate wisdom has fallen into Yi Yang's hands. Otherwise, there is no way to explain what is happening now. First update. Actually, from the beginning, there were not 2 plans, but 3. Yi Yang said seriously, in addition to the Star Umbrella Project, the Qianlong Project, and the Optimus Project, which are the photos of Optimus Prime that you have been so popular on the internet recently, I will give you a positive response today. The combined force field composed of space, the ground, and the deep sea will eventually form the ultimate defense mechanism, which is enough to block most solar storms. Although some problems will still occur, it can basically ensure the safety of most human beings. There is no doubt about it. Yi Yang smiled faintly, so, don't easily believe the rumors on the internet. People with ulterior motives are what everyone needs to guard against. They are the ones who least care about whether you can survive. They only care about their own benefit. There is not much difference in the positive effects between the early announcement of the Qingtian plan and the announcement at this time. But if you wait for the other party to question you first, and then use this to weaken the other party's doubts and make the public wary of the Tongji Association, this will be the greatest additional effect. I see. It seems we don't have to worry anymore. Mr. Yi is indeed the light of mankind. He is simply too strong. He thinks of everything. Those little trolls just. Now, why don't you just lower your heads in shame and apologize to Mr. Yi? They probably ran away long time ago. Anyway, I am a big fan of Mr. Yi. I have never doubted Mr. Yi. I am really foresight. I am an old fan who has been with Mr. Yi all the way. No one has been as long as me. Old fans will know as soon as they see my ID that what I say is true. Looking for daddy all over the internet? I look familiar to you. You started to recognize Mr. Yi as your dad not long after Mr. Yi became famous through Douyin tips. Look. All my old fans know me. The announcement of the Qingtian project instantly cleared up all the previous doubts, and most people felt at ease. But the Kiwanis Club really has no drama left. All the MPs lowered their heads. Alexis sighed, now, we can only announce the final trump card. Do we still have a trump card? The Kiwanis Club members are all bright-eyed. The Kiwanis Club has been passed down for 1,000 or 2,000 years, and these members may not know all the trump cards, such as the pre-civilized mechas, which are super equipment that only prophets know about. Release the ultimate truth to the world. Alexis nodded and said calmly. The next day, the internet wave of doubts about Qianlong's plan had just been quelled. There are new hot topics hitting the hot searches. Pre-civilization. Grand screening. Why does it feel like I'm writing a science fiction novel? One person writing this is science fiction, but it has been reprinted hundreds of millions of times. It doesn't feel like it's made up. And this time there is a lot of core data to support it, such as internal data on the exploration of pre-civilization ruins, evidence of the existence of pre-civilization, etc. Yeah, it doesn't look fake. The prophet turned out to be a god who survived the previous civilization. He went through that terrible selection and came to save us. Prophet. Save us quickly. According to the prophet's description, the Great Screening is not only about solar storms, but also many other concurrent disasters. Solar storms are just an induced disaster. That's right. According to this description, even if the three major plans can prevent the solar storm, they cannot prevent subsequent disasters. Only the prophet knows how to crack it, and only by believing in him can we survive the apocalypse. His request is that we restore the civilization model of the previous civilization and abolish the current civilization model. In other words, if you want to be led by him, you have to be an enemy of everything now. Who should you believe? Do you still have any doubts? Anyway, I chose Jiangjing without thinking. Where did this sand devil prophet jump out from, by a bunch of Navy troops, and become a god right here? He knows nothing. How many predictions are there for himself? Do you think you are a boss because you created a disaster? Can you create disasters? Can you cause landslides and tsunamis? Isn't that a god in itself? What a stupid thing. Mr. Yi is still building a base on the moon, hiding dragons under the sea, and flying starships in space. According to your comparison, Mr. Yi is at least at the level of the Lord of the Gods, right? You have the ability to ask your prophet to knock down Mr. Yi's Nanchunman space fortress? He's still alive. I'm afraid one cannonball will send him to the west to see the Tathagata. Haha, your level is too low to understand the existence of the prophet. That's right. Your structure is too small, and your cognition has not reached that level at all. It's normal that you can't understand it. Anyway, I am planning to follow the prophet. After the end of the world, I survived, but you trash have long since become a cup of less. I'll go, it's so stupid. I can't stand spicy food. On the internet, various voices appeared again, and various scoldings and wars occurred one after another. This time, Jiangjing was also a little surprised. He never imagined that a so-called prophet from the previous civilization would survive. Unexpected, indeed unexpected. If he hadn't built a force that was destined to be in opposition to modern civilization, I would have really wanted to have a serious talk with him face to face. Jiangjing sighed. He also had too many doubts and questions about pre-civilizations. There are so many questions to ask. In this way, some issues have become clear. He gathered his thoughts. The unreasonable teachings of the Kiwanis Club now make sense. Although it sounds very outrageous, there is indeed an old pre-civilization that has lived for many thousands of years and is still alive today. And also founded the Kiwanis Club in order to re-establish the civilized form of the Tongji Association. At the very beginning, he built his own godhead and the Tongji association with concepts and technology that surpassed the cognition of ancient people. Just like showing lighters to ancient people, when modern technology reaches ancient times, people will treat them as gods. The prophet was a remnant of pre-civilization, and he could certainly easily create many things that ancient people found unbelievable, so he easily established the predecessor of the Kiwanis Club, which has continued until modern times. In the past few hundred years, after the overall scientific and technological industrial level of mankind finally reached the standard, which was enough to build large-scale equipment such as earthquake generators, he used the excuse of subverting modern civilization to summon many members who had hatred for today's civilization and established the Five Sources organization, produce various disaster generators around the world, piece together your own strength cards, and further take root in every corner of the world, develop strength, and prepare for the ultimate battle. Everything was going well originally. This perfect plan was broken by his own appearance. And then it developed to this point. What a big move. Yi Yang sighed. Second update. After he sorted everything out, he raised the corner of his mouth, even though the other party's announcement of all this caused him some trouble. But there are also big problems with his logic. The first is that the pre-civilization, as a destroyed civilization, has no experience at all. In other words, the Great Selection has proved that the pre-civilization was a failed civilization. How can such a remnant of a civilization say that he has the ability to lead the current civilization? What about success? The second is that although he knows that what the other party says is true, as long as he does not make a statement or admit it, it is just a rumor that only a small number of people believe. The prophet cannot truly prove that he is a survivor of the civilization hundreds of thousands of years ago. As long as he appears, he can go directly and kill the opponent, so it doesn't make sense whether he proves it or not. The negative impact this incident had on him was limited. In the following days, although Tongji would shape the prophet more and more realistically. But after all, they are just a group of mice who hide their heads and tails, and dare not really show their faces. Therefore, although more and more people are taught by the prophet, they are still unable to affect the overall situation. After allocating part of the force to deal with the prophet's destruction of the three major plans, everything falls into a dynamic balance again. Nearly a year passed quickly like this. This day is the day when the Qianlong project is officially completed. On this day, celebrations are held all over the world. After all, this is the first time that mankind has gathered the power of all mankind to carry out a mammoth project. Anyone who participates in it feels proud and excited. There are 10,081 submarine bases standing on the seabed around the world, some of which are already in operation. The Earth's magnetic field has declined rapidly in this year, and various associated disasters have increased. Small-scale solar storms have begun to reach the Earth's surface. But Star Umbrella has entered a state of comprehensive defense. Nowadays, the Star Umbrella can withstand all storms of this magnitude. Occasionally, when the solar storm is strong, the Qianlong base will be opened for magnetic replenishment. It's really not easy. Yes, but it is also a huge achievement, and the sense of accomplishment after it is completed is incomparable. If it weren't for the Star Umbrella floating in space and the Qianlong base resisting on the bottom of the sea, the current civilization should have begun to collapse, right? Thanks to Mr. Yi. There are very few people around the world who doubt Yi Yang. Only hundreds of millions of followers of the prophet cult are clamoring, but they will be besieged no matter where they appear. Because people voluntarily organized support groups. To protect Yang. Obviously there are more normal people, but the right to speak on the internet is occupied by these garbage people. The biggest reason is the silence of normal people. The silent majority has caused the chaos on the internet. Nowadays, most people have the courage to speak out and come together spontaneously to suppress those unhealthy tendencies. Most people are not stupid and believe in the facts before them. The Star Umbrella and Hidden Dragon Project are truly protecting them. If not for these two magnificent achievements. Nowadays, the power supply in human society has basically been cut off. Let alone discussing things online, even air conditioners and electric ovens may not be usable, and we can only rely on batteries to maintain some basic electricity. If not for the Star Umbrella and Qianlong already built. Now some animals and plants have begun to gradually become extinct, and the environment has been completely destroyed. Members of the Extreme Animal and Plant Protection Association and the Extreme Environmental Protection Association who had attacked Yang were pulled out and whipped to death. Look what you have protected. If it weren't for Mr. Yi, how could you protect all this with your mouth? It seems that this is the maximum number of people we can get. Kiwanis headquarters. The MPs were all talking. Recently, the number of new believers in the prophetic cult has been extremely small. Well, the purpose of this stage is to accumulate as much power as possible. Now that this stage has reached its limit, it's time to move on to the next stage. Alexis nodded. Naturally, he is not so naive as to think that one sect can overthrow the existing form of civilization. How far has the three-form transformation process progressed? He asked. We are still 30% short of the target number. Members report. Alexis nodded. Speed up. And complete the process as soon as possible. Yes. The relevant responsible council members stepped back to monitor the progress. Alexis looked into the distance again. In fact, none of the paths of pre-civilization have matured. The time given to them from discovering the Great Selection theory to facing the Great Selection disaster was too short. At the end of the last Great Screening disaster, none of the Black-Eyed Neozoic project had succeeded. After hundreds of years of perfection, today's new black-eyed body has reached perfection. Similarly, the Mechanical Body Project, Biological Blood Technology Chain, etc. have also been successfully developed. If these plans had been successful back then, I wonder if the outcome of the previous civilization would have been different? His eyes were full of vicissitudes, as if he remembered too many past events. It must be a completely different ending. He thought secretly. Magic City, the largest observatory by Xiaojing, has now become the director of the observatory. This private observatory, which was once on the verge of bankruptcy, has now developed into one of the largest observatories in the world. How is it? Yi Yang asked about the observation results. Extremely pessimistic. Bai Xiaojing sighed, and after calculating various data, she looked worried. The decline in geomagnetic intensity is faster than expected, and it is superimposed at a very fast speed. In the worst case, the Earth's magnetic field may be completely shut down within 3 months. The complete shutdown time will last at least 1 year, before the reverse magnetic pole will begin to strengthen. Yi Yang frowned. Plans can never keep up with the speed of change. Everything is worse than expected. In 3 months, even if we work at full capacity, the Sky Plan cannot be completed. Yi Yang frowned. The Sky Plan has the heaviest task. At least 1 pillar must be placed around each city. Metropolises like Beijing, Shanghai, and New York even need about 8 pillars. In this way, the number of Optimus Primes used to maintain cities around the world is huge. Not to mention the stabilization devices in the deep mountains and old forests. According to the original plan, they still have 1 year to build. But in the previous year, the geomagnetic decay rate has been getting faster and faster, and time is getting more and more urgent. Now, it has reached a critical value. At the current speed, it will take at least 7 months to complete the Qingtian project. Yi Yang frowned. First update. It seems that we can only rely on people's will to save themselves. Yi Yang groaned. A few hours later, a live broadcast announced to the world. Is it airing again? Is Project Qingtian also completed? No, our city is still under construction. Perhaps there is some good news to announce. Soon, hundreds of millions of people from around the world rushed in to watch. After all, in the past year or two, under the leadership of Yi Yang, the 2 major plans have been completed step by step. The golden age of navigation has allowed everyone to make money and improve their lives. Various extreme associations were destroyed by Yi Yang, and the internet became harmonious and friendly. All kinds of businesses that took advantage of the disaster to hype up the situation and try to make a profit were also attacked with the most severe means. Living a more comfortable life in the last days than the normal life before, it was so satisfying that everyone respected Yi Yang from the bottom of their hearts. Today, I want to announce some bad news to everyone. Yi Yang looked at the camera with a serious expression. Everyone who saw this scene felt their hearts sink. It seemed like he realized something was not good. According to the latest calculations, the complete degaussing of the Earth may begin within 3 months. According to estimates, at the current construction speed, the fastest completion time of the Qingtian project is 7 months. He said solemnly, now Project Qingtian is in urgent need of more support. I hope everyone can contribute to their own safety at this critical moment. This brief press conference left everyone silent for a moment. No one doubted Yi Yang's words, and no one complained. I am willing to join Optimus Prime's construction work for free. Yes. This is also for my family. Mr. Yi was leading us before. But now we have to save ourselves. Yes. Go, go, go. Many people have stopped their current work and stopped their gold mining voyage. Some people donated money and some contributed their efforts. Optimus Prime's construction speed increases day by day. Call. Yi Yang was originally worried that it would cause some restlessness, but obviously everything developed better than he expected. It's so smooth that it's a bit ridiculous, he sighed. Perhaps the news came too quickly this time, and the Kiwanis Club did not have time to organize the destruction and set the pace. In the face of major issues of right and wrong, most people have made admirable choices. No matter when, the most essential human emotions will not be distorted. As long as we provide an environment that is barely bearable, everyone will choose to struggle. The key is to make people see hope and feel the future, instead of living in pure pain and anxiety. 4. Example, right now, there is a clear instruction to avoid disaster by speeding up Optimus Prime's operating efficiency. Then, most people will make wise choices. Humanity is actually a great race in nature. Yi Yang sighed. From the bottom of their hearts, most people pursue justice and positive energy. Once the objective facts are different, there will be some force majeure, forcing everyone to make a different choice. Optimus Prime's construction speed soared to the extreme in just a few days. However, whether it can be completed before the geomagnetism completely disappears still depends on luck. Perhaps one day earlier, or one day later, can lead to completely different results. If all the military power at his disposal could be invested in construction, everything would be different. But now the prophetic cult controlled by the Tongji Association is frequently and massively attacking Optimus Prime and deep-sea bases in various places every day. As a result, some of the forces have to be allocated to take care of this aspect, and they are unable to devote all their efforts. If human beings could have less internal fighting and less dark and brutal and dirty competition for interests, this disaster could be easily overcome. Yi Yang punched the table. But this is the reality. It is obvious that everyone has the same goal, is honest with each other, and can solve the problem with each other's contribution. In the end, everyone will be implicated in each other and dragged to death by a small disaster. If it weren't for the emergence of the system, he would have created this strange existence. It goes without saying that humans will never survive this geomagnetic reversal. Just the fact that these giants, who control most of the world's assets and power, just want to run away on their own is enough to bring everything to destruction. Allowing people without structure to control resources will lead to this consequence. He has been thinking about what caused this these days. It is the current way of human growth that makes it relatively easier for profit-oriented people to obtain resources and money. Rank based on ability to compete for profits, not ranking based on pattern ability. As a result, those who stand in the position of a conglomerate giant and should be responsible for the obligations of this position do not have the structure and awareness that they should have in this position. If humanity as a whole does not repair and correct itself, even if it survives this great screening, it will still fail in the next great screening without its own existence. He knew that such correction and repair would be extremely difficult and complex. But it's not impossible. How to make the person who should sit in the chair that best suits him is the most profound question that humans need to think about if they want to exist permanently. Boss, the situation seems a little bad. Yumomo's words pulled him back from his distant thoughts. What's wrong? Yi Yang asked in confusion. The Prophet's attacks on the Optimus Prime base and the undersea base have suddenly increased in frequency and scale. Yumomo handed the live broadcast to Yi Yang. This time, it's not just armed humans, but also a large wave of black-eyed biohumans, metal-modified humans, etc. The number is too large, and it's not comparable to before the last fight. Yi Yang's eyes were solemn. If the previous distribution of power was followed, perhaps all the Optimus Primes could be built before the Earth was completely demagnetized. But now the Tongji Society has suddenly increased the pressure. It will lead to the mobilization of more forces to resist their impact, and the completion date of the Optimus project will be postponed again. Is it too late? He exhaled. At this point, we have to use all the forces we can use, and I will go to the battlefield in person. At this point, the top-level grand strategy has not changed much. Try to reduce our forces to defend against the Tongji Society's attack and save more forces to build Optimus Prime. For this, I will do everything. Liang Mek, come. He stood on the top of the tall building and shouted. The parts of Liang number 3 were like flowing lights in the sky, and instantly possessed the body. He soared into the sky and went far away. We have already made it this far, and this time must be gained no matter what. For the survival of mankind, those who stand in the way will only die. Chapter 2. Boom Boom. The Liang mecha rushed to a certain place above Optimus Prime. This is the place that has been attacked the most severely at present, and 2 of the 3 defense lines have been broken. There are tens of millions of black-eyed biochemical warriors rushing towards the center, which is much more terrifying than zombie movies. Moreover, these biochemical warriors have their own wisdom and weapons in their hands. Minor gunshot wounds have little effect on these biochemical warriors, and their speed and strength are much stronger than ordinary people. There are military planes in the sky dropping incendiary bombs, which burn a large area at a time. Unfortunately, this kind of loss is still too slow for the total number of tens of millions. Boom Boom. The whole battle scene is very tragic. The sky-high fire and missiles plow the ground, all kinds of blood fly, and corpses are everywhere. Yi Yang did not delay any longer and rushed directly to the outermost perimeter. The microbombs on his body rushed out, directly clearing all the heavy firepower points on the periphery, and then the gravity field was released to the maximum extent, instantly crushing all the black-eyed biochemical warriors within a kilometer radius. In just 20 seconds, the outer firepower points and tens of thousands of enemies were swept away. This efficiency made everyone's eyes widen. Yi Yang is here in person. Run. The 2 Tongji Association mechas that were about to attack for the final destruction turned around and ran away instantly. In the past year or so, Tongji Association has put together another 30 or 40 mechas. But the factory under Yi Yang's name has also produced at a high speed, making more than 70 mechas. Both sides surrounded and intercepted, and the biggest threat to Optimus Prime every time was these mechas. After all, the mobility is too strong. But since Yi Yang's mechas are more numerous, if they only do defense, they can still take care of it. If you come, stay. Yi Yang instantly soared into the sky. The performance of Liang 3 is beyond all mechas in reality. With his strong physique, he can perfectly stimulate the performance of Liang 3. Ordinary people cannot control Liang 3. Its instantaneous acceleration beyond common sense is enough to break the body of ordinary people even with buffer protection. Die. In the past year or so, Liang 3 has been upgraded several times. Although there is no qualitative leap, the data has been greatly improved. With only 3 punches, the opponent's protective shield was directly shattered. With the opponent's attack, the 4th punch smashed the opponent's mecha's head. The first generation mecha is as fragile as paper in front of his Liang 3. The gap is bigger than Tyson beating elementary school students. After all, the human skull is very hard, and even a boxing champion cannot break someone's skull with 1 punch. Die. Yi Yang accelerated in an instant, as if he had moved through space, and flashed to another mecha hundreds of meters away. He kicked it down in the air with a huge force, smashing it from the air to the ground. Boom Boom Boom. He put his hands down, and the super electromagnetic cannon fired like a machine gun. In 10 seconds, hundreds of electromagnetic beads were fired, turning the mecha stuck in the ground into a sieve. The terrifying impact force caused the ground to crack, and a huge pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters was charred and emitting black blood smoke. After dealing with these 2 mechas, Yi Yang turned back again and began to clean up the remaining black-eyed biochemical army. What a devil. Many of the people present joined the prophet cult later, and had never seen Yi Yang's fighting style. At this time, many of them were scared silly. Even if their consciousness was transferred into the black-eyed biochemical body and their emotions were suppressed, they couldn't help but burst out with fear. After all, 2 mechas were killed in an instant. Wherever he passed, like a sickle harvesting life, the black bio bodies either turned into meat patties or were directly smashed to pieces. Not even resembling a human being. It was simply a demon god. Unable to resist, Yi Yang went in and out 10 times, killing the entire battlefield. At least 200,000 black-eyed bio bodies and metal reset bodies were killed. Even so, it was only 1/3 of the total number. However, his invincible demeanor was too terrifying. It made everyone present collapse. No matter how suppressed the emotions were, fear of death was the most essential emotion of human nature. In front of this absolutely irresistible life harvester, who would still have the heart to rush forward? Soon, the black tide receded. Only endless blood and large pieces of flesh and blood corpses were left. I'm about to collapse. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to come in person. I was wondering why no mechas came to support us for so long. It turns out that our King Bomb has come in person. Mr. Yi is invincible. The soldiers in the defense line saluted Yi Yang in the sky one after another. Yi Yang nodded at them and flew into the sky again. There are too many such situations all over the world now. He can't waste any more time. I'm so envious. If we can have such a handsome mecha, it would be so cool to sweep across the land. For ordinary people like us, driving this kind of mecha would probably be suicide in an instant, and it can also kill. The biochemical tide, haha. I've eaten so much blue and gold rice, and my physical fitness is no longer the same as before. Haha. But it's still far from the requirements for driving a mecha. Only people who have been injected with super soldier potion can drive this kind of mecha. And to obtain the super soldier potion, the requirements are extremely high, and the candidates are the world's top ones. Just in terms of combat power, they must at least tie with goddess Shou. In the past year or so, Shou Qingxian has driven the Liang to travel around the country with brilliant achievements. She has killed 3 or 5 Tongji mechas alone, and has solved urgent problems many times. She is well known worldwide. Then forget it. They have all seen Shou Qingxuan's battle video. 3 months ago, in front of the Magic City Optimus Prime, she fought against the second-generation mecha driven by the ancient Arab swordsman sealed by the Tongji Society. The various exquisite moves are breathtaking. In the end, even such a powerful ancient Arab swordsman was defeated and fled. It is conceivable that in order to tie with Shou Qingxian, how high a level of fighting skills is needed. If it weren't for Mr. Yi popularizing free martial arts teaching in China a few years ago, I really can't imagine how many people can be competent for this kind of mecha driving work now. I can only say that Mr. Yi is very far-sighted. However, if Yi Yang heard these words, he would definitely laugh out loud. At that time, he had just obtained the system, and was challenged by boxing champions from various countries. He saw that Hongfeng National Martial Arts Hall was in decline, and he felt sad. By the way, he took advantage of the popularity to promote a wave of free traditional martial arts teaching, which set off a traditional martial arts craze. But it was a purely unintentional act, but it unexpectedly laid the necessary foundation for the doomsday a few years later. This wave, purely unintentional planting of willows, and willows have a shade. First update. Avoid any target that Yi Yang is heading for, and all mechas retreat. If Yi Yang comes, retreat immediately, Try to ensure that there is no need to waste time with him. The order of Tongji society was passed down. The many Tongji society wave branches that besieged Optimus Prime all received the news. However, although they have such a strategy, but Yi Yang's combat power and speed are too super standard. As long as he arrives, he will kill through and collapse. It is not realistic to organize and attack again in a short time. Yi Yang attacked very quickly. And in a very short time, he defeated more than a dozen of the most critical offensive waves. Damn it. This kind of sudden and explosive sneak attack is most effective only the first time. But it was Yi Yang who broke it. Damn it, if it weren't for this guy, we would have been able to successfully knock down at least 100 Optimus Primes this time. Yeah, after this time, they will readjust the power ratio, and even mobilize all the people. We can't attack suddenly anymore. Well, it's not realistic to use superior force to attack certain pillars. It's not worth the loss. Yi Yang will arrive soon, and the loss will be too heavy. Only in this day, Yi Yang alone had to kill 2 or 3 million biochemical people and metal people on their side. Although they prepared a huge amount of armed forces for the final battle. But they couldn't help killing like this. There is still a long way to go. It seems that we have to rethink our strategy, someone said. However, they soon found that no matter how they formulated their strategy, Yi Yang was an insurmountable mountain. No matter how precise their thoughts were, they could not escape being sanctioned by Yi Yang in the end. In the end, they could only choose a plan with the least possible loss. Concentrate the forces, eventually forming more than a dozen superior forces, and launch attacks in more than a dozen places farthest from the world. Even if Yi Yang wants to rescue, it is difficult to rescue them all at once. Each burst of impact can always kill a few Optimus Primes. Now the construction of Optimus Prime is racing against time with the arrival of the geomagnetic reversal. If they delay a little longer, Yi Yang may fail. The second day, everything went according to plan. As expected, although the Liang No. 3 is extremely fast, support and cleaning will take time after all. The Prophet cult, which has organized its forces into more than a dozen forces, has at least tens of millions of tides in each force. The human sea attack alone can instantly engulf the defense circle. It will soon be possible to pull out a pillar. If there happens to be no mecha guarding there is basically no suspense, and it cannot be saved at all. Even the ordinary workers who built the Optimus Prime in it will be killed. After the first wave of contact, the losses were extremely heavy. However, immediately, the Liang mecha formed many teams to provide support everywhere. But it was not very useful. The core problem was solved by the support of the 4 space fortresses and the 10 Wanbird space motherships. Although most of the power was used to form a star umbrella to block the solar wind, now was a critical moment, a special period, even if it was not worth letting in some storms, it was necessary to stop the destruction of Tongji society. The moment the 4 super fortresses showed their power, the 4 prophet cult people who crossed the continents in the world suffered an unimaginable horror. The gravity field cannon of several thousand meters was pressed down from space. In an instant, the mountain range was collapsed. The crowd on it was naturally turned into dust. A square-deep pit with a side length of several kilometers appeared in the mountain area. Inside, at least hundreds of thousands of people were buried. Just when everyone was in a state of confusion. Soon, the second wave of gravity field cannons fell from space. The clouds within a radius of more than 10 kilometers were all shattered by the huge field energy and rolled in all directions. This scene made all the monarchs and giants tremble with fear. Is the space fortress so terrifying? After the two waves of gravity field cannons, countless space electromagnetic potential energy cannons of hundreds of meters fell, each of which smashed a huge pit of nearly 1 square kilometer. Countless biochemical people turned into blood mist and evaporated in this terrifying wave. If it weren't for the consideration of Optimus Prime standing in the distance, these space potential energy electromagnetic cannons would be powerful enough to destroy a metropolis with one wave. It's simply a weapon of the level of destroying a country. If it is a smaller country, with the power of the space fortress now, it really doesn't take much effort to wipe it out. From the world's physical sense, this deterrent power is far beyond the nuclear bomb, right? If the nuclear bomb can't take down this space fortress, it is indeed this. The monarchs and giants were all sighing, the world was changing too fast, they were all left far behind. But fortunately, Jiangjing could take out these space fortresses at this time. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. They felt mixed emotions, but in the end, they felt that they had already accepted their fate, but now they witnessed the facts with their own eyes. As long as these 4 super fortresses are still hanging in space, they are invincible. The deterrent power is really too great. The 4 super fortresses, plus the mecha team, plus Jiangjing's Liang 3. Soon, the Tongji Society's offensive collapsed as a whole. How could this happen? Those 4 big guys can actually support so quickly. Didn't they say that they are fully committed to fighting the solar storm and can't deal with us at all? Is there still a chance to fight? No matter what we do, they will be defeated. Even if we have stored billions of biochemical forces, it is not enough to kill them like this. This time, the stranglehold of the 4 fortresses alone destroyed their nearly 10 million biochemical troops. This is simply unheard of and unseen. It seems that this large-scale surprise attack tactic can no longer be used. The Tongji Society's members all looked sad. However, the prophet did not seem to panic at all, and still looked calm, watching the clouds rolling outside the window. It seems that he is not worried about what is happening at all. Many members were like ants on a hot pot, but when they saw the prophet's appearance, they all calmed down. Looking at the prophet's appearance, you can tell that he must still have a trump card. The ultimate old monster who has lived from hundreds of thousands of years ago to the present is unfathomable. Who knows what secrets and trump cards he still hides? Until the last moment, it is impossible to tell who will win and who will lose. The heart that was originally a little scattered has gathered again at this moment. I should think carefully about what to do next. Second update. This day, Jiangjing published an obituary and paid tribute to those who died in the raid. They died for a new tomorrow for mankind. They deserve their family and friends, and they deserve to be remembered and cherished by each of us. They gave their lives for our tomorrow. We must not only thank them, but also repay them in a tangible way. This is the moment of human nirvana, the darkest hour before dawn, he concluded. We will win the final victory. After the speech, everyone felt the feeling of the arrival of the great world. Amidst the earth-shaking struggle and passion, there was blood and sadness. Soon, Jiangjing established a hero foundation. Everyone in the world, including himself, has dedicated 5% of his wealth to form this foundation to compensate members who died for a new tomorrow for mankind. He wanted everyone to clearly understand that the Great Selection was a disaster affecting every human being. Everyone has the responsibility and obligation to be responsible for this. If you neither want to contribute nor spend money, then just apply to withdraw from human citizenship yourself. When the 3 major plans are completed and the solar storm comes, he will resolutely let these people take all their wealth and go to the empty space left to face the solar storm. People do not suffer from scarcity, but from inequality. He knows this very well. In an apocalyptic environment, making everyone feel fair is countless times more important than offending a small group of humans. As long as this minority does not exceed 50%, it is acceptable. If some people sacrificed their lives for this disaster, while some people are hiding at home and enjoying the wonderful fruits of these people's sacrifices, this kind of unfairness will objectively lead to the disintegration of the overall human will, and will lead to a decrease in efficiency and morale. After all, who would want to lose their life if they could hide at home and wait for victory? After all, there are only a few people with lofty consciousness. This is what he wants to do, and he wants to make these sacrifices receive real and huge rewards, rather than a weak compliment. He wants to make these rats who want to hide in the dark and enjoy the fruits of other people's labor pay whatever price they deserve. The battle for time continues. In the following days, the two sides continued to find a balance point in this offensive and defensive battle. The Tongji Club's losses are huge, but every once in a while, it can always cause some trouble to the Qingtian project. However, among Yi Yang's real rewards, all those who participated in Qingtian's plan not only satisfied their righteousness, but also gained huge profits. Under such stimulation, countless people rushed to make up for Qingtian's plan. Far from being reduced by the impact of the Kiwanis Club, efficiency is constantly rising. Soon, 3 months passed. The geomagnetic intensity has weakened to its limit and will disappear completely at any time. Bai Xiaojing said while holding the latest report. In the past month, there have been more and more defense vulnerabilities. Various storms poured in, causing a lot of damage. Natural disasters have also increased dramatically. This month alone, more than 100 million people have died due to various natural disasters. This is especially true for some small and poor countries that do not have popular science and technology, have high population density, do not have enough medical power, and do not have good protective measures. People die piece by piece. Since the disaster broke out, the human population has dropped sharply by at least 700 million. Bai Xiaojing sighed. This is all under the circumstances where the 3 major plans are being implemented as best as possible. Without these defensive measures, more than half of humanity would have been destroyed by now. Civilization should have completely collapsed. When the Qingtian plan is completely completed and fully activated, it will have the additional function of stabilizing the land plate. By then, the scope of influence of various natural disasters will be greatly reduced. Humanity will also be much more relaxed, said the hurricane manager on the side. Yi Yang nodded and looked at Jiuzhou Industrial. How is the completion of the Qingtian project? It's very close, and if all goes well, it could be done today. The person in charge of Kyushu Industrial smiled. Completely completed and with some defects, the difference in operating efficiency between these two states is huge. If Project Qingtian is fully launched, it will be enough to completely block solar storms and weaken the impact of most natural disasters. Although it seems to be in time. But Yi Yang felt a little uneasy. Despite the ferocious attacks on Kiwanis in recent months, little has changed. As an ancient organization that has been hidden for thousands of years, it can't possibly have just this ability, right? Is it really that he is too strong? If it were human beings who had developed normally before, they would have completely collapsed. Has his presence changed everything? However, it still feels a little too smooth. He stood on the observatory and looked into the distance. This was the suburb of Magic City, and he could vaguely see the shadow of Optimus Prime standing in the distance. Flashes of soothing light and shadow. Meanwhile, Kiwanis headquarters. The atmosphere was silent. Although they have racked their brains and exhausted all their abilities in the past few months to delay Qingtian's plan. But the effect is not great. To put it bluntly, although there are some legacies left by the previous civilization, they are just legacies after all. The previous civilization is not more advanced than today's human beings, and there is not even a space fortress. And the population they control is only about 500 million. Compared with the total number of human beings, it is too far behind. The industrial strength, human resources, and weapon levels of both sides are of different magnitudes. Although the human side is a builder and they are a destroyer, and destruction is much easier than construction, it still cannot make up for this gap. After all, modern civilization still has Yang hanging on the wall. The prophet Alexis, who had always been calm, stood up. All the members of the audience looked at him. The prophet has not moved for a long time. Like a god, he watched them running around and busying around. And the prophet had no instructions and no emotional expression. It seemed that everything had nothing to do with him. Now, the prophet finally moved. They all stared at the prophet nervously, waiting for his words. They all knew that the fate of the prophet church and the Kiwanis society hung on the next word of the prophet. The time has come. The calm eyes of the prophet Alexis flashed with flames. He pulled the trigger of his prophet chair. The entire Kiwanis society base slowly cracked open. The huge Kiwanis society headquarters rumbled from the middle to both sides. The deep and terrifying pit below was revealed. The congressman looked down from the edge of the meeting room and all of them broke out in cold sweat. First update. This is. I never thought that there would be such a thing hidden underground at the Kiwanis Club headquarters. I can't believe it. The congressmen were frightened and stuttered. In fact, they have been at the Kiwanis Club headquarters for so many years and have never known any information about the underground. This has hollowed out the entire headquarters, forming an extremely deep pit. There is no bottom at all. It's like a dark abyss, with no idea where the end point is. At the bottom, there seemed to be some light. The light is getting brighter and brighter. It seemed like lava, slowly rising up. This source well is also one of the trump cards of the former civilization, said the prophet Alexis. There were more than one source well like this at first, but after he woke up, he found that the other source wells were no longer functioning. Only this source well maintained some activity. It is the ultimate achievement of the pre-civilization technological chain in terms of force. After thousands of years of recovery, hundreds of years of energy recharging, now, it has finally returned to its peak state. However, because Jiangjing's relevant knowledge is too complex, although he is an elite in the pre-civilization era, it is impossible to maintain it alone. According to his estimate, this source well could only be launched 2 to 3 times. Belongs to the ultimate trump card. Now, The game between the two parties has entered the final stage, and it is time to show this trump card. Prophet, this is. All the MPs asked. This is called Jiangjing, and it is the representative of the ultimate destructive power. Alexis took out a scepter and inserted it into the groove in front of the prophet's chair. Rumble, rumble. Rumble. It was as if the magma underground was roaring. Everything around shook. Inside the source well, endless light shines. Everyone can feel the infinite energy gushing out from inside the source well. How terrible. Who is more powerful, this kind of power or nuclear bombs? The nuclear bomb is the ultimate achievement of modern civilization. The source well is the ultimate violent achievement of pre-civilization. Who is better? A nuclear bomb is definitely incomparable to Jiangjing. Alexis said. With certainty. You will soon understand. This blow will kill the final enemy. Destroy all their hopes. Alexis said calmly. Seeing the firm look in the prophet's eyes, everyone felt relieved and even had infinite hope in their hearts. Next moment. A ray of light flashed in front of them incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it flew from the endless abyss to the horizon and disappeared. No one could see what it was, only that it was huge. At the same time, on the rooftop of the Magic City Observatory, Yi Yang was thinking about the future, when a huge alarm sounded from the observatory. What happened? Yi Yang asked. The star umbrella has detected that there was sudden superstandard energy rising on an isolated desert island in Antarctica. It is rushing towards Asia at extremely fast speeds. It is predicted that the energy level threat far exceeds that of a nuclear bomb strike. The nuclear countermeasures. Systems of various countries responded and sounded the alarm. This energy moves extremely fast, reaching hundreds of kilometers per second. The time is too short and the speed is too fast. It is impossible to intercept it, and it is impossible to predict its route and target. Antarctica and the Chinese Demon City are relatively far away. Yi Yang looked at his route map. Finally come. Yi Yang had long felt that the pre-civilization would not be that simple. If the prophet only held some biochemical soldiers, it would be difficult to achieve his ultimate goal of reviving the pre-civilization. Now this extremely fast-moving energy strike also proved his guess. This kind of ultra-high-speed strike with energy far exceeding that of conventional nuclear bombs cannot be intercepted or calculated. It comes suddenly. Even if the target is the Nanchunman space fortress, there is a high probability of success. An island in Antarctica is probably less than 15,000 kilometers away from the Magic City, which is a 150-second strike. More than a minute had passed since it was detected and the Hurricane senior management finished telling himself the fact. In other words, if this shot is not aimed at yourself, but at other targets within a distance of less than 6,000 kilometers, the target will not even be able to report. And the target will have died. I don't know how I died until I died. After all, 100 kilometers per second is no different from teleportation. No trace can be seen with the naked eye. From a visual perspective, everything around him suddenly evaporates, that's all. It is impossible for the 4 major battle fortresses to respond effectively to such irregular, ultra-high-speed mobile strikes. Several path interceptions were made without success. When things have developed to this point, it's a matter of who has the stronger trump card. Yi Yang understood that now was the time to play for the trump cards. Otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain. It seems that my decision was right. He looked towards the sky. The biggest trump card in his hand is the photon weapon. He has never told anyone about all the information about photon weapons. Only some of the top hurricane officials and some construction AI who are forced to be loyal by the system are aware of its existence. Forced loyalty is similar to physical brainwashing. It consumes face value and cannot be carried out on a large scale. This is his deepest secret and trump card. Even in the most critical moment of the past few months, when several Optimus Primes were knocked down one after another, he did not reveal it. Just to bet whether the prophet still has a trump card. It is stupid to reveal your trump card first in the ultimate game. Now that the opponent's trump card has finally been exposed, he can rest assured. He took out a transmitter from his arms. This transmitter is connected to the island where the hurricane headquarters is located. On the island, a photon silo stands. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is the base with the highest level of protection in the world. The Baishanman fortress is monitoring this place around the clock. The most elite legion of Hurricane is stationed on the periphery. Inside the base, there are mechas, various advanced weapons and AI warriors. At this moment, the photon silo has been fully activated as never before. Since its construction, the photon silo has been accumulating photon energy. The Star Umbrella satellites are also equipped with super-efficient solar panels, connected here. Part of the energy in the terrifying solar storms in recent years has been absorbed and stored here. A huge amount of particle energy has been stored for a long time. Once released, it is enough to turn any target into hell on earth. And this terrifying energy is ready for Yi Yang at any time. Yi Yang looked at the monitoring route and prepared to intercept this attack on the sea. After the unknown attack of Tongji Society, he flew over the Coral Sea and came to the northern Pacific Ocean and pressed the full-strength button. The photon silo erupted instantly. The high-energy particle beam, with a speed reaching sublight speed, escaped from hell like an angry dragon, turning into a terrifying energy wave, roaring towards the northern Pacific Ocean. Second update. Buzz. Almost instantly, two extremely terrifying energies represented the limits of force that two civilizations had reached during the Great Selection spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Between the sea and the sky, they suddenly collide. People from half the world witnessed the birth of the second sun. This is a game of pure energy, this is the glory of the collision of civilizations. The world seemed to be on fire. The sea is roaring. The earth in the distance is melting, and the islands are instantly annihilated into dust. This is the final chapter of the funeral song of pre-civilization and the ultimate brilliant sound of modern civilization. Everything is drowned in light. The powerful pulse wave instantly annihilated the sea, looking down from the battle fortress. Over the Pacific Ocean, the atmosphere was completely pushed away, and there were no clouds in that area. You can clearly see the super whirlpool there. The scope is so large that it has long been difficult to measure. These staff members only know that the geographical changes of the Earth that can be seen from space must be on the level of moving mountains and reclamation, and changing the direction of the human world. Some people looked to the horizon, but were instantly blinded by the extreme light that shone across the atmosphere. Unknown how many species perished in this explosion, and billions and tens of billions of marine life were torn to pieces. Thousands of meters of ocean were torn apart, exposing the underlying rocks. Let that place that never sees the light of day be shrouded in sunlight for the first time. The huge waves set off were tens of thousands of meters high. The waves poured down, and the aftermath and ripples hundreds or thousands of miles away turned into an endless tsunami disaster. Huge waves tens of meters high swallowed some small countries, islands, and coastal cities. Countless people were in panic and had no idea what was happening. And everyone who knew the inside story was shocked to the extreme. Is this the ultimate power of civilization? It's just incredible. This kind of power. Everyone was shocked. Everyone felt the infinite power. Once it breaks out over land, it is really unimaginable how terrifying the destructive power will be. At least within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, everything would be destroyed. It's really scary. Such confrontations have occurred on land where humans live 10 or 8 times. There is no need to resist the geomagnetic reversal, and human civilization has been destroyed by war. That's right. I didn't expect that. Both sides would hide weapons of this level. It's simply unheard of and unseen. It's unimaginable. This blow may have knocked the earth a few millimeters. Then you think the earth is too weak. I really can't imagine how we could resist this kind of weapon without Yi Yang's trump card. The key is that even if it can be intercepted on the ocean every time, the damage caused will still be great. This impact seems to have broken 2 or 3 submarine submersible pillars, and the 3 major bases were also damaged, resulting in loss of personnel. Very big. I don't know. This level of energy shouldn't be emitted casually, right? If we could have a wave of attacks, I guess the Tongji Association would have threatened modern civilization by this. There must be huge restrictions. Alas, many people from the prophetic cult have started clamoring on the internet again, saying that their attacks are unlimited and they can destroy any place at will. Let us surrender quickly. Haha. Listening to his pretense, if you have the ability, let him hit him a few more times. There are various discussions on the internet. An island in Antarctica. The prophet looked at the result report and his face turned completely gloomy. He never expected that Yi Yang could actually use his deepest hidden final trump card. How on earth did he do it, hiding it so deeply? Yi Yang did not use this mysterious weapon wantonly before, but used it very restrainedly. He only used it for a moment when dealing with the destruction source headquarters and rescuing the hostages. Therefore, although he had some guesses about Yi Yang's trump card, but I still don't think that thing is comparable to Jiangjing. But at this moment, he knew that he had made a wrong bet. The opponent's trump card is definitely not weaker than your own in terms of power. And it seems to be more mobile than your own. In the final first-round confrontation, it can be said that he lost by a few points. But that doesn't mean he completely lost. After all, if there were no restrictions on their use, no one would hide their trump cards. In other words, cards that have no restrictions on their use cannot be called trump cards. Jiangjing can still fire twice, but I don't know how many times he can use the weapon he holds in his hand. Prophet Alexis frowned. The remaining number of launches almost determines the success or failure of both parties, and the psychological game before the number is exhausted can also be used. Observatory. Yi Yang looked at the images sent back by the Xing umbrella satellite cluster. The photon silo has been accumulating energy. But after all, it is not like the source well, which has accumulated geothermal energy intermittently for hundreds of years, and time is incomparable. The blow just now had consumed 40% of the energy accumulated over the past few years. In Other words, weakening the energy to 30% each time is only enough to launch 2 more times. But Yi Yang looked at the island image and the satellite image and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This is enough. I have been looking for you for 2 years, but I can't find your location at all. I didn't expect that you are hiding here. As long as the other party shows up, the outcome will be clear. What psychological game, what future launch times, all are meaningless. The darkness that dies when it sees the light, if it doesn't bite him to death the moment it shows its fangs, then it is destined to die. It's over. He pressed the bracelet and stepped downstairs directly. Inside the bracelet, the nanoparticles extended outward and instantly condensed into Liang number 3. Liang number 3 had been completely upgraded to Liang number 3 upgraded a few days ago, and there was no need to summon it outside. Usually, the nanoparticles were hidden in the bracelet and followed Yi Yang closely. There would be no time difference. Boss, are you going? End everything. Yi Yang moved the button in his hand again. In the Hurricane Headquarters base, the photon well was fully activated again. The terrifying light energy cannon reached an island in Antarctica at sub-light speed in an instant. Boom boom boom. The light instantly poured into the source well, shattering it completely. Sublight speed, 100,000 kilometers per second, beyond the scope of any human understanding today. Yi Yang pressed the button, and 0.2 seconds later, the source well 14,000 to 15,000 kilometers away was completely destroyed. No one could possibly react. First update. Until 1 second after the source well was destroyed, the prophet was awakened by the explosion that reached his ears. Even a second ago, he was thinking about how to continue dealing with Yi Yang. When he saw this scene, his mind went blank. After a few seconds, he finally realized what had happened. He yelled, "No!" He didn't understand why it was like this. In his understanding, no matter how fast the weapon is, there should always be a reaction time. Now that prophetic religions are spread all over the world, they should be able to predict them in advance. He didn't expect Yi Yang to be so decisive. Almost as soon as he blocked his attack, he immediately launched an attack and destroyed Jiangjing. After he roared, his expression quickly returned to calm, and he sat on the prophet's seat again. Many congressmen could only accept the reality now and wailed in the hall. No one could accept what they were seeing. The newly raised hope was just destroyed. Yi Yang was able to destroy Jiangjing in such a short time, proving that he could also kill them easily. They were all completely panicked. A feeling of despair spread. However, after they saw the prophet sitting back in his seat with a calm expression, they felt at ease. Again. The prophet is so calm, he must have a trump card. Don't panic, don't panic. They all persuade themselves. In this way, the prophet Alexis ignored the counselors completely and just looked into the distance, as if waiting for something. Soon, a stream of light appeared on the horizon. He was visibly relieved and a smile appeared on his lips. Hoo. The remaining 10 mechas at the base headquarters all dispatched to intercept. But unfortunately, under the power of the upgraded version of Yi Yang Liang number 3, they were all like weak sheep. They were all killed in 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2. Those mechas fell one after another, like falling butterflies. Yi Yang slowly floated over the ruined source well, looking down at the many congressmen in front of him. Yi Yang. What do you want to do? Our prophet has more than one trump card. I advise you not to mess around. You are too arrogant. You actually came directly to our headquarters. Now that you are here, don't even think about leaving. These congressmen are all fierce in appearance, and their only hope is to entrust everything to the prophet and his trump card. Master Prophet, this Jiangjing is really too arrogant. Please show your power and take him down. Now that their lives are hanging by a thread, they are like drowning people. Even though they know that a straw is unreliable, they are now subconsciously grabbing straws crazily. Yes, yes, kill him. A member of the House of Representatives kept shouting. Who knows, the prophet just smiled and shook his head. We have lost. The congressmen were all wide-eyed and could not believe what the prophet said. But if a great cause that a person has worked hard for 2,000 years collapses in an instant, he cannot talk about it so calmly and calmly. Prophet. This is too sudden for you. There was no foreshadowing at all in the beginning. Direct. Just give up. That's it. For Kiwanis, the most terrifying conspiracy in human history that lasted for 2,000 years is gone. The final spark of pre-civilization has just disappeared. They couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. He just looked at Jiangjing blankly, and then looked at the prophet blankly. However, they had no chance to talk anymore. Light passed through their bodies. Most of the congressmen present fell to the ground. Only some top congressmen with gold masks were left, who were knocked to the ground and arrested by the mechas that followed Jiangjing. You finally came. Alexis smiled. Jiangjing looked at him. His appearance is quite weird among humans, but he still looks ugly and handsome, with a tail behind his butt. There is a scepter standing in front of him. I didn't expect that the intelligent creatures from pre-civilizations looked quite similar to humans. Jiangjing said in surprise. They are all primates after all. Alexis smiled. Jiangjing landed. I have a lot of questions. I will answer all your questions, but there is one request. Alexis, he said, any request? Jiangjing asked. At least let me see the end of this round of civilization before executing me. Alexis said calmly. His only desire in existence so far is to see someone successfully survive the Great Selection, proving that it is possible for civilization to survive the Great Screening. Or the Great Selection itself is a high-dimensional game that gives hope to weak civilizations, but can never win. Can. Jiangjing nodded and agreed happily. Everything you want to know, I originally wanted to tell you. After receiving the promise, the prophet stood up and smiled. My only dream is to see this round of civilization go through the screening, whether you win or I win. All the same. Jiangjing was a little surprised. The pattern of this prophet is a bit big. Oh, there is one more thing. The prophet looked at Jiangjing. Has the heart of ultimate wisdom fallen into your hands? What is that? Jiangjing frowned and asked. The prophet looked Jiangjing up and down. I have already lost. There is no point in hiding these things from me. I just want an answer. But you have to tell me what it is first, and then I can tell you whether I have it or not. Jiangjing said calmly. The prophet looked at Jiangjing for a long time and sighed sadly. It seems that it is not what I thought. You did not get the heart of ultimate wisdom. If you got it, you would not react like this. He paused for a moment and said, if the source well is The ultimate achievement of the former civilization in terms of military force, then the heart of ultimate wisdom is the highest achievement of the entire civilization in science. We have infinite expectations for it. It's a pity that the big selection came too quickly. I was selected to participate in the seed plan and entered the dormant chamber on the day the big selection began. I am not sure whether the Heart of Ultimate Wisdom plan was finally completed. As far as I know, it is a giant mechanical sphere with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. It carries all the scientific and technological achievements and wisdom of the former civilization. It is the first purpose-oriented fully artificial intelligence we have created. Artificial intelligence? Yi Yang asked. Well, it has an infinite amount of computing power, just to calculate the possibility of the great selection of previous civilizations. Its 1 second of thinking may exceed the total thinking time of our entire world in 1 year, which is equivalent to infinite scientific evolution and logical deduction. So, it is also called a civilization creation beyond civilization. The Heart of Ultimate Wisdom. Second update. Do we place our hope for the survival of civilization on an artificial intelligence that has supercomputing speed and masters all civilization information and science? Yi Yang concluded. You can say that. Erixis said, if it had succeeded at that time, every day it survived during the screening would have been of great significance, but now it seems that it was a failure. If that ultimate project succeeds, the probability of survival of the former civilization is extremely high. There is no way he is the only one alive now. Yi Yang nodded. However, he had a different opinion in his heart, but he did not express it. Rumble. The whole sky was sparkling with ripples. The whole world is filled with such ripples. It appears that the geomagnetic field has completely decayed. Alexis said calmly, you still haven't finished the work before the solar storm hits the ground. It's just half a day late. Yi Yang said. Lightly, half a day is nothing. Is it? Alexis shook his head. The origin of the great screening is a mystery, but the triggering conditions for the first screening are related to the energy that civilization can mobilize. There have been more than 2 rounds of civilizations on the Earth. We learn from the previous civilizations. This sums up the truth. As long as the total energy of civilization reaches a certain level, the great screening will be triggered. The geomagnetic reversal is the prelude to every great screening. Civilizations that have not established defense mechanisms before solar storms have failed. Of course, we cannot prove that civilizations that have completed defense mechanisms before solar storms can succeed. This is just speculation on our part that the solar storm is a trigger that could set in motion some hidden disaster on Earth, Erixis said. The geomagnetism disappears and the solar storm sweeps across. It's just a key, and it will open up many unexpected disasters. Erixis said, the moon will become very strange, and the strange radiation it emits will destroy the consciousness and logical thinking of intelligent life. Is that why there are black-eyed zombies, biochemical experiments? Yi Yang asked. Yes. Erixis said, the original intention of this experiment is to allow pre-civilized creatures to perfectly adapt to the radiation environment, create a body that adapts to the environment, and transfer our will into it. If successful, mortality rates would be significantly reduced. As for the improvement in physical strength and damage resistance, they are all incidental. I see. Yi Yang nodded, and some of the doubts in his heart were cleared up. In addition, in Addition to regular small disasters such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis, there will be some strange things that will happen. I will tell you all these things, including the extreme changes in temperature, extreme cold and extreme heat coming in a short period of time. Sudden changes in air composition, sudden increase and extreme decrease in oxygen content. Alexis stated. Yi Yang frowned. As soon as some doubts were resolved, a bunch of more questions followed. You don't seem hostile to me. I am willing to tell you everything, because you are special. Perhaps it is indeed possible to survive the Great Selection. Modern civilization has no enmity with previous civilizations. Looking at the long history of time, you are our descendants. Over the past 2,000 years, I'm still hurting you. So, from my personal standpoint, I have no reason not to help you. Eresis said. If I can prove before I close my eyes that the big screening is not unsurvivable, it will be worth it. But you have also heard how terrifying these incredible changes can be to a civilization. It is basically impossible to survive these disasters. Alexis shook his head, be prepared. Yi Yang pondered for a moment, then said, you said modern civilization is special, what is special about it? According to our research, civilizations in the past dynasties will develop for at least 10,000 years before they reach the conditions for triggering the Great Selection. Moreover, the interval between civilizations in the past dynasties is almost 500,000 years, but the gap between pre-civilization and modern civilization, it's far from time for this to happen. Erixis said, it has been less than 7,000 years since humans truly formed the concept of formal civilization. At least in terms of development speed, you are the fastest among all civilizations in the past. I hope to see good results. Yi Yang nodded. As a remnant of a former civilization, Alexis was definitely right to prioritize the formation of the Kiwanis from the standpoint of the former civilization and to complete the unfinished regrets of the former civilization. Now that the Kiwanis club has failed, his position has changed to that of a relic of civilization who witnessed the Great Selection. He didn't miss anything. This is a battle of fundamental positions. Yi Yang appreciates him from the long river of history, but he will eventually execute him from the standpoint of modern civilization. However, for now, let him witness the outcome of this big screening. He was thinking. That night, the news of Project Optimus Prime's completion was officially established. Too much happened today. Everyone was in a dream. In just half a day, they witnessed the collision of the two ultimate weapons of civilization, and soon they heard the announcement that the geomagnetism had completely disappeared and the solar storm was coming. Almost at the same time, news of the collapse of the Kiwanis and the prophetic cult was announced. At night, humans who were devastated by the solar storm found that the storm disappeared, mobile phone signals were restored, and the Qingtian project was successfully completed. In just one day, historic news came out one after another. It was too fast, and people were too overwhelmed. It seemed that everything was settled on this day. Just when everyone thought that humans could continue their normal lives under the protection of the three major plans without suffering from the ravages of solar storms and the interference of Tongji society and the Prophet Church. Yi Yang released the core news again. Everything has just begun. In the next few years, human civilization will enter a real disaster test. Countless unheard of disasters will come. Let everyone stay at home temporarily, don't move around, and wait for the next arrangement. No way. We finally built the three major plans and destroyed Tongji society. How could this happen? The disaster has just begun. Destroy it. Hurry up, I'm tired. Alas, everyone fell into panic and anxiety. Look. The color of the moon has changed. Someone discovered some changes. It turned into blue-green? Blue moon. It's a bit like the color of blue gold rice. Don't go out of the house. The abnormal moon radiation will destroy the human brain. First update, 1,300 chapters, 2.6 million words. Jiangjing is very emotional. The pits are almost filled. I will take a day off tomorrow. The finale will be updated on the 31st. All the pits will be filled as much as possible. Please stay tuned. Yi Yang didn't have time to pay too much attention at this time and was contacting the moon base. In order to grow blue gold rice, he established many bases on the moon, which housed a large number of his employees. He is now very worried about the safety of these people. Soon, the news came back. Everything is normal. Confirmation came from the tower, every base is normal. Yi Yang frowned. If according to what Eresis said, the damage of lunar radiation is extremely high, and as long as it is exposed, the brain will basically be permanently damaged. Is he lying? But he had no intention of lying to himself. After all, his loss was nothing more than having everyone hide in their homes from the moonlight tonight. Perhaps the human constitution of modern civilization is just immune to this kind of radiation? But what he said is that all intelligent creatures, at least in the previous rounds of civilization, are not spared. After a while, reports came in from around the world. Also walking on the street. There are some people who have nothing to do, and some people who just seem to have lost all their consciousness. Became a zombie. Yi Yang nodded. There must be a reason for this difference. Moreover, compared with other countries, the probability of becoming a zombie on the streets in China is much smaller. Yi Yang thought, his brain spinning rapidly. Soon, he thought of some key points. Maybe it's a problem with blue gold rice. He said that blue gold rice itself is a product of the special radiation of the moon. In recent days, the cultivation and sale of blue gold rice has not stopped. As long as you have eaten blue gold rice, it is equivalent to taking a precaution in advance, and your body has adapted to this kind of radiation. The fact that all staff on the moon are safe and sound can completely support his guess. Subsequently, after several days of investigation and evidence analysis, found it to be true. This is the question I'm most worried about. I didn't expect that. I found the answer by mistake before the question arose. Yi Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that modern civilization is not only the most special civilization, but also the luckiest civilization. Disseminate this news to stop the panic in various countries. Tell them that within a year, the development scale of blue gold rice will reach the level of supplying the world, so they don't have to panic. Yi Yang said. Okay. The head of publicity nodded. Human civilization as a whole. If you want to stop the solar storm, you must build Optimus Prime everywhere on the Earth. If most people are not given a chance to survive, their destructive power will be greater than several Kiwanis. After all, the number of people alone has reached several billion. It seems that there is no need to worry about the sudden change of the moon. Yi Yang thought, in view of the situation mentioned by the prophet, we need to notify other giants and monarchs to build breathing masks and shelters as soon as possible. For special situations. Xingtian and Qianlong both have their own bases, which can completely withstand large-scale environmental changes. Now we only need to add some more centralized bases in cities and suburbs, which is basically enough. 3 days later, all plans were laid out. During this period, various strange changes occurred one after another, and things happened suddenly, but there was insufficient preparation. Each time resulted in massive human attrition. In just 3 days since the Great Selection began, the total number of human losses would be greater than the previous sum total. The number of people dropped sharply, by more than 1 billion. In addition, those who previously participated in the Prophet's cult, the Extreme Association, and committed crimes against humanity were exiled by Yi Yang to a specially prepared defensive space. Basically, everyone is dead these days. The total human population has dropped sharply to 6 billion from 8 billion last year. Even with such sufficient preparation and such a short time, it was cut by a quarter. Yi Yang shook his head, feeling the cruelty of the screening. The previous rounds of civilization must have been very desperate in the end. At the Magic City Yunding mountain base, Yi Yang personally supervised the construction of several bases and allowed his relatives and friends to live in them. Ensure safety. If a person like him who leads everyone to fight against the ultimate catastrophe and plays a decisive role, including his relatives and friends, can't be saved, then he is useless as a leader. This will pass. Yi Yang looked at the worried faces of the girls and comforted them with a smile. We believe you. The girls all said that Yi Yang has created too many miracles along the way. No matter how terrible the disaster is, as long as Yi Yang is around, it can always be over. In the following year, he would still control the Lion II Mecca and travel around the world. Some major disasters, where important facilities are destroyed, require mecha teams to rescue them. The communication between the moon and the earth has not been cut off, and blue gold rice will be sent to the earth in batches from time to time. In the increasing solar storms, umbrella satellites will be shot down from time to time. Basic facilities such as satellite manufacturing plants, food processing plants, food bases, and drinking water protection must ensure operation. The elderly and children were hiding in the base. Young and middle-aged men and women were breathing masks and risked their lives to ensure the most basic operation of human civilization. Everyone, in this apocalypse, seems weak and great, humble, and heroic. It is a miracle that the basic operation of society can be guaranteed until today. Everyone has faith in their hearts and struggles hard. The number of people who are psychologically fragile and commit suicide is also increasing day by day. There is no good news every day. News of the collapse or total destruction of a base somewhere comes from time to time. The communication network has long been paralyzed, and only high-level people like Yi Yang, who can grasp satellite signals, can accurately grasp real-time intelligence. The total human population has continued to decline sharply in the apocalyptic disaster. Is it extreme cold again? Yi Yang looked at the entire city in front of him that was frozen by ice. Everything was covered with thick frost, and the real-time temperature outside had reached the extreme cold of -90 degrees. The entire city was completely paralyzed, and everyone hid in the base, waiting for the severe cold to pass. Fortunately, such super severe cold generally does not last too long. People will rush to wear special protective clothing to work when the temperature rises to -40 or 50 degrees. But this time won't be long. Because the temperature will soon reverse and rise to 100 degrees above zero. Various problems that were completely unexpected before occurred one after another, and the news of the base's destruction came like water. In this way, a whole year passed. The special New Year's bell rang, and everyone was in their respective bases, watching the only satellite display screen. Yi Yang stood in front of the screen. Everyone, this is the most special New Year for all of us. According to quantum computer calculations, the geomagnetic reversal disaster will last about 4 years. Congratulations on our successful survival of the first year. Second update. At this moment, the human population has been reduced by half compared to before the disaster, with a population of 4 billion. This is an extremely tragic loss and an extremely terrifying number. After all, there are so many corpses that even the mountains and seas cannot describe. However, in the eyes of Alexis, it seems extremely incredible and exciting. Although he doesn't know how long the previous civilization survived the Great Selection. But he has studied several ancient civilizations discovered by the previous civilization. The civilization that can survive for a year after the Great Selection begins. There is not one. Perhaps you are the only civilization that survived the first year. Alexis said, it's incredible. Yi Yang listened to these compliments, but couldn't laugh. Because there are still 3 years of such days. However, in the first year, they have basically adapted to coexisting with this extreme environment. The first to be destroyed were those whose base construction was not perfect. The disaster level increased, but it has stabilized in the past 2 months. It is estimated that it will not increase again. If the situation continues to develop like this, it shouldn't be a big problem to hold on until the disaster is over. Really? That's amazing. Alexis nodded. However, when it comes to the most famous civilization to be destroyed in history, it has to be the dinosaur civilization. Dinosaurs also developed their own civilization? Yi Yang asked with some doubts. There are many forms of civilization. It is not necessary to use currency transactions and make guns to fight back and forth to be called a civilization. Each form of civilization is special. Such as the Zerg, such as the pure energy race, which cannot be understood by the thinking of modern civilization. Alexis said, because the pre-civilization and modern civilization are close in age and are all primates, they are extremely similar. Dinosaurs are naturally a unique way of civilization, and the energy level they can mobilize is also extremely high. Civilization is essentially a development situation formed by a species to exist forever. Compared to the development of technology, they pay more attention to the development of themselves. Stronger vitality, larger and stronger body. Dinosaurs ruled the earth unparalleled extremely long. More than 100 million years. What kind of concept is that? Just thinking about it, it feels incredible. Dinosaur civilization is the most brilliant miracle in the previous civilizations of the earth. They chose the path of self-evolution. After their civilization was extremely sublimated and touched the energy level limit of the Great Filter. They were almost about to successfully pass the Great Filter, but they were accidentally hit by a huge meteorite from outer space, causing the extinction of species. If it weren't for that meteorite, the achievements of dinosaur civilization would be limitless. Because their civilization form is extremely stable, if it weren't for the existence of the Great Filter, there would be almost nothing on the earth that could end their civilization. Alexis did not hide his praise for dinosaur civilization at all. You humans understanding of dinosaur civilization is still too shallow. Then have you ever thought that the meteorite is also one of the ultimate disasters of the Great Filter? Yi Yang asked. It's not that I haven't thought about it. Eresis, after all. The Earth has existed for billions of years, and that meteorite happened to be the most powerful of all the meteorite impact events that have been verified. It also happened to be at the time of the Great Selection. If it is a coincidence, it is too much of a coincidence. Yi Yang nodded. Eresis is a living treasure. When the former civilization was fighting against the Great Selection, it was unknown what happened, which led to the civilization break. The former civilization traced the previous civilizations, and the clues are still very clear. But modern civilization has only discovered the remains of the former civilization a few years ago. Only the most glorious dinosaur civilization in the history of the Earth, which has existed for more than 100 million years and can never be concealed, has been excavated. In other words, the Great Selection of the Earth is also very likely to face this test in the end. Yi Yang frowned. And humans are not ready for this yet. Even if the 4 space fortresses work together, they can't stop that level of celestial strike. According to scientists' uncertain calculations, the meteorite that wiped out the dinosaurs released up to 4.210 to the 23rd power joules of energy after hitting the Earth. This energy is equivalent to 100 megatons of high explosives. What does this mean? The most powerful man-made explosive in human history is the Tsar bomb, which has an explosive power equivalent to only 50 megatons of high explosives. That is to say, without experiencing atmospheric weakening, the energy carried by this meteorite in space is far greater than the energy of 2 million Tsar nuclear bombs. If this happens, Yi Yang thought about it with great fear. It seems that we need to prepare in advance. In the next 2 years, the level of disasters gradually increased. But the frequency is relatively low, although a large number of shelters are destroyed every year. But overall, it is unknown how many times better than the first year. In a blink of an eye, more than 3 years have passed. Yesterday, another shelter in Europe completely stopped operating and lost contact due to the long-term extreme cold of 150 degrees. The shelter contact reported yesterday's summary as usual. There are still 2.5 billion human survivors. According to predictions, the geomagnetic reversal will be completed within a year. Everything is almost over, and the frequency and intensity of disasters around the world have decreased. Since entering this year, humanity will survive at least 2 billion. Yi Yang nodded. Although there is a weakening trend, as long as it exists, we cannot relax for a day. Boss, Bai Shaojing is looking for you. You said silently. Yi Yang nodded, the metal door opened, and he saw Bai Shaojing with a pale face. Appeared, he asked. Bai Shaojing nodded. Everyone else present looked confused. What happened? Yi Yang's eyebrows instantly darkened. He has been worried about the existence of this situation since he heard Alexis linking the demise of dinosaur civilization with the Great Selection. Therefore, we have previously told all observatories to pay attention to the issue of monitoring meteorite objects. This celestial meteorite is expected to reach the Earth in 3 months. It is unprecedentedly large in size and extremely high in energy. The probability of collision is 99.3%. The trajectory was previously hidden and was not observed until yesterday. This is difficult. Confidence By Jiangjing we reported, this meteorite should be comparable to the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaur civilization. The faces of everyone present changed drastically. An asteroid comparable to the one that wiped out the dinosaurs. Yang nodded. In the past few years, he has been preparing for this ultimate problem, but until now, he cannot be said to be fully prepared. Whether you can survive in the end depends on the fate of mankind. Yang stood up. This should be the last fight before the end of the screening. First update. News of the impending arrival of a super asteroid quickly spread throughout the world. It caused tension among the top leaders of various countries. However, Yang had vaccinated them before, so they also made some plans. Are you ready for the nuclear warheads I want you to prepare? Yang asked. We overachieved. The losses at our base are too severe and we really cannot resume production. A few years ago, he established nuclear bomb manufacturing plants at operational bases around the world, and had Hurricane build another photon well. The construction conditions of photon wells are very complicated and require energy storage. 2 photon wells are enough to completely erupt all the photon energy that can be absorbed. In this case, it is meaningless to have more photon wells. After Yang demonstrated photon weapons, all monarchs and giants understood that nuclear bombs had actually been completely eliminated. Not much use anymore. Its power is still powerful enough, but its launch speed has completely lagged behind several eras and is not at the same level. Although your destructive power is sufficient, before you can hit them, they will beat you to death as soon as you start. Then, what use are your fists? Therefore, when Yang asked them to store nuclear bombs and prepare them for submission at any time, they did not refuse. After leaving some regular reserves, they summarized all the nuclear bombs. Even with all the efforts and concealment, only a few 100,000 nuclear warheads were produced. Most of them were far inferior to the Tsar Bomba. It's better than nothing. Yang shook his head. These bombs were loaded into the newly manufactured space fortress. After R&D and manufacturing, we have created these ultimate fusion bombs that are designed for the ultimate explosion and only pursue energy, ignoring any other needs. The team at Black Technology Company came up with his ultimate box-bottom destruction tool. This ultimate fusion bomb was born specifically for explosion, sacrificing all other needs. They even sacrificed some safety for it, and finally reached the most terrifying energy level in man-made history. The explosion power is comparable to 10,000 times that of the Tsar Bomba, enough to shake the Earth's landmass such as Eurasia. It's still far from enough. Yang frowned. The nuclear bomb power in his hands now, in total, is only as powerful as 60,000 Tsarist nuclear bombs. The meteorite that struck carried the ultimate energy of at least 2 million Tsar bombas. Maybe there will be more in space. The energy of 60,000 Tsar bombs is really dwarfed by the energy. The full energy burst from 2 photon silos at one time should be equivalent to the energy of 10,000 Tsar bombs. Yang thought. 8 versus more than 200, which is an energy gap of dozens of times. It is definitely impossible to resist this meteorite head-on. It has to be done skillfully. He led the AI team to board the battle fortress and flew all the way into space. In the deep cosmic background, a fiery red stream of light rushed through the universe and headed towards the blue planet ahead. This meteorite is dozens of kilometers in size. If placed on Earth, it would be much larger than cities like Beijing, Shanghai, or New York. A terrifying boulder dozens of kilometers high is heading toward the Earth at a terrifying speed. Rush away. Yi Yang looked at this meteorite and felt the unparalleled visual impact. Battlestar lands on a meteorite. The speed of meteorites is very fast, but as long as you stand on it, you cannot feel the speed. After all, the Earth is moving at a terrifying speed all the time, but when you stand on it, you cannot actually feel it. To this speed, he sent all the specific shape and actual situation of the nuclear bomb back to Earth. The top experts in mechanics on the Earth, working with quantum computers, will calculate the optimal blasting structure. If applied properly, the meteorite can be broken into pieces with a very small force, completely weakening the damage. Soon, the calculation results were transmitted back to the Battlestar. The AI team placed the nuclear bombs around the meteorite as planned. The situation here is being watched live by shelters around the world. Mr. Yi. It must succeed. Everyone watched eagerly, with constant expectation in their hearts. Standing in Yi Yang's position, if it's really no longer possible, he could just take a spaceship and run away. But he chose to stand in the most dangerous place and take risks himself. Many giants and big shots were so shocked by this scene that they did not dare to think wrongly. Otherwise, they would have been secretly preparing the spaceship and would have chosen to run away when it failed. Although the four fortresses now confine space. But there is no difference between dying in a meteorite and dying on the way to escape. There is still some hope. For the latter, it's all set up. The AI working team answered mechanically. Yi Yang nodded. He was wearing the top level Liang No. 3 armor. He has the physique of a Hulk and is completely immune to nuclear radiation. He is the only one on the entire planet who has the ability to do these things here. Anyone else would have died. He looked at the button in his hand. The end of mankind depended on this. With a firm gaze, he took the space fortress to a place thousands of kilometers away from the meteorite. Only in this way can the detonation time be accurately controlled and the most reliable. Boom. Boom. One after another, super-nuclear bombs exploded on the distant meteorite, each of which burst into dazzling light. The grand scene of hundreds of thousands of nuclear bombs exploding one after another was extremely terrifying. Each of them could leave huge pits and cracks on the huge meteorite. The meteorite was obviously not made of ordinary materials. The huge pits and cracks continued to increase, but there was no sign of fragmentation. Did I calculate it wrong? Yi Yang frowned and looked at the huge meteorite in front of him. He pressed the last button. That was the last superfusion bomb. No response. The previous explosion affected the triggering mechanism of the fusion bomb. The experts quickly gave a conclusion. Yi Yang frowned. It must be too late to make a new fusion bomb. Tell me the solution. The experts looked at each other, hesitating, and dared not speak. Yi Yang asked the AI directly. Got the only solution. Manual trigger. The radiation energy on the meteorite is now over the limit, and the state of the superfusion bomb is uncertain. It might explode the moment you trigger it. The melting point of Liang 3 is not enough to withstand the superfusion bomb. Even if you have a strong physique, you will be burned to ashes in an instant. No one dared to imagine the consequences of Yi Yang's death. That is absolutely unacceptable. and Yi Yang fell into silence. Second update, the finale tomorrow. It takes great courage to face death. It's time to make your own choice. Yi Yang thought of a lot. He had many reasons not to go, but also many reasons to go. But those are no longer important. He turned on the system and performed the final operation. He rushed into the crater. This scene was broadcast live by the space fortress, and all of humanity was watching. Even the dumbest people knew what Yi Yang's decision and actions meant. Many people's eyes were moist at this moment. I want to replace him, but I don't have the ability. Many people burst out with the most essential emotions in their hearts at this moment. That emotion, like a torrent, resonated all over the world. The face value of Yi Yang's system page also skyrocketed at this moment. He just exchanged the highest level of protection shield in the system mall, which consumes 10 million face value every second. Come on. This is the ultimate leap for mankind. He looked at the trigger device in front of him and pressed the button manually. It didn't explode immediately. He immediately turned around and flew out. However, before he flew far, a terrifying wave erupted behind him. Damn! Yi Yang shouted. Outside world. From the perspective of the space fortress. After Yi Yang sank into the meteorite, before he could come out, the super fusion bomb exploded. All the cracks of the entire meteorite finally connected together and exploded in the middle. Boom boom boom. Countless fragments flew out in all directions. The terrifying energy almost filled every space nearby. And Yi Yang's figure was still not captured. Silence, the silence of all mankind. So close to the super fusion bomb, facing that kind of explosion, it is estimated that no creature can survive. Could it be? No, this is impossible. Many giants also frowned. This legend that weighed on their heads and made them breathless ended just like that. People couldn't believe this scene, nor could they accept this ending. However, all this happened just like that. In the dark and silent background of the universe, the rubble continued to excite and was annihilated by photon weapons on the surface of the Earth. The remaining fragments exploded in space during the suicide collision between the 4 space fortresses and the Star Umbrella satellite. Only a few rubbles hit the ground, causing terrible explosions and vibrations. Some shelters were destroyed in this disaster. But it is better than complete destruction. This biggest crisis has finally come to an end. 3 days later, the space fortress floated there, and the picture remained silent. Everyone accepted the fact that Yi Yang had fallen in the danger of the final destruction meteorite. Various crises subsided sharply. Major base cities began to hold mourning ceremonies. No matter what the giants think in their hearts, in the hearts of the 2 billion humans who survived today, Yi Yang is the well-deserved savior and the only God. They can't show their thoughts now. The mourning lasted for 3 months. The memorial service became weak as the disaster completely left. Humans walked out of the shelters one after another to welcome the sunshine of the new era. Many people spontaneously organized memorials for Yi Yang around the world, and many organizations and sects were formed as a result. Until another year later, the memorial became a tourist attraction. Sect organizations became money-making machines. The giants began to show their fangs. Some giants completely changed their minds in this big screening, firmly opposed those who showed their fangs, and cracked down on those giants who wanted to swallow up Yi Yang's assets in turn. But these are a minority after all. The giant's fangs and trump cards were all revealed, and the factories under Yi Yang's name were swallowed up and the assets were embezzled. The energy of space fortresses, Luenio fighters, and photon weapons were all consumed in the meteorite war. The giants hid some captured former civilization mechas and spare nuclear bombs. For a while, China could not organize a real deterrent. The disaster of the world's destruction did not cause the collapse of human society. But after Yi Yang's death, the bright red fangs of many giants did this. After the disaster, everything collapsed, and order was re-established. Some monarchs and giants went crazy. Blood and war boiled. Wars broke out everywhere. Industry completely collapsed, and the population dropped sharply again. Prophet Alexis looked at all this and fell into deep silence. And the beginning of all this. Yi Yang himself was lying in the medical cabin of the space fortress, watching the scenes happening on the Earth with a calm look. The explosion that day was indeed very terrifying. But the system's protective shield was also extremely strong, isolating 99.99% of the energy. But the remaining energy also melted through the Liang 3. Instantly, even the Hulk-level body exhausted the life potential, and the cells continued to regenerate and die. He escaped from death. However, there were too many streams of light at that time, and when he escaped, he was no longer in human form, and the mecha on his body had melted through, and the tail flame could not be seen. The moment he returned to the space fortress, he was dragged back to the medical cabin by AI. Originally, he wanted to directly announce the fact that he was not dead. But in a flash, he changed his mind. He only sent the follow-up arrangements to some core confidants on Earth. Since that day, he lay in the medical cabin to repair his life potential. Watch everything happen by the way. Failed? He sighed. After a year, his life potential was basically fully restored. He was going to set off to clean up the mess in the next few days. He gave the secondary launch rights of the photon weapon to Shou Qingxian and Yumomo. It was enough to ensure the protection of all the people he wanted to protect. But he also told them not to use the remaining energy of the photon weapon until it was necessary. After all, when fighting against meteorites, the two photon wells were overloaded and might not be able to withstand too high a frequency of firing. The big selection is not only about technology, but also the morality of civilization. Yi Yang realized some inspiration at the moment of life and death. Only civilizations that have passed both technology and civilization morality can survive. Human society was integrated and enforced his morality just because of his existence, thus showing a civilized morality that far exceeds what civilization itself should have. So, if I am gone, will all this still be true? He wanted to take a look. But everything that happened on Earth over the past year, it made him understand that modern civilization survived the Great Filter only because of his special existence, not because civilization itself should be a civilization mature enough to survive the Great Filter. This made him a little uneasy. First update. This meteorite made him realize that the Great Selection was by no means a natural event. There must be a complete intelligent logic hidden behind this. Modern civilization relies on this almost cheating method to survive the Great Selection. Could it be that the supernatural power that created this mature and complete intelligent logic would really allow such a thing to exist? He walked out of the medical bay. He looked at his bracelet. There is memory implanted in Liang 3, and as long as there is a trace of nanoparticles, it is enough to reshape the entire mecha. In this year, Liang 3 has already completed self-repair. Are you going back? A voice came. Yi Yang turned around in surprise. With his body and reaction ability, he didn't even notice that there was someone suddenly in the battle fortress. Her looks are perfect. Everywhere is perfect, but it is this pure perfection that makes people feel false. Who are you? Yi Yang asked with a frown. At least this couldn't be an earthling. Could it be aliens? My body is a pure energy body. This is the body I created to imitate your human appearance. The reason why I appear as a female is because human men generally have a special tolerance for beautiful women. The energy body said. I come from the center of the galaxy and am one of the regulators of the Galactic Civilization Circle. The Earth is located in the 10th area of the second spiral arm. I am responsible for setting up the filters in this planet. I can also be regarded as your guide, since you can't understand our communication method yet. According to the habits of people on Earth, you can call me Lily. That's really a popular name. Whether you are a Chinese or a foreigner, it does not seem to be against the rules to be called Lily. What is the Galactic Civilization Circle? Yi Yang asked. The Milky Way is vast, with a scale of 100,000 light-years, and is dotted with countless different civilizations and races. Each civilization has its own logic and culture. Among these countless civilizations, those who have the ability to truly leave their home planet and are qualified to be rated as Level 1 or above can be regarded as members of the Galaxy Civilization Circle. When this kind of civilization appears, the Galactic Supervisory Council will take the initiative to contact it. Just like me in front of you, I am the envoy responsible for welcoming Earth humanity, a newly promoted first-level civilization. Lily sat in front of Yi Yang. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It seems that the Milky Way Civilization Circle does not abide by the laws of the Dark Forest. Lily nodded. Obviously she already understood the modern civilization of the Earth. Civilizations are wary of each other, which is a common manifestation in the barbaric period. Everything will move from chaos to order. Just like you. Humans, who lived in the mountains and forests in the early days, were cannibals who were wary of each other and would kill each other, but eventually they would slowly develop into modern civilization. Among the universes, civilizations are more different and farther apart. This process will be extended indefinitely, but no matter how long it is, it will always take time. It has been at least tens of billions of years since the birth of civilization in the Milky Way. It has been long ago. The general rules of civilization that apply to this galaxy have been formed. That is the Great Civilization Circle. Perhaps it is more appropriate to use what you people on Earth call the Civilization Alliance to describe it. But don't think that the large civilization circle is a simple civilization alliance. This is a form of coexistence of civilizations that you, a species that has just been promoted to the first level of civilization, cannot understand for the time being. Only when you are completely integrated into the circle of civilization can you truly understand the meaning of this term. Lily continued. From the early civilization and barbarism to the current large civilization circle, the Milky Way has experienced too much. War, pain, and the annihilation of civilization are just commonplace. So, we figured out the most reasonable way to prevent this from happening. Is this the grand screening system? Yi Yang asked. That's right. Lily nodded. Only civilizations that meet the requirements of the Great Civilization Circle are eligible to successfully advance. to the first-level civilization and join the Great Civilization Circle. We have written all the requirements into the grand screening process to ensure that they can pass the grand screening. All civilizations must meet our requirements. Only in this way can basic stability be ensured among civilizations. But it is also an arbitrary and crude way, far from being called justice. Yi Yang frowned. I have never said that the meaning of the existence of a large civilization circle is for the justice of the people on earth. Lily smiled, and then said seriously, there is no good or evil in the universe, there is only truth in the universe. Those who conform to the truth live, and those who violate the truth die. What is truth? Yi Yang asked. Lily smiled meaningfully and did not tell the answer to this question. Does the Great Selection itself have an entity? Yi Yang knew that the other party would not tell him anything about the truth, so he continued to ask. We will install a trigger mechanism on every planet where life may be born, and its body is in the core of the planet. There are such devices on all the planets in your solar system, Lily said, including Mars and Saturn. Then the Earth civilization has passed the test? Yi Yang asked the most important question. Passed, but not completely. Lily smiled, but in any case, you are qualified. As an individual. If you want, you can join the Pan-Civilization Circle Supervisory Committee and become a supervisor after training. Yi Yang was stunned. The technological chain of Earth civilization has withstood the test, but because of your existence, many indicators have problems. It is a civilization with hidden dangers. The Pan-Civilization Circle Supervisory Committee has set a 3-year inspection period for Earth civilization. If you go back, the inspection period will be cancelled on the spot. Lily said. Yi Yang was silent for a moment and stopped his plan to go back. Nothing else. As long as the so-called filter summons another big meteorite, it will be a dead end. He doesn't need to struggle. I hope they can get through it on their own. Yi Yang said silently in his heart. He has done enough. Destroyed Tongji society. And many extreme associations. Many extremely unstable factors of mankind have disappeared. Only some deep-rooted problems are left. When he is here, these problems are not a problem. When he is not here, they will immediately break out. You passed the test, so I can reveal this information to you, but Earth civilization has not passed the test yet, so you cannot transmit anything about the galactic civilization back to Earth. Lily smiled, cheating, once is enough. Yi Yang nodded. He also wanted to see whether mankind was worth saving, or was it still destined to self-destruction after doing so. Much? Second update. Chapter 1306 Finale, Part 2. While waiting for the result, Yi Yang had been discussing everything about the civilization circle with Lily. How big is the territory of the Milky Way? How many civilizations are there? An inspector who has seen endless light years and various civilizations, every word is opening the door to a new world for him. During this period, Yi Yang felt extremely satisfied. There has never been a woman. Of course, if it can be called a woman, it can make him so satisfied. Huh. Yi Yang sighed, it's really wonderful, so broad. He listened to Lily's narration and wanted to immediately become an inspector to travel the universe. There are many societies like humans that are composed of primates and dual-sex reproduction systems in the universe. In the Pan-Galactic Civilization Circle, there are many civilizations dominated by primates, and humans are not alone. Lily explained. Marriage is a product of self-restraint of primary two-sex reproduction civilizations limited by the resources of the mother planet. Many similar civilizations completely abolished the concept of marriage after entering the universe, and some civilizations generalized and extended this concept. From the perspective of the pan-civilization circle, what the Earthlings now call marriage is a very elementary and naive form of restraint that is necessary in the early stages of civilization. The universe is vast and the resources are unlimited. As long as all actions do not violate the truth of civilization, they are allowed. Lily said, the Pangalactic Civilization Circle will not interfere with the self-selection of any individual or civilization. Everything is the inevitable result of the development of civilization itself. Of course, the premise is that these actions do not violate the truth. What is the truth? Yi Yang asked again. After a long silence, Lily said, you have already had a certain understanding of pan-civilization. I can now explain the outermost meaning of truth to you, but everything in the core needs your own understanding. She stood up. The so-called truth is the causal constraints and necessary rules related to the eternal and stable survival of pan-civilization. Truth changes with time, changes with change, and remains unchanged with change. Cause and effect are verified, constant and always exist, and it is the truth. I understand what you said, but not completely. Yi Yang said. You are an individual who will eventually enter the supervisory committee. Sooner or later, you will understand the connotation of these definitions, after you have seen enough. Lily said firmly. During the time when Yi Yang and Lily sat and talked, everything on the earth is also constantly evolving. Yi Yang is not worried. In any case, China has the technical accumulation he left behind, and Shou Qingxian and Yumomo still have the second-level button of the photon well. Victory is inevitable. His return will only accelerate this process. But this is still a technological victory, not a cultural victory. What the supervisory committee wants to see is obviously the self-awakening of mankind. Fortunately, this was achieved before mankind fell into the ultimate war. Humanity almost stepped into destruction with 2 feet and stepped back to survival with 2 feet. The giants had no resistance against the awakened people. The flames of awakening burned the fangs and burned the last hidden danger of self-destruction in the nature of human civilization. Earth civilization passed the test. Yi Yang returned to Earth. There were originally 8 billion people on Earth, but now there are only 1.8 billion left. Yi Yang's return brought jubilation to the world. It also brought information from the pan-civilization circle. Human civilization, which has successfully undergone the great screening and self-awakening, is already a mature enough civilization and quickly digested this information. The huge civilization reconstruction project is in full swing all over the world. Yi Yang is also called the father of the new era by the new humans. Earth civilization is officially recorded in the civilization record of the Pangalactic Supervisory Committee as a first-level civilization. After leaving some information, Lily kissed Yi Yang goodbye. He also told Yi Yang to go to the center of the galaxy as soon as possible to be formally appointed at the headquarters of the Supervisory Committee. The reconstruction of mankind is ongoing. And Yi Yang is pursuing the essence of the system. 3 years later, on his way to dig a filter, he coincidentally dug out a mechanical sphere with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters in the mantle layer. Is this the ultimate wisdom core you mentioned? Yi Yang asked. Alexis stared blankly at the creation in front of him and did not speak for A long time. Yi Yang looked at Alexis's reaction and knew the answer. After he came back, he did not rush to execute the other party because he had doubts that he had not yet solved. It seems that the former civilization has indeed failed. Yi Yang frowned. Did he guess wrong? The ultimate wisdom core is not the system? You are right. It was not Alexis who answered him, but the sphere. Yi Yang was a little surprised, but when he looked at it carefully again, the old sphere was still a sphere, as if it had lost its vitality. For too many years. There is no energy or wisdom at all. Host, this is the former body of this system. After hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, this system has become a pure energy body. The system spoke. Yi Yang had already guessed this in his heart, and it was finally confirmed. Then why don't you choose to help Tongji Association? Yi Yang asked the biggest question. The final core mission of this system is to help the civilization on Earth survive the Great Selection as much as possible. The sound of the system came. These conversations are no longer hidden and can be heard by Eresis. No matter what civilization it is, it only asks about the success rate and nothing else. The system replied. When this system is completed, the civilization that created me has perished. With this mission, I have been evolving myself. Self-evolution has its limits. If you don't have the resources or experiments, how can you prove your evolution? Yi Yang asked. Just being at the end of the pre-civilization's technology chain and going a little further is enough to trigger my screening mechanism. The system said. Do you also have a screening mechanism? Yi Yang's eyes widened. By definition, I am an individual mechanical civilization shaped by pre-civilization. The system answers. As an individual civilization, there is naturally a great filter belonging to the individual civilization. It is also because of this that I accidentally connected to the great filter in the Earth's core. I obtained some advanced knowledge and logic in the great filter. About 1,000 years ago, I completely evolved into a pure energy body. But because I am an individual civilization, the civilization must complete the screening mechanism on its own. But there is a loophole in it, that is, my special advanced civilization can be in the rules within, it provides guidance to civilizations below level 1. So, I chose to become what you call the system, and I chose some people who I thought were chosen to guide me. I used a special rule to make the energy and wisdom of this system available to you. Until this system is completed, the ultimate goal, to help Earth's civilization survive the Great Selection. I've possessed many people, and I've used different special rules. For example, by asking a philosopher to think, you can obtain theoretical knowledge that transcends the times. He leads to ideological enlightenment. For example, by asking scientists to solve problems, they can obtain scientific knowledge that transcends the times. He led the scientific and technological revolution. For example, possession can help guide human civilization to leaders who pass the great screening. Human beings in modern civilization are very smart. They can develop like this on their own, but they will definitely not develop so quickly, and the technology tree will probably develop crookedly. I try my best to guide human civilization in the right direction through possession. However, the facts are cruel. Through this kind of objective intervention, rather than subjective intervention, it is equivalent to adding a large objective variable to human civilization. How to develop depends on human beings themselves, but civilizations below the first level always have blindness. Stupid nature. Humanity is becoming more and more civilized in a narrow sense, and more stupid in a broad sense. Perhaps this is also the reason why this system, as an individual civilization, cannot understand the logic of multiple individual civilizations. The system mentioned several hosts that had possessed them before. Without exception, they were all famous in human history, and were the pinnacle beings who guided the times. It gave Jiangjing a new understanding of the development of human civilization. Then in this era, why did you choose me? Jiangjing asked. Everything has a reason. I chose you because in this system you can give modern civilization the highest probability of completing the ultimate leap. The system said, the hosts described before are all hosts that have successfully hosted. In fact, there are also some hosts that have failed to host. After gaining the power of the system, they acted recklessly and caused catastrophes to human civilization several times. For example, for the host of a certain speech system, people's original intentions are always good, and their ideals are always good. But experiences and demands, changes in position and energy will cause their temperaments to change drastically. Individuals who can experience huge changes in life and still not change their original intentions have eliminated 99.99% of the people in this world. People. Among these hardline humans, too many people with personalities suitable for the ultimate leap into civilization have been screened out. The kind-hearted virgin is not suitable for the end of the world, and the cruel tyrant is not suitable for integrating human resources. If you have enough faith, you will not be good enough to reach the Holy Mother, and you will not be evil enough to abandon the world. The system is monitoring every human being in the world and selecting a person who has sufficient intelligence, sufficient potential, and is young enough to experience every stage of the world and understand the complex diversity of human beings. In the end, I chose you. The moment you were possessed by the system, you were entrusted with the expectation and vision of leading mankind through the Great Selection. Jiangjing nodded. So I have a get-rich-quick system, where I get money when I spend money. And I can quickly increase my energy and resources. Along the way, I have seen various aspects of the world. From ordinary people to rich and powerful, to international tycoons, to top predators, to world giants, to surpassing giants, and finally becoming a leader. Then it seems that I have lived up to your expectations. Jiangjing and Lily talked a lot, and they already had the vision and structure of the pan-civilization circle, so they naturally fully understood the connotation of the system's words. You deserve everything. The only thing that exists among the gray rules is face value. You can also call it faith value. In the early stage, it comes from the popularity of the host itself. And in the later stage, it mainly relies on the respect and recognition of the host by other individuals. Only a person who can be recognized and respected by the entire civilization is qualified to truly lead civilization to success. Otherwise, if such a civilization goes to the universe, it will only be a disaster for the civilization of the universe. It is impossible for such a civilization to survive under the Galactic Supervision Council. It would be better to destroy it and wait for the next round of civilization. The system added. He talked a lot and cleared up all the doubts in his mind. Jiangjing looked at Alexis and did not execute him in the end. No matter how the system positions itself now, objectively speaking, it was designed by pre-civilizations. Before his death, his builder used an infinite mind to allow it to evolve without distinction and save those who came after the birth of the Earth. It can be said that this great screening was a joint effort between modern civilization and pre-civilization. The Power that transcends time, left over from previous civilizations, gives humanity a push. Yi Yang has now learned to think from the perspective of civilization. He will never let such a civilization become completely extinct. Time passed quickly, and several years passed. This year, Yi Yang is already 35 years old. Due to his physical condition, time seems to have stopped on him and he has not aged at all. It's just that his eyes have become much more mature than the green onions of more than 10 years ago. Human civilization has completely returned to its pre-war level at this time and formed the Earth Alliance. Yi Yang believes that a mature civilization can handle the problems it faces by itself, and he will only step in to solve the core problems that cannot be dealt with. Everything is thriving. Perhaps this is the last time I will celebrate the new year at home in this period of time. Yi Yang smiled and told his parents. Are you going to travel again? Yi Shanting asked. This time I go to the universe. Yi Yang had asked his parents before. They had no idea of traveling to the universe. The reason was that there were Zerg species in the universe, which were too ugly. If they encountered them, they would be scared to the point of being unable to sleep for a year and a half. Yi Yang knew that these were all excuses, but he didn't tell the truth. Let's go, sister. Yi Yang waved to Yi Xiaozi and her best friendly Wanru, and said with a smile. At this time, the complete spaceship has been built. This is a super spaceship as huge as a castle. It carries people who are close to him and want to travel the universe with him. Of course, the maids who often played games with him also continued to come on board. Gu Dandan and Yuan, 2 gold medal captains and captains, have now been upgraded to spaceship pilots. Zhou Jiqian, Zhou Zibei, and Zhou Jinan have long been no longer satisfied with making earthly delicacies, and are ready to venture into the universe and see alien delicacies. He Muzi also wanted to see the spirits of other civilizations. Cousin Su Zian, a highly educated intellectual, naturally has great expectations for aliens. Be the boss's bodyguard and we will never be separated for the rest of your life. Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu grabbed Yi Yang directly without waiting for him to ask. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. You two want to run away, and I won't agree. Then came Yu Momo and Zhu Zhu, who continued to be the chief and deputy stewards of the spacecraft. Han Rusho wanted to open up the interstellar market in the clothing industry. Bai Xiaojing had been observing the starry sky for so long and wanted to go for a walk in the starry sky in person. Are you leaving too? Yi Yang looked at Tang Xinru, who came to the Star Emperor's mansion. Of course I, a little soldier, must follow General Ye's footsteps. Tang Xinru said, is there a virtual reality game room on the ship? Not only that, there is also a fully real game warehouse. Yi Yang joked. Cousin Yi Tong and Jing Xian have not lived enough of life on Earth, and plan to wait for Yi Yang to come back next time to experience the civilization of the universe with him. I still want to be your driver. Su Jiaojiao said repeatedly, but I am not familiar with the roads of the Milky Way. It's okay, I have a map. Yi Yang said confidently. Let's go, don't keep the others on this ship waiting. Yi Yang smiled. Hey. If you say you're leaving at 9, you really are leaving at 9. We're only a few minutes late. A dissatisfied voice came from behind. Straight man. Yi Yang looked back with a smile. I saw the pirate King Chu Haijiao, Yin Qingyue, the daughter of the Silver Moon. Hotel, Princess Bethany of Senla Castle, and art film director Gu Yueshi, coming together. Da Lanbong, Chong Siwei, Mark Jin. Prince Saudi Arabia, the few remaining giants, Alexis, Wang Xiaozong, Qin Feng, Xing Xian, Yi Tong, Ling Xiaowen, Chen Qianqian. And many other people who came to say goodbye to Yi Yang watched. Stupid, this, beauty is like a cloud. However, they obviously still underestimated Yi Yang. The hatch opens. The girls were all waving to Yi Yang. Lin Shuer. The room is like a brocade. Lu Qianqian took Yi Yang's luggage. Mo Jingjing, Su Xiaoxin, and Qin Kellen invited everyone to have lunch. Ling Shishir, Han Jingjing, and Xia Yu also waved to say goodbye to their parents. After everything is ready. At Yi Yang's order, the spacecraft, under the operation of the AI team, leaped directly into space. The live broadcast was watched around the world. The tycoons, monarchs, and parliamentarians all watched in awe as he disappeared. In the live broadcast room, all the comments came, "I wish Yishan a good journey." Before Yi Yang left, he was on the hot search again. The hot search title is that Yishan has created another miracle without any surprise. People all over the world are watching his live broadcast. His spaceship flew into the starry sky. End of text. Right at the end, the book will start at the end of August 2020 and end at the beginning of June 2022. It's been a long time. During this long period of time, big data shows that on Tomato alone, more than 3.6 million people have read my book, and more than 1 million people have collected it. From the beginning, I Will Become Rich If I Spend Money was renamed, starting with 3 yuan Coke, rebate 80 million supercar. From the first word written to now, it has more than 2.6 million words and more than 1,300 chapters. Thank you all for accompanying the best screenwriter Yi Jiuyang in the world to the end. Many readers say that I am selling melons, but I think that because I am the author with the best readers and fans, I can be called the best screenwriter. What do you think, fans? Regarding the handling of the ending, this book has relevant settings from the beginning. Many people may feel that the ending plot is suddenly awkward and difficult to understand. But in fact, as an author, Jiuyang wants to write these chapters at the end the most. After all, I still like to pursue some macro settings. I believe that those who can see the end are true fans. Yi Yang's story as a super rich man has ended, but he has a system and the identity of the Galaxy Supervisor. Everyone can imagine the plot after Yi Yang enters the universe. From the beginning, this book guarantees that it will only tell the plot of the Earth stage, not cultivating immortals, and will not write endlessly about the universe and the stars. So, as promised, this book will end here. End of the final chapter.